Good morning, Chatty House.
What's up, Chatty House?
What's happening? What's happening? Rustall got the belt again. Hoarder of belts. Good morning, Cool Cat, Johnny G, Zabo, Delivery Joe. Drew Down. What's up, Drew Down? Johnny G, David, Warren, Securing the Bagley. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Wheezy, what's up?
What's up, Spencer, Miguel, Warren, Miss Mac 10, Johnny G, Zabo,
P
Delivery
Dub
Joe,
916.
everyone who's joining us.
I feel like Miss Nancy, Romper Room.
Who is Miss Nancy?
It's like Romper Room was a thing,
Oh, I got you.
like the electric
Yeah,
company.
yeah.
Okay, so Miss Nancy would hold up a magnifying glass and say, "I see Jesse and I see Joe." That's what she would do.
Got it.
What's going on, Katrina, Rocky? What's going on, Jim Garfinkel, Spencer? Hi. We got Jesse here today.
Stormy Monday.
This is a stormy Monday. Good morning. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. And we got someone on the board.
We got Joe in the building today.
We've got Joe working the board. Doesn't know how to fade out the intro, but outside of that, everything's good. There we go.
We're good.
We're good. And we're back. I think he's being distracted by Seth and his giant beard in the control booth. Welcome in. We're, of course, the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Kyle is away. He is an extra in the new Lindsay Lohan Christmas special for next.
She has
next
a
year.
lot of movies on Netflix. Now it's just Lindsay Lohan everywhere, I feel like.
I've got
My fiance's watched a couple of them, so that's how I know.
Yeah, I've got a bone to pick with my guy Kyle Madsen.
Why's that?
Yeah, he made me watch this new Lindsay Lohan Christmas
Is it
movie.
the one he was talking about the other day where they split in the beginning and then
It's Our Little Secret one?
Maybe, I think so, because I saw some of that one, yeah.
Kyle's main beef was a representation of THC and gummies in the movie. That was his main beef, but outside of that, he thought it was a good film. I just thought it was a film filled with bad people. Just one bad person after another.
Yeah,
everyone's cheating. Everyone's a bad person.
That's facts, because the dad is cheating on the friend's couple or whatever with their wife and all that.
Yep.
And then so-and-so's cheating with so-and-so.
And then the other couple's daughter starts cheating with her Lindsay Lohan.
Spoiler alert, by the way.
Spoiler alert. Yeah. Sorry if we ruined your Lindsay Lohan Christmas movie. It was not a Christmas movie. Yeah. It just happens to happen during Christmas.
This is the whole bunch of cheating around Christmas, basically.
So if Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie, I have to tell you, the Lindsay Lohan movie is not a Christmas movie either. Yeah. It's a cheaters movie filled with cheaters and almost dog abuse.
Cheaters episode, but on Hallmark and Netflix.
Yes. It's absolutely ridiculous. All right, we got a lot to get to today. The Sacramento Kings play later on this evening. They are back after a weird hiatus. Then they're not on the court again until Thursday, so we've got plenty to talk about there. But the NFL is heating up, and I think we're getting to the last couple of weeks of the season. and this is when the real teams start to separate.
I was exactly going to say the same thing.
And that's what it felt like, wasn't it, Jesse?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think yesterday, just off the top of my head, we'll get into it more and all that. But like the Packers were a team that impressed yesterday. The Bills, they might be the best team in the league at this point. And then like same with Philly. Philly looks really good right now too.
Yeah, I think so. Like everybody is tuning up for the playoffs, except for, of course, the San Francisco 49ers and the
Dolphins,
the Las Vegas Raiders and the Miami Dolphins. Like those teams are not.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird because, those are the teams that are local. And then, of course, Jesse's favorite team. But for me, I watched a lot of this Bills-Lions game yesterday. Absolutely incredible football. And I think what we're seeing right now from Josh Allen is a complete MVP performance on the season.
This was supposed to be a season where the Bills were probably expected to have a bit of a down year just because you look at the receivers. Keon Coleman was a rookie. They got Shakir, and people were expecting someone that had Curtis Samuel early on before the season started or whatever. Maybe like he could help and all that.
Yeah.
But they weren't really expecting too much from the Bills, but they just completely turned it up this season, especially Josh Allen.
Yeah, to me, it's amazing. I mean, I thought that this was kind of one of those like road, I don't know, like, who are you? Who are you? And when you see the Bills and Lions this late in the season, this could easily be a Super Bowl matchup. And I wanted to, like, I think everyone was glued to the screen to see what was going to happen in this game. And again, I think Josh Allen just continues to step up every single time.
He's the MVP right now, no doubt too.
Yeah, I think, statistically speaking, Lamar Jackson is going to be in the running all the way down to all the way down the stretch, just because of the passing touchdowns, the lack of interceptions, and then on top of that, his ability to run the ball down the field. But Josh Allen, 362 yards, 2 touchdowns passing. He also has another 11 carries for 68 yards and 2 touchdowns. And that's what it feels like every week. He's got 2 touchdowns passing, 3 touchdowns passing. Oh, and by the way, he's also got 2 or 3 touchdowns rushing. And then the one week he throws a touchdown to himself. I mean,
he's insane right now.
He is insane.
The Bills too, I think. I don't know if it's too much of a hot take, but they're like no doubt the best team in the NFL right now.
I think they are. I think this weekend you were wondering, could the Lions be that?
Mm-hmm.
Who would come out of this like as the best team? And like, look, I think the Lions had a great week as well. Jared Goff threw for 494 yards and 5 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Saw stat. I think the Lions were one of the only teams to ever win a game where their quarterback threw 5 interceptions and lose a game where their quarterback threw 5 touchdowns in the same season.
Yeah, it's absolutely bizarre. Yeah. But Goff was spectacular. Amon-Ra St. Brown had 14 catches, 193 yards and a touchdown. He's been incredible too. And they, of course, lose David Montgomery to a season-ending knee injury in this game. It's a huge blow for them.
Yeah, I'm at the point with the Lions where I love what they did all season, but I think the injuries are going to catch up with them in the postseason. Because they lost Carlton Davis, one of their defensive backs, too, for the season as well, I think. And then they lost a starting defensive tackle. I can't remember his name.
Well, they lost Aiden Hutchinson early.
Yeah, earlier this season, but like off just from yesterday's game.
Yeah.
And they lost their defensive tackle for the season, too.
The NFL keeps wanting to expand and go deeper into the year. I mean, we're at 17 games now. It does feel like there's no way to continue this unless
that's our guy Charlie back in the building.
Oh, Charlie's back.
Yeah.
He's back from jolly old England.
Yeah, back from London.
There we go. It does feel like the NFL schedule. I don't know if there's a team in the league that looks complete right now because of
everyone's beat up.
Yeah, it's a war of attrition, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm still looking for the NFL to do something crazy like expand rosters.
They'll give us another game before they do that, James.
I get that, but I mean, like, why not just make...
Alfonso throws in the chat right here. Just give them another bye week at this point.
No, I would say...
They need extra rest.
Give them a bye week. Yeah. Give them a second bye week, especially if you're going to go to 18 games, which I think is everybody's idea that they're going to do. But at the same time, like, what are you doing with the same roster size that you had when you're playing 16 games? And... go up to 57-man roster or something, just because these teams are just getting beat down throughout the season. And like, look, if you can have a guy take, 5 or 6 snaps off, maybe 10 snaps off in a game in week 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe he doesn't get injured. Maybe he does make it through the season a little more unscathed.
Yeah.
But at this point, I think injuries are going to have a lot to do with what we see going forward in the playoffs. And, even Patrick Mahomes yesterday. The Kansas City Chiefs, of course, picked up another win. We talk about the best teams in football, and they probably still are the best team in football. We just don't want to acknowledge it. They're back-to-back Super Bowl winners, and they're a team with one loss on the season. Sure, they got lucky on quite a few games, but in this game specifically, Patrick Mahomes picked up a high ankle sprain. And I think he's going to be questionable moving forward for the next couple of weeks. It's not like they have anything to really play for.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it for them, just because if he's there, game 1 of the postseason, all right, we're all in trouble.
Yeah.
Dude, last season it was, watch out for the Chiefs are in trouble. They're going to go on the road for the first time. This, and that. Who won the Super Bowl still?
The Chiefs.
With a lesser offense, blah, 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 this, and that. Like, I'm not counting the Chiefs out at all. If Mahomes is there game 1 for the postseason, then we'll see. They'll be fine.
Yeah, and they of course they won't get Rashee Rice back, but they did get Pacheco back. But they also Hollywood Brown is on the mend,
and they also have this immense amount of good luck for some reason. I don't know, everything goes their way, one way or another. I'm not even talking about the ref stuff that Twitter talks about. It's just, hey, maybe we block a field goal against the Broncos on this last second and all that. Maybe this happens and that happens. It's just they got luck on their side right now too.
They do. They always seem to have a whole lot of luck on their side. So no, they're deep and they're talented. I do worry that Mahomes, he probably needs to take a week or two off. They haven't secured home field advantage all the way through. They aren't the secured number 1 seed, but they're close. So that's going to be an issue. Do you keep running him out there? And then for years they had Chad Henne as their backup quarterback.
Shout out Chad Henne.
No one even knew he was in the league still, and there he comes out and wins gets a Super Bowl ring a couple of times, and you're like, hey, I didn't even know he was still around. And then Carson Wentz stepped on the field, and I was like, I did not remember that Carson Wentz was there as their backup quarterback.
Carson Wentz just kind of lingering isn't the right word, but he's just kind of sticking around still at this point. Shout out to him. I was looking at the standings right now. The way the Chiefs have played, it makes you forget that they're 13-1 still, and the Bills are 2 games back.
Yeah,
like the Bills have been tearing it up, looking like I said, the best team in the league. Still 2 games back, and it's probably not going to matter as far as the 1 seed.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think Carson Wentz is a new Chad Henne.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean, he had some really good seasons. I mean, he was a very, very good starter.
He was an MVP candidate until he tore his ACL that 1 season.
Yeah,
and then Nick Foles won the Super Bowl, and it was all kind of downhill after that.
He was second in the. Let's see.
I think Brady got it that year.
He was 3rd in MVP in 2017. And he was second in AP, his second team all NFL. But that team is like destined for another long playoff run, although injuries could play some part in it. Outside of that, the one game that I think everyone was also tuned into this weekend, you had a battle in Pennsylvania. You had the Philly versus Pittsburgh. And I thought it did not. It disappointed quite a bit, and Philly looks like another top tier team.
I wouldn't say it for me. I wouldn't say it disappointed. I just think it showed us who's who. Like, I don't think like the Steelers aren't some fraud team or anything like that, but I think it showed us like Philly has a good chance to get back to the Super Bowl this year.
I think they do too. I think it's gonna, like, if I'm picking 2 teams to represent like the NFC and the NFC Championship game, it's the Lions and Philly still at this point. There's some possibility that the Packers somehow make their way into that conversation.
Yeah, but I got my eye on them still.
Yeah. They're like, it feels like Love is getting better and better and better as a quarterback. And even, watching the game this weekend, he made so many throws that, I can't remember who was calling the game, if it was Romo or whoever it was a quarterback that was calling the game, and it kept pointing out how the throws that he was making, they were up, but they still needed to get a first down. But the throws he were making were like, they moved to a spot on the field where no one else except for the receiver had any opportunity to catch the ball. And the receiver caught the ball almost every single time. They weren't good. They didn't look like good passes, but they weren't passes that would hurt you and allow somebody else back in the game. And so I think he's developing right in front of us, and pretty impressive.
Yeah, they're a young team too. They're not a team full of stars or anything like that yet. Like, maybe one of the receivers develops into one, and maybe Jordan Love develops into that top 5 type quarterback. Josh Jacobs is a star. I'll say that running back.
Yeah.
But they're really built for the playoffs too, with the way they play defense. And like I just mentioned, Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, look at that. We just completely skipped to the Packers game. That was my fault. That was my fault, Jesse. But yeah, to finish up with the Philly game, they they look like a team for me that, again, like 2 weeks ago, I felt this way about the Lions, but I think they have the best specialty players because when you look at Saquon, then you look at their 2 star receivers, AJ Brown, and like they're developing and they're getting healthy at the right time. And I don't know if Jalen Hurts is the guy, but
Like, what do you mean?
like I just don't know that he's a guy who can lead you to a Super Bowl. Like I'm not convinced. Like he to me isn't a top 5 quarterback. There are too many quarterbacks that I just like consider much better than him. But I still like him as a quarterback.
Yeah, he's not top 5, but I mean he's gotten in there before.
Yeah.
And I think he's at least top 10. Like when he's at his best, he's top 10. I think.
No, I think so too.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's a dual threat guy, but I don't think like he's a dual threat guy that isn't quite the passer that, like a Lamar Jackson is as a dual threat guy or a lot of the other quarterbacks. So, but I definitely, their defense has figured things out, and man, the coaching there is just wonderful because.
Yeah. I had a lot of takes about Nick Sirianni before the season, even early on during the season.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. Nick Sirianni can coach, I guess.
I think he can coach, but I also like whoever
he can run the team well, whatever you want to call it. Like Nick Sirianni works. Nick Sirianni is good for the Eagles. I was wrong.
Whoever their defensive coordinator is,
Big Banjo.
Yeah, they just keep churning out defensive tackles. I mean, you got to remember, defensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team that purged almost everyone from their team that went to the Super Bowl on the defensive line.
Yeah,
they went cheaper and they found new guys. And they're still so incredible defensively.
Yeah, they drafted well. I mean, they got Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. I think he's the other kid. He might be hurt right now, but yeah, they just drafted well. Jacoby Dean, the linebackers and stuff like that. And then Big Banjo. Last year he was in Miami. He wasn't great. I don't think he wanted to be there all that much, but yeah, he's turned it up in Philly there.
Yeah, he is definitely.
Especially after last season too. I feel like the way that season went with their offense and defense, just coming off the Super Bowl, like this is a big step up.
Mm-hmm. I agree. We also have just to finish up that the Green Bay Seattle game. Green Bay wins 30-17 over the Seahawks.
Wasn't close at all.
It wasn't, and it did not feel like it was close. And then Geno got hurt.
Looks like he's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
As far as maybe if they make the playoffs and all that. I'm not sure if he's gonna miss next week and all that, but it's not too serious from what the tweets I saw.
Okay. The 49ers are, of course, I don't know if they're technically eliminated.
There's some math you can probably do where like they got a 0.02 chance or whatever to get in, but they're just about done.
Yeah, I would looking at this. I don't know if Seattle or the Rams, and Arizona play each other. But the only way the 49ers could get in was like a 4-way tie.
Yeah,
and I mean that. Mathematically, just looking at the standings, it's still a possibility, but I haven't looked at to see who plays who. So again, if they're all playing each other, then it's a problem.
We're probably better off just looking at the draft at this point for the Niners.
No, I would agree.
Yeah,
and not only that, but look at draft positioning. Like I don't know, there's a bunch of bad teams in the NFL this year. We've talked about this before, but I mean the Raiders and Giants are both 2-win teams, but Jesse, there are so many bad 3-win teams, like the Patriots, the Browns, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Carolina. There's 5 3-win teams right now.
Jacksonville and New England are the only teams. There's situations I feel good about, just given it looks like they have quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback. He might be average to above average, and it seems like Drake May for the Patriots is something. They got something to build off of. The other teams, they're kind of a lost cause.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
On top of that, we've got, of course, your Texans. I mean, your Dolphins.
Yeah, my Texans, James.
Your Dolphins.
Sure as hell not the Miami Dolphins. They suck.
They lose 20-12.
Shout out Tua. Like, that's my guy, but throwing 3 picks. Great. Tyreek Hill, another no-show in a big game. Mike McDaniel, genius. Yeah, sure. Can't even put up 30 points. You can't even put up more than 12 when you got Achane, Tyreek, Tua, all those guys. Can't do none of it. Season's over. Whatever. I'll be back next year.
What's even worse, you know they're not eliminated yet, right?
Don't tell me that. They are. Don't tell me that. I don't know. Because because if the Chargers lose 2 more and they win out, I think they have a chance. But we're not going to do that. I'm not going to get back into it. They stink.
You're not going to give yourself that little sliver of hope?
I'm not. The Jets game, it's bad enough they won that to give me hope going into the Texans game. Texans didn't even play that great either. Like, I feel like the defense, Miami's defense, held CJ Stroud and that offense in check a bit, but you can't overcome turnovers. Team stinks.
CJ Stroud has not had a great season.
His stats were worse than I thought going into that game.
Yeah, he has not been really good. I mean, they're 9-5 on the season, and I think, again, he's finding ways to win games, but he's dealt with some injuries with his receiving corps throughout the season. I think Joe Mixon's been really good for them. They're a team that I look at and go, okay, they could jump up and beat somebody.
They have the talent. If they just click at the right time, they can go on a run.
Yeah, I just don't fear them fully. Like I don't think that they will win. I don't think that they're a contender by any chance at this point in the season. But at the same time, I enjoy watching them. Like CJ Stroud is good.
They're a good football team. They play physical. I like the way DeMeco Ryans runs that defense too.
Yeah,
they just force turnovers.
Yeah, and they have a ton of really high end talent on the defensive side of the ball. Your Dolphins, I feel bad because I feel like when I watch Tua throw picks, there are picks because defensive back makes a great play, or
that last one, Derek Stingley. I think his first name's Derek. Stingley made a good play on that one. Kind of took Tyreek Hill's lunch on that third one.
Yeah, but the other ones, I feel like more often than not, when Tua throws a bad pick, it's like you're just
horrible. When he throws a pick, it's like, how did you not see this guy coming right there?
Yeah. He's frustrating in that way, and that's what separates sort of tiers. It's kind of like Dak Prescott. Like some of the picks he throws, you're just like, everyone in the entire stadium, like there's an 8-year-old crying in the stands that knew that ball was going to get picked off the second you threw it.
Yeah.
So
Tua's good enough to win if you have the right team around him. Like he could be a top 10 quarterback. I think on his best day, he's probably 12-10 right now, I'd say. But I don't know. We'll see what they do in the offseason. You might have to fire Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer, their GM.
Oof.
It's not great, James.
Are you feeling like they need to start over?
I don't know how much you need to start over because you're still sticking with Tua and you have good players. It's just someone's got to build a different team there, like a different way of playing football. I think they're not physical enough at all.
Okay.
Like if you punch the Dolphins in the mouth, figuratively or whatever, you're gonna win that day.
Yeah, they don't recover.
Either you play their way or you're gonna kick their ass.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting because that feels like a mindset that you can change. And you specifically have to draft guys that are that type of player.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they just got away from that after like the Richie Incognito era.
I mean, that was tough in itself, but they are about as soft as it gets when it comes to playing football.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Outside of that, DeVondre Campbell, the San Francisco 49ers, we all thought they were going to waive DeVondre Campbell after he decided not to play we're now hearing they tried to get him to go in the game in the second quarter, and he said no then, and then came out in the third quarter when he was supposed to take over and said, no, I'm not going to go in.
John Lynch told him to get up out of there.
Yeah, so the 49ers, it looks like they're going to suspend Campbell. And when they suspend him, this does a couple of things. Number one, it allows them to recoup some of the signing bonus that he signed in the offseason. I guess they're on the hook for his salary was $5 million for this year, but because he's being suspended, they can take some money back from him. So that's one reason why they're suspending him. The other reason is the one that I think everyone likes. They're suspending him so he can't go sign somewhere else.
I get that. Because what he did was, like I said, I don't think he'll ever land on another NFL team. But you can't. You got to take that punishment or whatever. Like that's not something where it's like, all right, we're gonna cut you, whatever. He's done. Like no, you gotta kind of set a precedent, I think, in a way for the 49ers too.
Yeah, you can't reward
for the
a
NFL
guy
if you want to call it that.
Yeah, you can't reward a guy for something like that, and
not even leave the door open.
Yeah, but I think if you're the Niners, what you would hate to see is that you waive him and then
the Lions pick him up because their entire defense is decimated, and then he's winning a Super Bowl because you cut him.
Yeah, I don't think I could live with that if I'm the 49ers. Yeah. I'm okay with what they're doing here. Have you remember another situation like that where a dude just
No, only the ones where they retire. Like Vontae Davis was the only other one where I remember was he left mid-game.
Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown, but that was just
he stripped wild. In the end zone.
Yeah, that was one of the weirdest moments in NFL history.
Yes.
But you see it with these guys, if they retire, for me it's okay, if you don't love the game, then you don't love the game. Go home, that's fine. But if you're just quitting on your team just because you're throwing a fit and you don't like the fact that Dre Greenlaw's starting, that's a huge issue. That's the most selfish thing you could do.
No, I totally agree.
Mhm.
The floor shook.
Yeah,
Kevin
that
the
was Kevin running down the halls.
do we still call him Kevin the intern?
I call him Kevin. I thought it was always intern Kevin, not Kevin the intern.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think he's Kevin now. He's big. He's big dog now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes to run by the windows.
Yeah.
Did you notice that there's no one in the building today?
I didn't notice the sky was blue as well today, James.
It's Monday though. I thought people were here on Mondays now.
James, it is December. What is it? December 16th is basically Christmas.
For them,
I kind of woke up today. I was like, wish it was Christmas.
I had to drive in the rain, and
that was wild.
I was going to
stormy.
King's practice on Saturday. I got in the car. I drove all the way to Auburn. I'm in Auburn. Torrential downpour,
Mhm.
tree limbs down everywhere, and I text, media relations. I'm like, yeah, I'm going home. Like
It's just not worth it at this point.
there's no reason for me to drive an hour in like very unsafe driving conditions
Yeah.
for like 30 minutes with a practice. Like, sorry, I won't be there. I did make it out yesterday. We'll talk a lot about that coming up. There are some things happening with the Sacramento Kings. We of course have injuries. We have all kinds of things that we'll need to dive into. But just wrapping up the NFL. If you're looking at this right now, who are your favorites to make it to the Super Bowl?
I had to make a pick for
AFC NFC championship games.
AFC NFC championship. I'm gonna go Bills. The Chiefs. I don't know who I feel great about in the AFC besides the Bills. Like the Ravens on their best, they're a really good football team, but it's just kind of like you never know when that is. And yesterday they played great, but I'm not gonna give you props for being the Giants. It's just what you're supposed to at this point. The Steelers, I don't think are good enough to get to the AFC championship. I don't know. I'll go Bills, Chiefs, but I'll keep my eye on the Texans. I can see the Texans making a run. I'll go Bills, Chiefs in the AFC, and then NFC is Eagles, Lions at this point. But I might take the Lions out. It's in the next couple weeks for the Packers.
Okay. I sort of feel the same way. I mean, I don't want to just go by, the records at this point, but with the Bills beating the Lions this deep in the season, it really does kind of like tell you like who they are and where they're heading. And again, whether it's luck by hook or by crook, Kansas City Chiefs just figure out how to win. And then when they get to the playoffs, they really figure out how to win. And that's when you're really in trouble. And they're getting healthy outside of the Mahomes injury. I will say the Denver Broncos, way more impressed than I thought I would be.
Yeah, I feel like with me, I've been kind of waiting for them to fall off, but they're just a good team at this point. So that's just what it is.
I kind of feel that way too. And, again, I think Sean Payton is one of those guys that everybody is super tough on for a good reason. I think Sean Payton throughout his, there's a little bit of like fraud watch with him. Especially, coming out of the Drew Brees era and all that.
I mentioned the Texans like possibly being able to make a run in the AFC. Zabo Bucks fan in the chat. You think the Bucks can do anything in the NFC? I mean, they beat the hell out of the Chargers yesterday.
Maybe. Yeah, because I would put the Chargers on fraud watch. I'm not worried about the Chargers right now, although Harbaugh, I think, has done a really good job of turning that team around after a really bad season last year. And then, just basically jettisoning all of their specialty players, all their wide receivers, all their starting wide receivers, all their running backs. Just started fresh. They have lost, J.K. Dobbins. Yeah. They lost Dobbins and, so that hurt. But overall, that team just doesn't seem to have it. I think it's interesting. You look at a team like the Broncos and, they've won 4 straight. A win over the Colts isn't like something to write home about, or the Browns or the Raiders. The Falcons are a solid team, but I think overall, like you're seeing them kind of figure things out and plug away. And Bo Nix just keeps getting better. I think he's going to be a really, really nice quarterback when it's all said and done.
I feel like the Broncos kind of got laughed at for that pick. Just like, all right, you didn't have to take him that high. It was kind of like you got stuck with the last guy left, but it turns out they got one of the better ones in the draft.
Yeah, like week 1, watching him, it was like, but then you got to week 2 and you're like, oh, no, I like what I see here. I like his The way he commands everything on the field. Overall, I think just like his presence is good for an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, and he's not going to be he's not his best right now, but would it be in a couple of years? But you got him to a point where he's comfortable as a rookie, and that's all you can ask for, I think, with the Broncos.
Yep. All right. Well, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we're going to dive into this Sacramento Kings Denver Nuggets matchup for tonight. We'll talk about the Kevin Huerter injury, as well as Trey Lyles back at practice yesterday. So I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia, filling in for Kyle Madsen. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320.
Bryce, this is a take. Bryce says he'd rather have Bo Nix than Brock Purdy. 49ers fan, Bryce, by the way.
Oh. I don't agree.
Why, Bryce?
I mean, he's got a gun. That's for sure. He just has such a good feel for the game. He's 327 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns.
Shout out to the chat house. Hope everyone had a good weekend.
Yeah. What's going on, Chatty House? I think I'm doing Wednesday night. I'm going to show up at the Chatty House after party or whatever it's called.
Yeah, shout out to Manny Katrina. Drew Down, Dr. David is in there, and Kyron. Usuals.
It's my trivia night, so usually I scurry over. I mean, I'll scurry home to jump on and hang out. Let's see.
3-time champs, charismatic 3-time champs. How'd you do in fantasy, James? 2 of my leagues. The teams I was playing scored 140 plus, so I got my ass kicked in those.
Okay, so the Swift, Kirk, and the Diggers, we are favored to win right now. We're up 100.7 to 88.65 over Ken's boss team, but he has Justin Jefferson, and so what are we up? We're up 12.05. We have DJ Moore and Minnesota's defense. So we are an 84-16 favorite. And then in my big league, where we've had a disastrous season, worst season we've had in years, me and my son, we're actually not only going to win this week, but we'll probably also win our weekly winner. We're at like 134 points.
Yeah.
And I believe we still have a defensive player. That's about it. But we got bounced out of the playoffs.
I don't think anyone from our family is watching right now, so I think I could say it. I've been running my aunt's team, her fantasy team, like for her. We're in the championship next week.
What about you? What about your team?
Oh, like I said, everyone I played this week in my real teams, they scored 170, all of them. Got my ass kicked, so I'm done. Didn't even matter what I did. I had Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, everyone that went off, but it just didn't matter because the guys I was playing, like Lamar Jackson, all those guys.
We had the season where every single big week player, like just go like you remember Alvin Kamara in like week 1 had 4 touchdowns. Yeah, that was against us.
Derrick Henry really let me down, by the way. If you're listening, Derrick, like you really let me down.
He's really, really hurt the Dickers over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah. He has not.
He has, James.
He has not been good at all the last couple. Well, he did have 140 yards rushing 2 weeks ago, but it's the
where were you? Where were you yesterday? Where were you yesterday?
Yeah, I know. I hear you. Yeah, throughout the season, like Saquon had that 40-point plus. Yeah, that was against us. Like every single time, you know that there's somebody who did something crazy. It was against our team. Yeah,
just the way it goes sometimes.
It is. Yeah, we didn't make the playoffs. That's the first time me and my son, since me and my son have shared a team, that we haven't made the playoffs. Yeah, this is the example where we scored 1,426 points. We have 1,540 points scored against us. 20 points more than anyone else, but there are teams in my league that have only had 1,200 points scored against them.
There's really no skill to fantasy football, for being real. Just try to draft the best guys, and hopefully they play well. And if they don't, then whatever. Like we had a guy, one of our buddies, joined the league. Doesn't really watch football much. Joined whatever, just follows the fantasy stuff, whatever. Won the league 2 years in a row.
Huh. I think there is skill, but honestly,
you got to like know what you're doing. But it's like
head to head, it's really tough to like. I mean, because you can be number 2 in total points on a week and lose. This is a long commercial break, isn't it?
No, it is. Yeah, we still got about a minute left.
Whew. Look at that. Kyle did warn me that we had long commercial breaks today.
Zabo, my buddy too, he finished 8th like both of those years and just went on a run in the playoffs. Shout out. We got Rocky the Squirrel that KC was fighting with all last week. We got the best people in the chatty house. Chatty house is always entertaining.
Oh my goodness. I missed the whole
That was a whole saga. It was a whole thing. Just go.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia is filling in for Kyle Madsen.
We'll be back from the North Pole tomorrow.
He will be back from the North Pole where they're filming a Lindsay Lohan movie and he's an extra.
Yes, correct.
That's what we're going with today.
Hopefully everyone is able to stay with their significant others in that movie.
I doubt it. Hopefully no small dogs are injured in the course of that movie.
You ever think about how that is like the formula for Hallmark Christmas movies? It's like, oh, you're with so-and-so, but there's so-and-so over here that you really love. And it's just a Christmas miracle if you end up with them and then you do and all that. There's always someone getting left.
It's very.
There's never one where the family or the couple just sticks together and they have a good time the entire movie.
It's very formulaic.
Someone's always getting broken up with or just left, whatever.
It's tough. Well, that's what I feel like with this Sacramento Kings roster.
Mm-hmm.
Just when you think that they're pulling it back together, everything's going well, they've won 3 in a row, you get an email
that Kevin Schroder is out for the game.
Kevin Schroder, I don't know if you saw it during the game last week on Thursday. Kevin Schroder clearly took a shot to his injured left shoulder, to his surgically repaired left shoulder. Kevin Schroder, of course, sat out the entire offseason, 6 months of rehab. Now he has an AC joint sprain in that same shoulder. He is listed as doubtful for today, just to get into the injury report right away here. He's listed as doubtful for today, and the Kings really don't know where to go from here with that, the 6-man. And Jesse, I think it's an interesting, problem that they've it's been heading this way for a while because they don't really have a very strong bench with Malik Monk as a starter.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts? Like, how would you replace Kevin Schroder's minutes in that starting in that bench role?
I mean, I'd imagine they didn't play any minutes the last game, but you probably look towards Doug McDermott or Jay Crowder to give you something.
Yeah,
you're gonna need. I think you need points off the bench, and that's how you're gonna get it. You got McLaughlin off the bench too, but I think McDermott and maybe Crowder are the way to go. But I don't feel great about it at all.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like at some point you are going to have to give Doug McDermott an opportunity to try to be that sort of bench scoring guy, especially with Schroder on. He's out. He's listed as day-to-day. Again, it's a left AC joint sprain. Good news from practice yesterday. Trey Lyles was back on the court. We didn't get clarification on whether Trey had practiced at all. He will not play this evening. He's listed as out. Same with Devin Carter. But he's definitely on the mend. He just today is the 3-week mark from the day that he strained his right calf, and so you're kind of looking at this window right here where the Kings don't play a lot. They don't play again until Thursday after tonight's game, And then, you've got a couple more days. So there's a possibility maybe by the end of the week, maybe by the weekend, Trey Lyles might be back on the court, and that should help things as well.
Honestly, it'll be a massive help, I think, with the way with the way the bench is gone. If he can just consistently knock down a three, please, Trey Lyles, like that's all they need.
Yeah, I also like the idea of Trey Lyles playing alongside Isaac Jones and, like setting him up for some passes. They've got to hit corner threes for sure, but I like Trey as a small ball five. I think the Kings missed Trey as a small ball five. He had this really good stretch of games where he was just tearing it up. It, coincided with DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, and Domantas Sabonis all being out at the same time, and he was forced into a starting role. But I think it was like a 6-game stretch. He averaged almost 11 points and 6 rebounds, shot 40-something% from three. So he looked like he was starting to get into game shape. And then, of course, he goes down with another injury. So tough look for Trey.
Is there ever a point where you'll feel good about if Kevin Huerter and the Trey Lyles are healthy? Like, would you feel better about the Kings, or is it still like you got to upgrade?
Yeah, I do still feel like you have to upgrade.
Yeah.
And, that's not on those guys. It's that the roster was left with some holes.
Yeah, you're at a point where you can't afford to lose anyone or anything right now. Like with Kevin Huerter out tonight, I don't feel great about the game. I do see ways in which they can win, but it's kind of, all right, we're going to need everyone tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're going up a Denver Nuggets team, which is number one. They've been a very good team over the last 5 years. They have a guy who's won 3 MVPs and Nikola Jokic.
Probably one of the greatest players of all time, could end up going down as the top 10 greatest player of all time.
Yeah, and people are ignoring that still. The fact of his impact on a game. All the advanced metrics say he should have won 4 straight MVPs without any question. And just his impact on the game is absolutely incredible. But also the Sacramento Kings, were 3-1 against this team last year.
Yeah.
They had their number, and that's with Jokic playing in all games. And looking at Denver's injury report, they do have some question marks. We're looking at, let me see. Christian Braun is questionable with a low back issue. Murray is probable. They don't have Kankar. They don't have Deron Holmes, their prize rookie, who's going to be out for the season, and Dario Saric is out as well. But this is a really, you expect to be a 50-something win team. They haven't played up to that. But then, Jesse, you look at their bench, and they've got Russell Westbrook hiding on the bench, who's playing. Yeah, I mean, he's not the old Russell Westbrook, but he's still putting up points.
Russell Westbrook off the bench can still help a team right now in the NBA.
Well, I mean, I just look at Russell Westbrook and say, hey, do the Kings have anybody on the bench combined that can match what Russell Westbrook's probably going to do tonight?
I mean, he scored 5 points the last game, but I mean, we were talking about the Kings only getting 9 from their bench the game before against the Pelicans.
Yeah. So
Peyton Watson, who gave him 14 off the bench last game too.
Yeah, so right now Westbrook's averaging 11 points off the bench. You've got Peyton Watson, who I really like Peyton Watson. I think they found a nice little player there. If there's some way that Christian Braun doesn't play, they're going to have trouble at that guard position. So whether it's Westbrook starting or whatever, Westbrook started 5 games this year. So let's get to our starting lineups. We got let's see, we got Jamal Murray, Christian Braun, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon is back, and Nikola Jokic for the Denver Nuggets. Kings, of course, go with De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis. Their standard starting lineup. What do you got for a matchup of the game in this one?
We got Sabonis and Jokic in here, and I think that might be it too. I mean, because looking at it, that's their best player, and Sabonis been tearing it up. I think I was looking at the Nuggets 3-point numbers too, and I was like, all right, you figure the Kings have been so bad, so you should have to match the Nuggets. Where are the Nuggets? They're actually, as far as three-pointers made, they're one less than the Kings this season. So I don't think that's where you're gonna have to go win the game. It's probably down low with Sabonis and Jokic going up against each other.
No, I agree. I'd say the one problem I have is looking at the 3-point percentage. The Nuggets are 8th in the league at 38.1% from 3. They just don't shoot them.
Yeah.
And they're, again, they're 30th in the league in attempts. So the problem is, do the Kings still give up all those threes? And, you're hoping that that's not going to be the case.
Do you think that's why a team like the Kings went 3-1 against the Nuggets last season? It's just the Nuggets are built more towards where the Kings can thrive, I guess. Because you're not going to have to outshoot him from the 3-point line, really.
No, I think the way that the Kings are built, surprisingly, they're built to play well against Nuggets. If you look at the Sabonis and Jokic matchup, that's like a super high quality matchup.
Yeah.
Which is why, it's their matchup of the game. But I think when you go to the bench and you bring in Alex Len, I think Alex Len, for whatever reason, is actually a really good matchup against a guy like Jokic.
Yeah.
He has a length. He has the ability to hold his ground. He doesn't bite on a bunch of like crazy fakes because Alex doesn't do a lot of leaping. And so he's more, even though he's tall and slender and like super long armed, he's not like a huge above the rim guy, and he's not doing crazy out of position things. And I just think it gives Jokic a little bit of trouble. So, yeah.
It's going to be an interesting game. I mean, Kings they've won 4 in a row.
They've won 3 in a row. They're back to 500
5?
at 13-13.
Yeah, 4 or 5 then. Like the little run they went on, like you beat the Rockets, you beat the Spurs without Wemby and all that. Like you didn't beat the best of teams. So if you were to go out tonight and get a team like the Nuggets, I think that's going to do something for some confidence.
Yeah, this is a huge point in the schedule for the Kings.
Get a game over 500 if you're able to as well.
Yeah, they play 11 straight in the state of California, and 9 of those are at home, and it starts tonight.
Please take care of your business at home.
That's the biggest question, Jesse. They're 6-7 at home on the season, and they really have to figure out how to win at home.
Yeah,
it doesn't. They're 7-6 on the road, and they're 6-7 at home. It doesn't make any sense.
For normal NBA teams, this is kind of where you make your run or where you kind of get out of the hole that you were in.
Exactly.
I said normal NBA teams, and we know the Kings aren't that, so we'll see what happens.
I expect big crowds out all the way through the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
Kings fans usually show up. The Kings usually play a ton of games at home during the month of December. All right. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. He is Jesse Tapia. Thanks for tuning in to us today. I did get to go out to Sacramento Kings practice yesterday, and we had a lot of good conversations. Specifically Mike Brown, asking Mike Brown, like, what are you going to do with Kevin Huerter, likely out, and at least for one game, but maybe multiple games here. And he's pretty convinced that that they don't have one person that can step up and just be that guy right now.
Mm-hmm.
And like, he's willing to give that person, if somebody does go in a game and says, hey, I'm that guy tonight, he's willing to go that direction and say, okay, that's fine. Go ahead and do what you're doing, and we're going to, we'll support you. But he also feels like it's going to be a lot of mixing and matching, a lot of like, give a guy 2-3 minutes here, see how he looks. If it's not going well, go to somebody else.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
He has no choice at this point. That's what you have to do. You have to maybe give Jay Crowder 5 minutes, see what he has for the night. And if he doesn't have it, all right, get him out of there. Doug McDermott, what could you give me tonight? Nothing? All right, well, that's going to be an issue. Keon Ellis, please, can you be the guy? Like, it's kind of a roulette at this point.
Yeah, and, he brought up Keon Ellis and said, hey, last season we had situations like this where we had injuries, and we had injuries to starters, and Keon Ellis stepped into the starting lineup, and, Mike said it's not like, as a coach, I haven't given people opportunities, and, he went to Keon, and Keon did great and earned his way into a rotational spot. Not only that, earned his way into an NBA contract by playing so well. And he's like, so if there's a way for a Keon Ellis to do that again, or for somebody else to step up and just demand with their play that they're going to, earn 20 or 30 minutes right now, I think he's all for it. But if not, I think we're going to start seeing, at least for like the next week or so, until you get both Lyles and Huerter back, a situation where Mike Brown is relying on these guys to go upwards of 38 to 40 minutes, the starters, 38, 40 minutes a game again.
Yeah, because you look at the Pelicans game, the only players who really got true minutes coming off the bench was Huerter, who got 28, and then Keon got 20. Everyone else was 5 and less. So it was like,
and he played a lot of them.
Exactly. So it was like, who's getting those minutes now at this point?
It's tough, but if you're looking at, just pure matchups, I don't think I want to run Jordan McLaughlin out there against Russell Westbrook as, coming off the bench. And I get that. And Peyton Watson's long. He's athletic. Like, I don't know how much you can put Doug McDermott on him and expect to slow him down. And you'd hope that maybe a guy like Jay Crowder could step out on the court and give you something against a guy like Aaron Gordon or a guy like Michael Porter Jr. But I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know if that's going to be the case. This is a tough matchup team for the Kings, and I mean, I think the Kings are a tough matchup team for like plenty of teams in the league. I mean, when you have two dynamic scoring and distributing playmaking guards matched with like one of the best centers, especially passing centers in the NBA, and 3-point marksman and a mid-range genius, like they're a tough matchup. But five guys don't make a team.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, they're at a point where like Keegan Murray might just have to give him 43 minutes tonight.
Yeah, I
Mm.
would think so, especially against the two guys that they have, long athletic wings.
Yeah, this might be Keegan. We don't really rest isn't really a thing today because Kevin's out. Like you need to play DeMar. They're gonna need him maybe around 40. Like it's just a point where you'd hope someone on the bench steps up, but if you're gonna get the win, you might just need it from one of your top 5 guys.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you, like, because this is a team that I think if you look at, I think Jamal Murray and the player comp between Jamal Murray and De'Aaron Fox isn't good, and I think also the way that Jamal Murray is considered around the league because of his playoff appearances versus the way that Fox is viewed around the league. But Fox is just a much better player.
I think Fox is a tier better player.
Yeah. Oh no.
Tier above. Not disrespecting Jamal Murray, just Fox is just that much better. Jamal Murray has the playoff success and the shots and all that, but I think games 1 through whenever the season's finished, like Fox is just a better player.
Okay, so let me ask you this though: if you're the Kings and you have your choice of Keegan Murray becoming Aaron Gordon or Michael Porter Jr., which would you choose?
Aaron Gordon. I feel like I know what I'm getting from Aaron Gordon. Michael Porter Jr. probably has a ceiling that's higher than Aaron Gordon's, but I don't know how often he's reaching that. I think Aaron Gordon is just an all-around better player.
Okay. Yeah, I think the Kings have to, like, there is a pathway right here where they need to go, okay, I love Aaron Gordon. Keegan's never going to be the leaper that Aaron Gordon is.
Not that, but I also think Keegan, they're not the same exact player, but I think Keegan can be better than Aaron Gordon too. I don't know if he ever will be, but I think like just the tools that he has a higher ceiling. But
it's funny because I think we're all always waiting for Aaron Gordon to be better, but I think the player he is now, he's so incredibly productive.
He's perfect for what he is in the league right now.
Yeah, and he's perfect for that team.
Yeah, he's a championship level role player.
Yeah, he reminds me of, I mean, not completely, their games aren't completely the same, but a little bit of Shawn Marion, like the Matrix. He's a guy who does all of the dirty work, gets the toughest defensive assignments, physical. Some nights you need him to rebound, and he's great. Sometimes he hits a couple of threes. Some nights, he gets a couple of highlight reel dunks. Like, he's just tough. And for a team like the Kings, again, I think they need an Aaron Gordon type player, but I also think Keegan can be that type player.
Yeah.
But I don't think Keegan can be both. I don't think he can be an Aaron Gordon where you're, again, defensive assignments, rebounding, all of the things that he brings to the table versus Michael Porter, who basically is for all intents and purposes, like just a 3-point shooter, just a scorer.
Yeah.
Just a scorer. And I would prefer that Keegan not just become that, and he becomes more Aaron Gordon than he does going the other direction, going Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, I agree with that. But Keegan is, I don't know what to make about Keegan Murray. Because it's like I said, the talent is all there, but you're just waiting for him to just take the moment, and be that guy on the Kings finally.
Yeah, you are. And it's very difficult to know when that might happen or if it will ever happen. And
that's the thing. Like, we don't know if it's ever going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, like, potential ends up being like a 4-letter word at a certain point.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. I would much rather see, and that's the one thing I will point out with Keegan. I think he is very productive, but he's not productive in the way that you kind of thought he would be when
you drafted him to be
rookie. Yeah. Well, I mean, you draft him number 4 overall. You're expecting him to be, a guy who's averaging 18 points. The 9 rebounds is great, but they, 18, 19 points per game, shooting 40% from 3. And he's just not there in year 3. And I don't know when he's going to get there or if he's going to get there, but that's kind of what you're banking on, that he's going to get there. But I definitely look at when you're building a team and you're the Sacramento Kings and you have Domantas Sabonis as your major hub, the one team that you are going to look at as far as how did another team like us build and find success, and it realistically is the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, Jay in the chat real quick. He says in the next 10 games, if Keegan doesn't pull it together, you have to think about trade options. Is that even something you're thinking about, like you, James Ham, this year? Is that even something that's crossing your mind at this point? I don't think I'm at a point where I'm trading Keegan Murray. It's like I'm not thinking about that this year.
No, I mean, I think there comes a point where if there is some sort of crazy deal that comes
where
up,
you can't say no, yeah,
exactly, where you just can't say no, then you of course have to look at that, right?
Yeah,
but I also like you have to be patient in some
yeah, you gotta let him play
situations,
through, yeah.
and you have to look at the situational things, right? So I think Keegan Murray, if you didn't go out and sign DeMar DeRozan, probably would average way more per game than he does this year. I think that just like the DeMar DeRozan addition, it was always going to take away from one of these guys, and Keegan Murray is clearly that guy.
Yeah.
And so, also when you insert Malik Monk into the starting lineup, Keegan Murray's your fifth option.
Yeah, because Malik's got to get his. And he's just a playmaker where like you need the basketball in his hands.
Well, he's got to get his, but De'Aaron Fox has to get his, and Domantas Sabonis has to get his, and DeMar DeRozan's
$30+ million player, whatever you want to call it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
quick math.
It's tough, man. So that's what you're looking at. You're looking at how does he fit in, and I don't think he's fit in poorly. I just think you need him to be better at the things that
he might be figuring it out. He played well the last 5 games.
Yeah,
we'll see if he's coming out of his slump. But
we just need him to be more consistent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, like he's not even the biggest issue with the team. Like I said, I think the biggest issue with the team is just their lack of depth and just you're not getting enough consistency from the last 5 guys.
Yeah. Let's just look at the next 5 games, right? The Kings have this window here where I believe that everyone kind of circles this just like they do every other 5-game stretch. But this is really a moment where they could build momentum. They've won 3 in a row. You've got Denver, followed by Thursday and Saturday against the Lakers, which is very strange. They play a Saturday, Sunday back-to-back, both of them 3 o'clock starts, which again is very strange. So you've got Denver, Lakers, Pacers, Pistons, and then Lakers again. So just looking at that 6-game stretch, and that leads you up to December 28th, there's some ability here to gain some momentum and to put yourself right back into the Western Conference standings.
There is. You're also not playing scrubs coming in like during the stretch either. Like you're gonna. I don't know how I want to say this, but I don't know if I trust the Kings right now, James.
Well, I mean, I
don't know what to expect from this 5-game stretch. It's like, yeah, like in theory, yeah, you're playing the Lakers twice, the Pacers who have not been great, and the Pistons who have just been bottom feeders the last 3 years. This year they look a lot better, but they're still 10-16. The Nuggets is probably your toughest matchup, but it's like, sure, those other teams aren't great, but what am I supposed to expect from the Kings at this point?
No,
that makes sense.
I think that's the biggest question, man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anyone knows the answer. Again, they've won 3 out of 4. 4 out of 5. So, but again, they haven't played like the toughest schedule ever. And they're coming off a stretch where they lost to bad teams. And so you're always left like wondering, this is not a team you'd bet on.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, actually place
like coming out of this
monetary bet on.
Yeah. Coming out of this 5-game stretch, I'd be happy if they came out of it 3-2. I think that's a realistic way of seeing it. Like you'd probably hope 4-1 and all that, but I'd imagine they probably split with the Lakers and then hopefully they're able to get the Pacers and Pistons. Tonight, I don't know how confident I am just given Kevin's out. And I don't know what to expect from the bench. And maybe, like I said, it's one of the starting 5 guys that's giving you 40+ minutes and it's turned it up. And that's how you get the win that way. But
okay.
I mean, where I'm at with this 5-game stretch.
For me, I'm looking at this 5-game stretch. And I think if you're going to climb back up the standings, you got to go 4-1.
You're right. I'm not going to fight you on that.
I mean, that's it. Like if you're going to be serious about this thing and start to build some momentum for the season, 4-1, you got to find a way to beat the Lakers again. Then you have the Mavs, and you've got a bad 76ers team, and then the Grizzlies, the Warriors, the Heat. Like there are winnable games here.
Coming up after that.
Yeah, this stretch again from December 16th until January 6th, the Kings play 9 home games. And the 2 road games they have are at LA Lakers and at Golden State Warriors. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy.
We'll see what happens. I think I'll start to believe in this team a little bit more if Monty does something about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we're going to discuss that exact thing. December 15th came and went. That was yesterday. That, of course, is one of those days on the NBA calendar where things can happen. A couple of small things did happen, and that leads me to believe that there might be a more active early trade season this year than we've seen in the past. So we're the insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Hams, Jesse Tapia filling in for Kyle Madsen. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
The hotkeys? No worries.
Well,
No, just James can bring us back like 6 seconds in or whatever.
Yeah, the top of the hour here, it's
it's
built in.
yeah.
It's just the one of the break in the middle. Yeah. Cool.
You're talking about the drop, right? The music still didn't play and all that, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Adam, if the Kings go 4-1 lose to Detroit, I'm still feeling really good about the 5-game stretch. 4-1's 4-1. I don't think the Kings are at a point where like you can be picky right now.
I'm gonna fill up my coffee.
Yep.
You get Chatty House for a couple of minutes. It is flannel day, Norm. Tom L. If you to bet the Kings make trade before deadline on deadline. I think the Kings are trying to make trades right now. I can tell you that. We'll get into that in the next segment.
Sean, I'm fine with Drew. Last year, he went through a big lull offensively too, where I thought he was cooked, but he turned up for playoffs. If Drew's doing what he needs to do come playoff time, I think that's all that matters. But yeah, I think he'll overcome this.
How much time do we have?
You still got a couple minutes, at least.
Okay. Just posting the
Sharks are low key back. They're not over 500, but they're not as ass as they've been. So shout out to the Sharks. Rush Dog, I missed it on Saturday. I saw like the tweets of like what happened to Cody and stuff like that, but I missed it. What's going on with the chat house?
There's a couple really good knockouts on Saturday. I feel like normally the non-pay-per-view fights have like the best.
You talking about UFC?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Was that what? Yeah. There was a couple of like Cub Swanson had a walk away knockout, and that he might retire on that, so that was pretty sick. But I feel like those super hyped up, heavy like the title fights, those never come through. And then when you get like the fight nights, that's when all the big knockouts happen. That's just kind of how I feel. I don't know.
Shout out Joe. He's a big UFC guy.
Yeah, I love UFC.
So I don't know. I like the Bucks right now, but the Knicks are. I guess I stick with the Knicks, but ask me again in a month. Sabo, I'm in. Like, what else am I gonna do? The Dolphins suck, so let's go Bucks. Bryce, I still believe in Tua, but like he's still, like I said earlier, on his best day he could be top 10, but you need to build a different team around him. He's a good QB, but it's time to switch it up.
I'm back. Can we do a fight review segment? I don't watch fights, and I'm not a big UFC guy.
Bryce, you're not wrong, but that's not a Tua problem. That's your linebackers. Your defense is soft, and the rest of you guys. Like Tua can play past that. Yesterday was a bad game on him, but like the other games that they've lost, other guys didn't step up. Shout out Jonnu Smith, and if you picked him up for your fantasy team. Nah, Russ, they're good with HN. Maybe you replace Mostert because his father time's finally got him this year, but
Joe could have a UFC segment. I agree. We do have Joe in the house today.
shout out Joe for helping out.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia. We are, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Jesse,
James Ham.
the Emirates Cup, the finals are set. It's Bucks, Thunder. Are you intrigued by this at all?
A little bit more than I was last week.
I think I just haven't really cared.
Give me a reason to give like I think you've thrown around like suggestions for the winners and all that. Make it the winner gets a spot up in the playoffs or whatever. Give me some stakes to care.
Yeah, so that's where I would make it. If you win the cup, you move up one spot in the playoffs when the playoff seedings are set. If you don't make the playoffs but you won the cup, you can move down one spot.
Wait, you say if you make run the last one by me.
So if you win the cup, you can say you're the 5th seed, you move up to the 4th seed.
Yeah, I got you there.
If you lose, I mean, if you win the cup, but then your season goes awry, and you're a non-playoff team, you go from like, say you're the 6th seed in the lottery ball machine, you're now the 5th seed.
Got you. Okay, I was thinking for some reason my brain thought you said if you lose the cup, then you move down a playoff spot or whatever. I was like, hold on, we don't need to punish teams for losing.
No,
I got what you're saying now.
No, like if you're a non-playoff team after the cup, which like that's a possibility.
Yeah, like a better draft spot.
Then you drop one spot.
I like that. Yeah, just put some stakes to it where it's like there's something to actually play for. Like I know the players are playing for money and all that, but I don't think as fans, like I don't think you can really get the fans like roped in with that.
Yeah, I think year 1 was really cool. I think the novelty of it wore off very quickly, and now it's year 2, and we're like, okay, it's just another game. And I look at tomorrow, it's just another game. The finals are set. It's like, okay, is everyone going to be watching to see what happens on Tuesday? No, we're going to be wondering why there's not more games on Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, like we'll be watching just for the sake of it's good basketball and all that, but I'd like to see a little bit more stakes to the cup final.
I would too. We were going to do around the NBA, but I looked at all the games. There's only one game that was like intriguing at all last night. Well, I mean, you did have the Lakers beat Memphis.
LeBron back in there.
LeBron returned to action after sitting out for a week.
I don't get the Lakers at all, James. I haven't understood the Lakers probably for a while. They're either really good or just horrible.
They're really poorly constructed.
Yeah, I think that's the thing.
Yeah, I saw, I don't remember who put this out there, but some NBA executive told somebody that if Austin Reeves is your 3rd best player, you're in trouble.
Yeah, they really just tried to get us to accept that. Like Austin Reeves, he's the 3rd guy. It's like, no, he should be the 6th.
They even put him on the Team USA.
Yeah, yeah, they did.
Okay, like he's not a horrible player.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, but
he's just not the 3rd best player on the team.
Well, anyway. not a high-end playoff team.
Yeah, no.
Not a championship team.
No, not at all.
So, and it doesn't matter what your top 2 are. It just feels like they are still a weird collection of players, and now they're a weird collection of players, with a paint by numbers coach.
Yeah.
Like I think it's very strange. Like early in his career as a coach, like he's got a lot to learn, and that's
And
a
they're 2
reality.
games over 500 too, by the way. They're
Yeah.
14-12.
They are, but they have not played well at all lately.
Yeah.
Until they of course won last night, and they're banking on a 40-something-year-old
That's
LeBron
always the
James
key.
in his 22nd season.
Mm-hmm.
It's just absolutely crazy. So I think they're hopeful that the distraction of Bronny and just continues. Like, hey, everybody, we have a father and son combo. Like, don't worry about the basketball. Look the other way on the
Now
basketball.
we're down by 15. Sub Brownian right now.
Right now, we've got a father and son on the court. Can you believe it? Yeah.
Shout out to the Lakers.
Shout out to the Lakers. The Golden State Warriors are the one game that I would point to last night. The Golden State Warriors and Dallas Mavericks. I don't want to be disrespectful to the Mavericks because they, in fact, won the game 143-133, but we got to see another Clay against the Warriors game. Are we just going to, like, are we hoping that that's a playoff seed so the NBA can just focus on that?
I'm not going to lie. I would love it. That ended weird.
It did end weird.
It ended. I don't want to go out and say that they don't like each other, but it's just, it wasn't the whole swan song or whatever you want to call it that you'd expect with a legend like that. Like, it just felt like maybe Clay was tired of them. They were tired of Clay or whatever, but that was weird how that ended.
It was.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen players go on to play for a different team at the end of their careers, like many times in the league.
Yeah.
This one felt off.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, okay, I guess he's not coming back.
But I would take 7 games of this easy.
Yeah. It's okay, though. They got Buddy Hield.
That wasn't very nice.
What they did, they got Buddy Hield.
I felt sarcastic, James.
I don't know what you're talking about. Buddy Hield started for them last night. You know, like Buddy Hield, he's a Vec and Steph wrapped into one. I mean, yeah, he's Steph and Clay wrapped into one. There we go. Klay Thompson put up 29 points on 7-11 from 3. Steph countered with 26 on 7 of 13 from 3. And then Luka.
Yeah, don't forget.
They just don't. He just like, hey, it's nice. Whatever's happening there with you people and your whole
little reunion, whatever you want to call it.
He used to play for us thing.
Yeah.
Whatever happened there. Luka goes for 45, 13 and 11, 45 points, 13 assists, 11 rebounds. He's pretty good, eh?
Yeah, turns out. That's why you helped the Mavericks get to the finals last year. He's probably one of the 3 best players in the league right now. If you want to go Giannis, Jokic, and him, whatever order, that's fine. But I mean, Luka is Luka.
Yeah, he is.
Don't need to say anything more.
Statistically speaking, he has not been the same player this year.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what the reasoning. I mean, it could just be that they have another player in Klay Thompson that can go out there and score buckets where they did not have him last year. Last season, Luka averaged 33.9. This year, he's at 28.9. He's down 5 points per game. His assist numbers are down 0.6. His rebound numbers are down 0.5. But I will say this: it's early.
Yeah.
And Luka has a way of, I don't say this kindly, rounding into shape midway through the season.
Yeah, you find his form.
Finds his form. Yes.
Yeah. In a while, they were like, "Oh yeah, Luka's having a down year. He's just 28 points per game, and whatever his assists usually are, minus like half a rebound, half an assist."
He's 29, 9, and 8. That's what he's at right now.
Yeah, that's a down year.
That's a down year. Yeah, he's pretty good. And the crazy thing is, Luka's not even 26 yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
Came into the league at 18? Or no. 20? He was 18 when he went pro, I think, in Madrid.
19. No, he was like 16 when he went pro in Europe. Yeah, he was winning MVPs at 17. Yeah, he's a quality NBA player, superstar, dare I say. Quality. We also we have the Warriors went out and made a trade this weekend. They picked up Dennis Schroder. I think this is a really nice pickup, but I also think like just the structure of the deal is very weird, and also I think it's good news for Sacramento.
Explain.
So the Warriors trade basically the corpse of DeAnthony Milton. He's done for the year.
Yep.
So just an expiring contract. It's a 1-year deal. They gave up a 2-way player in Reese Beekman, and they gave up a 2nd-round pick in 2000. I believe it's 2025, and I think it's the Bulls. In return, they sent to the Nets. Let's see. They received that 2025 second round pick. They sent out 3 seconds. So I think it's a 2026 for Atlanta, 2028 from Atlanta, and like a 2029 that's the Warriors' own second round pick. So they had this like little stockpile of second round picks. So basically they traded 3 seconds and Melton and a two-way player for Schroder and a second. So they gave up 2 second round picks and all for, that's the value they gave up. I think that like if that's where the Nets are playing in, like they're playing in a realistic world where, your players don't have like extreme value because number one, you're not very good, even though they are like they're hanging around, but they're not very good. And their stats are slightly overinflated. I mean, like, look, Schroeder's averaging 18.4 points, 6.6 assists, and he's shooting 38.7% from three. This is a nice player. And he's on a reasonable deal, $13 million for this year, and then he's an unrestricted free agent this summer. Like to get that player for 2 second round picks, that tells me that the Nets are playing in the right kind of like space. Even though they're one of the few sellers on the market right now, that's kind of the market. So I think it's good if the Kings are looking at Dorian Finney-Smith. Does Dorian Finney-Smith should not cost you a first round pick, a future first, but I could see him costing you 2 seconds. Cam Johnson, I could see him, maybe there was some talk that they wanted 2 first round picks in a swap for Cam Johnson. Maybe it's more reasonable. Maybe it's a lottery protected first and a future second as well.
I got to look up their money, but like say a deal for Dorian Finney-Smith or Cam Johnson, is it like kind of a given that Kevin Huerter's going that way, or is they're awake and they can make it work? We're able to keep Kevin on the roster and you have one of those guys now?
Yeah, there's no way.
Got it.
Not unless you're willing to. No, not specifically for Cam Johnson. You could do a Dorian Finney-Smith deal that did not include Kevin Huerter. He makes, I think it's $14 million this year and $15 million next year, and he has a player option for next year. Cam Johnson, on the other hand, is $22 million this year, $20 million next year, and then back up to $22 million the year after that. So it's 2.5 years under contract, basically. And for like a 28-year-old dude, that's probably a really solid investment as far as like player for what he's doing. But again, Cam Johnson's stats are inflated. He's at 18.8 points per game, his highest in his career. And you don't typically see a guy get to 28 and all of a sudden have a career year as far as points scored, unless he's already been a scorer his whole career and it's just sort of the natural progression. And that would tell you again that their stats are slightly inflated because they're scoring, like they're trying to like feature those guys and score as many points as possible.
If you're the Kings, do you take notice that a team like the Warriors is trading for Schroder? Like just a team around you that's getting better?
No, I think if you're the Kings, you need to get better because you know that the holes you have in your roster.
I have a question that just popped up in my head. We're all just talking at this point. Do you think the Kings see their roster issues more as Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, throwing Devin Carter? Like they're not all healthy at the same time. So like that's kind of what the issues have been, or is it just we have roster issues that we need to fix?
I would hope that they don't feel like. I mean, I think that they believe that that the players that they have can be some of the solutions to the problems. But they also know that in order to get better players, you're going to have to give up something.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, because of the NBA salary cap restrictions, a lot of times that means you're going to have to give up a player to match salary, right? So pretty simple. You can look at it a lot of different ways, but like the Kings have, if you want a $20 million player, the only way to get up to that amount, you have to be within 25%, right? So you've got to come up with, if it's a $20 million player, you got to come up with $15 million in salary. And if you take back more salary than goes out, then we're talking about luxury tax, right? You're going to go into the tax.
Yeah.
And you're capped at 178 million. So you can't even you can't take back an additional 7 million. Like the higher end player that you get, the bigger that 25% looks. So if you're looking at a $40 million player, you're looking at, sending out 30 for a $40 million player. Well, the Kings can't take back 10 million in extra salary. So even if you work a couple of players into a deal and you can't take back an additional 10 million at this point, you're hard capped at 178 and you're already at like 170. So there's no way to do that trade. Yeah. So I think it's complicated, but again, if you're looking at a $15 to $20 million player or $25 million player or a $30 million player, it's going to cost you a Kevin Huerter. It's going to cost you a Trey Lyles, because those are the easiest way to match those salaries without digging into your starting lineup, which I don't think the Kings are doing right now.
Yeah.
So
we'll see. I definitely do think like no matter what happens the next 5 games, whether they go 4-1 or whatever you want to call it, like moves got to be made.
Yeah, whatever happens in this stretch, I don't think it matters.
Mm-hmm.
And especially, like, I'll just point out, like, Trey Lyles is probably not going to play. Well, he's not going to play tonight for sure. He's probably not going to play on Thursday. He might play by the weekend. Kevin Huerter is doubtful for tonight. If he's not playing tonight, he might be able to play on Thursday. He might be able to play this weekend once you start getting into like more and more, like some days of rest here. But overall, like, you're going to see what this team looks like, and you know what you need. Like, this team, you can clearly see what you need. Now, Devin Carter is a wild card, because Devin Carter is like, he's been on the court every day that we've been led in the gym that I've seen, shooting shots after practice. He's still not cleared for contact, but the more I'm hearing, the more we're looking at like early January versus like February or March. But that doesn't mean anything. This is a kid who literally has not played a game since he played at Providence. So, like, he hasn't played since his junior year in college.
Yeah, so temper expectations a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he just sat out the entire summer, wasn't able to go through summer league, wasn't able to go through any of the standard, training camp or preseason. And hey, he's at 26 games missed at this point already. So we have no idea what he's going to look like when he steps on the court. Maybe he's just really good and, you found a gym. But I'd also like just caution people, like, it's not just that he's a rookie. He's a rookie who just missed all of the build up to a season.
Yeah.
And there's only so much you can do in order to put a player in the right position. And even Mike Brown talked about it yesterday at practice. Like we don't practice like full contact. That's not something we do at this point.
Yeah.
Like, we have too many injuries, and you do not want to have something bad happen. Now, young players, either we saw it with Colby Jones, he'll go down to the G League and go play in a game and then come back. Isaac Jones might do the same thing. There's even a time where like some of the young players will get together and play like 3-on-3 with some of the development guys, right? And so you'll see them running up and down the court and actually getting just some game action, so they're in good shape if they do have their number called. Anyway, I just think it's one of those things where we can't have expectations for a guy like
for Ricky, who's missed half the season.
Yeah, for Carter.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's missed half the season, but it's more than that. He missed the whole summer.
Yeah.
I mean, summer, before your rookie season, they literally like get you in the lab. And not only do you work out, do you get built up, but you sit there and you learn the playbook. You go through all the play sets a million times. You work on the finer nuances. It's one thing to know how to do a pick and roll at the college level. It's a whole nother thing to know how to do a pick and roll with Domantas Sabonis. Mm-hmm. Or with Orlando Robinson, or with Isaac Jones. Like there's so many layers to this of what it means to miss time. And so I think he can go out there and hustle and grab rebounds and show you his athleticism. But can he do that without making a whole bunch of mistakes that don't show up in the stat book outside of maybe plus minus? And that's kind of where you're hoping that you can bring a player along the right way. Jesse, we also had this, the NBA is filled with magical dates, right? And December 15th, yesterday, came and went. We are seeing a little bit of player movement, which, we had the Dennis Schroder trade, but also on top of that, what was it? Bryant, Thomas Bryant.
Yeah. Got
traded this weekend as well. Got traded to the Pacers. I kind of feel like this is going to be an early and long trade season. And I like right now, I can tell like everything I've heard is that the Kings are being extremely active, that they are trying to shop players right now. They're trying to bring in upgrades right now, and they're an aggressive team on the market without any question. Whether they can get anything done, I don't know.
You think Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson, those are the two names we've heard the most? Those are just the two most realistic options for them, or we don't know about?
Well, I mean, you can start throwing like Kyle Kuzma in there. You can throw Brandon Ingram in there, but he's hurt. I don't want Kyle Kuzma here. The same guys that were available this summer are available right now. And the teams that held on to him, either they couldn't find a deal that made sense then, and they believe that they've built up more value now, or they're just trying to get off them now.
Yeah.
Like a guy like Kuzma has not had a spectacular season, and so if I'm looking at him, like if I'm the Kings, I don't know. He's not the defensive player that you need. He would bring the offensive punch, but you're just basically swapping out one offensive player for another offensive player.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Kuzma thing anymore. Before DeMar DeRozan got here, maybe, but I just feel like this Kings team, their issues aren't where it's like massive holes or anything like that. You honestly just need to round up the roster and get some guys who can knock down the 3-point shot and play some defense. Like, they're not far off. I think there's light at the end of the tunnel with this team. It's just you just need to find the right guys at this point.
No,
you need consistency.
Who is the right guy for you?
I guess I'll go Dorian Finney-Smith or Cam Johnson. Like I said, someone off the bench that I can count on where, like, yes, they're going to knock down some shots and play a little bit of defense.
Okay, so let's just keep going. If Dorian Finney-Smith costs you, say, Trey Lyles and some matching salary, and maybe a couple of second-round picks, versus Cam Johnson that costs you Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, and at least a first-round pick, like, which of those deals, knowing that one guy's 31 and the other guy's 28, one guy's a better scorer, one guy's a better defender?
Cam Johnson, I'd rather have Cam Johnson here, but all right, help me out then. Who's taking Trey Lyles' spot off the bench?
Isaac Jones.
Isaac Jones at that point?
Oh, or you're going to go with Jay Crowder.
Got it. So yeah, I think I'll roll with Cam still, just because I know, like, Cam is a player I can count on, and the same with Dorian Finney-Smith. But I don't know if I like giving up Trey Lyles for DFS.
Okay.
Yeah,
because in all honesty, Cam is also, like, he's younger. Like, he's a 28-year-old dude, and he's under contract for 3 years. This year and 2 more. So I think it makes sense. I think there's another layer too. So people understand, December 15th, it's the first day that you can trade players that were signed during the summer. And there are some exceptions to this. So, like, Doug McDermott cannot be traded until January 16th when his contract becomes fully guaranteed. And Jay Crowder, because of the late date of when he was signed, he can't actually even be traded this season at all. He can be waived. Both of these players can be waived, but they can't be traded. They can't be added into a trade, right? The NBA is very complicated about how they build out their trades. So even like Dennis Schroder was traded to the Warriors, there's a possibility that he could be traded again. And if it's on like a certain date, he can be traded in an aggregated trade with other players. If it's after a certain date, then he can only be traded by himself. And even like in the immediate future, he can only be traded again by himself for whatever player. You can add in picks and stuff, but you can't do is throw in additional players. The Kings had 4 players who became eligible to be traded that were not eligible before. And those are, of course, DeMar DeRozan, who signed, I think he's at $23.4 million for this year. But then it's Jordan McLaughlin, it's Orlando Robinson, and Alex Len.
Yeah.
And all 3 of those guys are on what amount to minimum scale contracts. They're veteran minimum contracts. So it doesn't matter how much their contract is. So, like, I think Alex Len makes 3.3 or 3.4 million this year. He only counts in trade as 2.1 million, and he only counts against the luxury tax and the salary cap as 2.1 million. He just makes more money than that because it's the league. You always have like a league minimum dollar amount, and anything over that, as long as it's still for years of service, only counts that much against the cap.
Yeah, you're right. This trade stuff is a little bit complicated.
It's complicated, right? It always is, and like I try not to make it too boring for people, but just know, like, the Kings have the reason why it matters that Orlando and Alex and Jordan McLaughlin and even DeMar to a certain extent, but realistically the first 3 is because you might get to a trade where you're swapping a you're looking at a $22 million player and you have a $17 million player, but the dollars and cents don't match up.
Yeah.
So you need to include a player in that, and those minimum scale contracts can, close the gap in a trade to make it work. So as opposed to trading Again, you could trade like a $5 million player, or you could trade three $2 million players to equal that same amount, a little bit more than that amount, but to make a trade work. So now the Kings just have more moving pieces to throw into a trade that maybe you couldn't do before, just because of like the numbers.
You think, just your best guess, or whatever you think, you think they're moving to make something happen sooner, or just do you think they'll wait till the right deal is there and we could see something around the trade deadline for the Kings?
You know what? I think that's a really good question, but I also think it's something that we should save until after the break.
Sounds good.
So we're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia filling in for Kyle Madsen. We are brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just a minute. So you do know what we have to do next, right? Yeah. I just kind of moved it.
I figure.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yep. I'm gonna step out real quick.
All right. I agree with this. I just, again, I'm not he's an impactful player right now, and he's only under contract for one more year. But I am confused as to like what are you doing there? Because you're making your window even shorter. So I agree. I like Dorian Finney-Smith, and I like that he plays defense and he can play like the 3 and the 4. He would really help Keegan Murray. But I also, he's not like a game changer. And specifically on the offensive end, the Kings' needs on the offensive end are all of a sudden bigger than they were before because of Malik Monk going in the starting lineup. I wish Bruce Brown played basketball still, because he really does not. He hasn't been on the court at all, and I do like Bruce Brown. I think Bruce Brown is an expiring $23 million contract, and the only reason the Raptors picked up that deal was so they could trade him and try to acquire more stuff at the deadline, but it hasn't really worked out. I don't think we're going to see some Crawford minutes tonight. But hey, you never know. Yeah. Sal, I think Bruce Brown would be a really, really nice player for the Kings. He's just like a better version of Keon Ellis. But he's also really expensive and injury prone. Take a flyer from... No, I would not take a flyer on Lonzo. And I don't think you can take a flyer on Lonzo because he makes a lot of money. I like Okogie, but where is Okogie? Isn't he on... He's on the Suns, isn't he? Yeah, the Suns, I don't believe, are going to trade Josh Okogie. But, yeah, I mean, talking about a dude who's shooting 41.7% from 3. His per 36 numbers are nuts. He's not getting a lot of minutes, but, yeah, I like Okogie.
You guys mentioned Lonzo. I'm with Charismatic. No flyers, please. We need you guys to
I'm okay. Okay, so it just depends on what type of budget you're playing with. Like, I don't know.
Would you rather trade for Lonzo or take a buyout Ben Simmons?
I'd rather take a buyout Ben Simmons. Although they're basically in the same boat. Jim, I don't think James, you don't think Herb Jones is available? I don't think Herb Jones is available. I mean, maybe he is, but they're gonna want gold for him because he's under contract for like 3 years at nothing. His contract is glorious. Huh. Ben Simmons would be a fan favorite. Why? Because he sits in the stands more often than he plays? Heyo.
Got him.
Oh, has Kevin been ruled out? Yeah, he was doubtful. I mean, doubtful pretty much means he's out. Updated injury report. Kevin Herter is still listed as doubtful. Christian Brown is questionable. Kankar's out. Got a bunch of dudes on two-way on. Yeah. No, Sean. Kevin Herter is actually injured. He has an AC joint issue. Scooter, I don't think it's an issue. An AC joint is like it's minor, or they wouldn't have him as doubtful. They would have him as out. Doubtful means he actually can like be upgraded pretty quickly. Yeah, so the 49ers are suspending DeVondre Campbell for 3 games. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. We're, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Make sure if you are getting ready for the holiday travel season, go to jiffylube.com, pick up a $33 off coupon. If your car isn't starting the way it should in the morning, getting a little slow on the start, go in, have them check your battery, have them check your windshield wipers, have them check your headlights. Get that full service before you head out on the road for the holiday season. Jiffy Lube, of course, is open 7:30 to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Check your local listings for the closest Jiffy Lube to you. Jesse, the Kings they're about to play again 9 out of 11 at home, 11 straight in the month of December and January in the state of California. Why is it, do you think, that they've struggled at home this season, and maybe even last season, and maybe
last 5 years,
the 5 seasons before that?
Yeah, you want to go farther than that? I'm sure we can. Honestly, I don't understand it at all. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, the fans don't show up, because they do. It's not Detroit or anything like that, or Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the fans are loud, they're into the game and all that. I'm not sure why they struggle at home. I don't know if it's the energy is too much sometimes, or what may be, but it honestly doesn't make sense, because you figure with fans like this, it kind of be something like where, yeah, they have home field advantage. Like, this is in their benefit all the time.
Yeah, you would think it would be.
Like, honestly, I don't have a reason as to why that doesn't work here. Like, I'm not sure.
I don't know either. I don't know if it's distractions of being at home. I do know that a lot of the Kings players have young kids at home. They've got young families, and so maybe that's part of it. Like, the somewhat of the distraction of being at home, and the road is sort of like where your focus is primarily on the game itself. But again, this is something like teams have played on the road forever. I just remember in the 90s, like, the Kings were horrible. They lost 42 in a row on the road at one point over a 2-season stretch, but most of it was 1 season. And they still won like 24 games. And so that was, it's one of those things where, like, even then, when they lost all those road games, they were still a solid 500 team at home.
Yeah.
2 years ago when they won 48, they won, was it 25 on the road and 23 at home? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't even know how you fix that or what you do. Bryce in the chat says, hey, maybe just treat it like it's a road trip or whatever. Have them stay at the Sawyer.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, entire team stays at the Sawyer until they get their home struggles figured out.
Yeah, there you go. We're all right here.
Yeah.
We're all home. Like, don't call your families. You can FaceTime them.
Yeah, you can FaceTime them if they wanna maybe take an Uber over here. That's fine, but
no driving there.
Yeah, no driving. All right, this is all on the road. We're treating this like a road trip.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone goes out to dinner together.
Exactly.
They're all like sauced, hanging out together.
Yeah, nobody is touching their house until we figure out these home woes.
We have the solution, Sacramento Kings. We have the solution. You think they can build momentum over this stretch?
Yes. I think they can build it. I don't know if I trust them to do it, but yeah, I mean, you're not playing a murder's row of teams right here. Like the Lakers are over 500, but we don't know what they're going to be on any given day. You should be able to, I don't want to say that. Pistons looks like it's a winnable game. And I think
Pacers aren't playing well.
Yeah, Pacers aren't playing well. This is definitely going to be the toughest one of the little 5-game stretch tonight.
Okay. And you know what happens in January, right? They like pack their bags and they never come back.
Yep.
Like, I mean, if you don't take care of business now, the road trip in January is ridiculously tough. And I mean, it might have gotten easier if you just look at some of the teams you're playing, because those teams aren't, all playing that well. But in January 10th, 12th, and 14th, you've got the Celtics, Bulls, and Bucks, right? And then after that, we've got a gigantic road trip where you go at Denver, at New York Knicks, at Brooklyn Nets, at Philadelphia 76ers, at Oklahoma City, at Minnesota. That's a 6-game road trip that you could go 0-6 without any question.
Yeah.
And that's just because it's a tough road trip. So got to take care of business when it's right there in front of you.
I've been tough on Kevin all year, but his absence scares me for tonight. Just because if Kevin's going, then perfect. Like you have something, but I don't know who to count on like with him out tonight.
No, I totally agree. And like, look, when we're watching Kevin Huerter step on the floor, Kevin Huerter, whether he's hitting his shots or not, he's been doing a lot of other things.
Yeah.
He's been rebounding. He's been passing the ball well. His movement in the offense has been spectacular. Like as soon as he steps on the court, everything speeds up. You're like, oh, look at that. Like, so whatever it is that he's bringing is something that they need. And without him out there, like, to me, I think you're right, Jesse. Like, I'm going to probably give Doug McDermott a look and see if he can do some of what Kevin was doing. And that's why Mike started Doug McDermott for a game early in the season when Kevin was out.
Doug, if you're out there, like I need at least 6 threes tonight. Let that thing fly, please.
Well, not only that, like the second you step on the court and you take your first three, hit that thing and build some momentum because the crowd will instantly get behind Doug McDermott. They absolutely love Doug McDermott.
Do not be shy, please.
Okay, let's get to our keys to the game. Jesse, what's your first key?
Doesn't matter who it is. We need something off the bench. Jay Crowder, it could be you. Doug McDermott, it could be you. Keon, you got all this work in the summer about running with the basketball and all that, kind of having it in your hand. Could be you. Jordan McLaughlin, I don't care who it is. They need something off the bench.
They do. Even Isaac Jones. Isaac Jones has had a couple of nice 10, 12-point scoring nights. I'm with you. That is a very, very good key. My first key, the Nuggets are number 1 in assists and number 1 in 2-point field goals. You have to find a way to disrupt their offense.
Yep.
They're averaging over 30 assists per game. They are very, very good at moving the ball. They don't take a lot of threes because they don't have to, because they're finding open guys at the rim. So I think we're going to see the Kings. They're going to have to step up defensively against this team. This is a very good offensive team. And they're going to have to do it without fouling because this team also gets the free throw line a ton.
Yeah. My second key, I need Keegan Murray to stay consistent. I don't need you to go for 30 tonight or anything like that. Like give me 13 to 16 points, knock down your threes. And I think that's going to help out the Kings as much as it needs to.
Yeah. Hit the glass.
Yeah.
Do what you're supposed to do.
Stay consistent. Play how you've been playing.
No, I totally agree. I think you're going to ask a lot of him defensively tonight because the guys he's going to go up against and Michael Porter and Aaron Gordon are both tremendous players and very, very different. But hey, that's the game. You're going to have to step up and make plays. My second key, find a way to match their bench, which is very similar to yours. And I don't think the Kings can match the bench point for point, but what they're going to need is for their starters who are in that second unit to be great. Like when De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray are running with 3 other players, 3 of the second unit guys, you're going to need them to play big. And that's it. And so I don't think you can. The bench is going to get outscored tonight. I guarantee you. It's possible Russell Westbrook outscores the Kings bench by himself.
Yeah.
Same with Peyton Watson. He's got skills to do that. But the Kings need to find a way to, even if it's changing the rotation pattern so they have more scoring in that second unit, they're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah, then my final key, it's all hands on deck tonight. Like, I don't think you can play how you did against the Pelicans on Thursday and do that same thing tonight and win. Like Malik Monk, I don't think can go 2 of 11, 1 from 5 from 3. I don't think he can do that. Everyone's got to play well. Everyone's got to bring it tonight. It's got to be team basketball, I think, tonight.
No, I totally agree with that. And then my final thought is start the homestand the right way. Like, this is a really, really important segment of the season. And we keep saying that. And the reason I keep saying it is because the schedule just gets tougher from here. Like, once you get done with this 11-game stretch here, that means that you are so far up because right now they're 6-7 at home. They're 7-6 on the road. So again, they've played 13 games at home and 13 games on the road. If you go through a stretch where you play 9 out of 11 at home, there's going to come a point in the schedule where that switches. And you've got to play 9 out of 11 on the road. And when that happens, like, who are you? And I guess we shouldn't worry about it because the Kings are a better road team than they are home team anyways, but still it should be a concern.
We want to start off on the right foot too, because you don't want to be a team that's always fighting to get back to 500 either. Where it's like, all right, the Kings are down a game under 500. They got to get back today, or now they're 2 again or whatever. Like, you got to maintain some consistency and kind of get out ahead of yourself now. And it's not going to be the easiest thing because obviously, like, this team needs improvements and stuff like that, but it's kind of the hole you've dug for yourself at this point.
No, I totally agree. All right. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm James Ham. Sacramento Kings face the Denver Nuggets tonight. A huge, huge game as they kick off a long homestand. We were talking before we went to the break about trades and about, like, where the Kings are. And I know a lot of people have questions nonstop in the chatty house. They're asking questions all the time. But where are you at with what your biggest need is right now? Like, if you get Trey Lyles back, you get Kevin Huerter back, that's one thing. But knowing that some of those guys are probably going to have to go out in a trade, like, are you looking for a defensive minded guy? Are you looking for an offensive guy? Like,
I'm looking for offense. If it's got to be one or the other, I'm looking for more offense. The Kings, I think, need, like, shooting the ball well as well for this, like, field goal percentage and all that. Like, they need 10 to 13 points from someone off the bench. They need consistency. The starting 5, for the most part, like, Malik might have an off game. Keegan might have an off game. Like, it looks like he's picking it up, but they're always going to bring it, I think. So I need someone off the bench that I can count on where it's like nobody's getting help as far as these starters, and we might lose this game because the bench gave me only 5 points today. Like, you need, I'm looking for consistency. Consistent offense, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Not even something absurd either. It's just someone who I know can knock down a 3, knock down a shot.
Yeah, I'm with you. Do you think they have between a Jay Crowder, between Doug McDermott, do you think that they have someone that can step up and at least take care of some of this?
No, honestly, no, because I feel like at this point, if they did, someone would have done it by now.
That's a good point.
Yeah, like, Doug McDermott will come in sometimes. It'll only take 2 shots the entire time he's out there. That's why today I'm like, take 6 threes if you need to. Jay Crowder was a great player and all that, but he's just not who he was 5 years ago for whatever the Bucks, Celtics, or whoever.
No, I would agree.
So I don't think you have that.
We've got Kenny Caraway coming in for the handoff. Are you on over there?
Not yet. He's getting set up.
Kenny's still getting set up. I think he's chasing a squirrel.
Definitely squirrels. Definitely ain't doing that. We just pushing them on out. That's what we're doing around here.
Shout out Rocky, wherever you're at.
Shout out Rocky.
I can't even move.
Take care, Rocky. Take care.
I don't even know the whole story. I will tell you, my corgi wakes us up every morning. There's a squirrel that loves to come out onto. We have a balcony off our master bedroom.
Okay, well,
and
that's all right.
You must live in Damian Barling's neighborhood.
It's a little different. But the squirrel will jump out on the deck and it's a very short deck, like probably 3 feet, but like maybe 8 feet long. and the squirrel will run back and forth and mess with our corgi, who wants to just do nothing but get outside and snap that little squirrel in half.
So we got cats. We got cats that come up to our window, try to tease our dog.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
All right.
the neighbor's cats, but
The animals need to just stay away, bro.
honestly,
Even though you can make the argument we're taking their land.
true.
These domesticated
Yeah.
We're taking their home.
squirrels.
Yeah, so
Yeah. We got a big game tonight.
we do have a big game. We have the start of a big stretch of games. This 5-game homestand. Talked about it last week, James. We'll talk about it more throughout the day. But I need 4-1, man. I need 4-1.
That's what I said.
This there was a lot of talk back and forth about that game on Thursday leading up to it, what it would mean, what it would tell you about the Kings. Really wasn't going to tell me much of anything. We talked about that. But this 5-game stretch, this is going to tell me who the Kings are at the very least right now, and maybe who they're going to be moving forward. You got 5 teams that are, for lack of better, they're at your level right now. They are where you are. Denver's are where you are. The Lakers are. The Pacers, they're starting to play better. I'm going to give them respect and say they're about on your level. And then Detroit is below you. If you can't find a way to win 4 of those games, that's going to tell me maybe you're not ready for them lights.
Where are you at with the Kings being a subpar home team?
I don't like it. That's got to change. That's another reason why this is so important. If they're going to be anything that we are hoping they were or expected them to be, that has to change. You can't be a middling home team.
How do you fix a 5-year problem though? 4 years.
You got DeMar DeRozan in here. You got Malik Monk in the starting lineup, and those guys in that locker room, you fix it. Just like Domantas Sabonis. I mean, it's a little different because you could actually work on it, but just like they fixed the free throw shooting. Like you went out there, you applied yourself to it, and you get it done. And whether it's a shift in mindset, whether it's a leader stepping up and, not letting your mind waver during these home games, whatever somebody feels the issue was, like you got to take care of it starting now. You got to.
I've always wondered too, because I think the Kings don't play really, really well at home, but I also feel like their opponents always do. And I don't know what it is about.
Anthony Edwards says he loves playing in Sacramento.
Yeah, whether it's the sightlines, whether it's a packed house and it's always a noisy crowd. And, I will say this, like it's going to be a packed house for the next couple of weeks, but they've struggled a little bit to sell tickets this year. There's been a couple of games in the 15,000 seat range, but it doesn't matter. The crowd is still huge. The crowd is noisy and fully engaged and chanting Keegan Murray and, the Domantas Sabonis chant and all that stuff. Like they're fully in it. And for me, I'm always left with this, like, how could you not be like super excited to play here? But you go to Atlanta and, the poor Hawks play in front of like 8,000 fans and it's so cold and quiet there. And you're like, oh, this is horrible. I just wonder if it's maybe the other team is feeding off the fact that it's a great crowd.
No, I think that's definitely part of the case. You get a guy like Anthony Edwards, I feel like, I don't want to say clearly I'm not an NBA player, nothing like that, but I'd love playing in Sacramento.
It's almost as if the Kings don't know how to feed off of that energy or channel it. Like Anthony Edwards, like whoever comes, like road teams come in, they say, oh yeah, we love playing with the crowd. Like there's just that energy and that atmosphere. Like they can use that or whatever. Like, as a player, but it's almost as if the Kings don't know how to use that.
Well, and I talked about it on the flip side, RIP here on the handoff, but I talked about it on the flip side of things. And I don't think it's the case, but it's something you got to think about. There's a lot of, James, you're there every night. You feel the angst of that home crowd. And there is a possibility that maybe for some players, they feel that. Like if right now, nobody can stop the 3, right? And stop the opponent shooting 3. Michael Porter Jr. comes in and hits the first 2 threes. You feel the crowd. Oh, here we go. They can't stop any. You feel that. You know what I mean? And that could tighten up some guys on the team. And they're going to have to get past that. I also try not to, like Jesse said, it's a 5-year problem. And I understand a lot of the same faces are still here. But that's also like saying like them not making the playoffs is a 16-year problem. Like what happened in 2008 ain't got nothing to do with
No.
that being team one team. You know what I mean? So you can't wear that same type of
Can I call it 3
pressure.
years then? Because like most of the guys are still around.
Yeah, but no, DeMar's here now.
Yeah. All right. Well,
DeMar's here now. Malik is starting.
It's been a lot longer than that too.
well, yeah, but
You know,
with this group of guys I'm in,
I
though.
mean, Alvin Gentry just went off on it, and that was before the Mike Brown era.
Yeah, but no, it has. But maybe it's just a mindset. But you can't let what's gone on historically define who you are right now. You know what I mean? And that's what maybe it's as simple as that. Is these guys got to look at it and, you know, hey man, I don't care what the home record was the last 2-3 years. I don't care what it is, what it was in November. We're here in December. We got an opportunity to change it, and you got to change it. You have to.
No, I hear you. All right, we're about to wrap up here, but you can win a pair of tickets to the Miami Heat versus Sacramento Kings game on January 6th.
the Kings Miami
Yeah,
game.
or is it just Miami Sacramento?
Miami Sacramento.
Yeah,
Maybe. There's always funny things with these reads.
Miami Sacramento is the safest.
I think you
one.
can catch the Kings playing Miami. I think that's it.
I think you
That's
can.
it.
Yeah.
It's January 6th at Golden One Center. Just enter online, go to ESPN1320.com. There will be 5 winners. It doesn't get easier than this. Just go online, enter, and you could win tickets courtesy of the Sacramento Kings. I would also like to announce that the last 2 weeks winners for our $50 gift certificate from Jiffy Lube, and of course our new super cool Kings Inside, not Kings, Insiders hoodies. Jesus, Insiders hoodies. Tyler J and Iggy were our winners, so congrats on that. We will have another code word tomorrow, so make sure you tune into the Insiders at 10 a.m. Kyle Madsen will be back. They are wrapping up the latest Lindsay Lohan movie where he's an extra.
Okay.
And he'll be back here, and of course we'll have all of your coverage from from tonight's Sacramento Kings game.
Come on, man, let's get a win, man.
Yes. So for our good friend Jesse Tapia, thanks for filling in the last few days. Of course, Joe Brazil on the board back here. You guys have a good show.
Let's
We're
get
the
it.
Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
All right, I'm hopping in the other room.
Sweet.
What's good, everybody? What's good? What's good?
Why do they do that?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good? What's good? What's good? One more time, just because we in here on the holidays, man. We welcome you in here to the Monday, December 16th edition, final full week of D-Lo and KC 2024. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
The worst. The absolute worst. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend, man. We appreciate you for tapping in and being in here with us. And well, there was no Kings game last night or the night before.
Kings once again haven't played in forever.
No 49ers, no Raiders, just football and basketball. And it wasn't bad.
Oh, we got a marquee game on tonight. Ain't that
Shout out to our man. Shout out to our man Brandon, who's just trying to put the game over.
He just that's his job. You know, that's his job. He's just trying to do his job, man. You know,
just out here lying to the people, huh?
You guys aren't tapped in for Desmond Ridder versus what, Kirk Cousins?
Bro, that's crazy.
Desmond Ridder revenge game?
Are we sure it's Kirk Cousins? Question mark.
yeah. Then they come out earlier in the week and they're like, nah, it's not time yet. I thought somebody.
Oh, are we already benching him? Or is
Kirk
he hurt?
Cousins?
Well, no, they were asking for Penix.
Got it.
Have you seen Kirk Cousins' numbers?
Yeah, but I didn't think we were at a point where it's like, all right, get Michael Penix.
Bro, he
out of
has
here.
like 0 touchdowns and 10 interceptions in the last 3 weeks.
This is Kirk Cousins.
That's
Well,
insane.
Kirk.
That is absolutely
That's not going to get it
nuts.
done, big dog. That's not going to get it done.
They have played themselves like right out of the division race. I mean, they're still in it. Shout out to my Bucks.
Well, those
with
are
a
your
big,
boy and
big,
your boy
big win
Baker.
yesterday.
Now
Yeah,
you're doing work.
man, we'll dive into all of that. All of the, I mean, Eagles and Bills. They're the big storyline coming out of yesterday. I got questions specifically for you regarding what we saw last night.
Okay.
With the Packers and Seahawks, and then we got the Kings tonight. 5-game homestand begins with the Denver Nuggets. A couple of games against the Los Angeles Lakers here this weekend, or this week, excuse me. LeBron James returned to the lineup yesterday. Anthony Davis had 40 in the Lakers' victory last night.
I was watching that game. Anthony Davis was spectacular. I do have a question about AD. I was watching the game and I asked, my wife was sitting right there, and do you think Anthony Davis is a hypochondriac?
That is not a question that has ever crossed my mind, to be honest.
Well, I only ask because a hypochondriac is someone who perceives, has a fear of being injured or sick, or perceives they're sicker or more injured than they are in actuality.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that because I'm watching the game, right? And AD
Just typical AD stuff, right?
This feels so mean.
Well,
I think Casey's onto something.
I mean,
It's so mean.
it feels mean, but it would actually probably explain what happens a little bit more because he gets hurt, right? He hurts his shoulder. That's where and he's laying on the ground, and the trainers come over there and they're checking him out, and he's laying on it. Oh, my shoulder. Oh my gosh. Gets up, walks to the tunnel, walks to the back of the locker room, right? And I'm like, damn, AD got hurt again. That's crazy. And he comes back in about 15 minutes and then it's just killing.
I'm not even lying. I was legit going to ask you if AD like went back to the locker room. He does that a lot.
Yeah. He went back and then comes back into the game like nothing's wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't feel any pain or discomfort or anything, but like if you watch him, like he doesn't mess with the shoulder at all. He just fall away. Just, yeah. Talking crazy to John Morant's dad. Just, oh, yeah, dunk, all this. That's the first time it hit me. It's like, is Anthony Davis a hypochondriac? Because how many times does that happen? Where, oh, no, AD's down. Oh, he's going to the locker room. This doesn't look good. 20 minutes later, he's back on the court.
AD is the player version for how Reggie Miller talks about injuries.
That is terrible. Might be accurate, but that's terrible. I got it. Maybe he is. Maybe he is.
I wonder if it would explain a lot.
Is that
right?
something you can diagnose?
I think so. I don't know. But it would explain a lot. And to be honest with you, it would probably like if it came out that that's what was going on, it would probably like back people off him a little bit. Because he's not number one, he's not always like super hurt. Number one, it's not something I don't think you have control over. You know what I mean? So he's not trying to be dramatic or trying. It's just it's a well, I don't know if it's a diagnosis, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like it's not.
Yeah, I wonder if it is.
I that might get people. Dale, to be honest with you, because we see it in the chat, might stop calling him soft. If you're like, no, man, it's not him being soft. This is a
was that like a
condition?
Go ahead.
No, I think I'm gonna hold back.
You was about to.
I'm
You
gonna
was
hold
about
back.
to. Yeah, Jesse was about to fire something off and was like,
I want to be nice when we're talking about this.
And like I said, I'm not even trying to like. I don't know, maybe it sounds mean. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm watching the game. I see him go down. I see him like on the floor, can't even get up. He gets up. He goes to the locker room. He comes back 15 minutes later and is going to work. I'm like, how can you be that down and out 15, 20 minutes ago? And then it's just I'm just back to killing.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like the only thing that makes sense.
Well, I don't know. How do you die? That's a psychiatrist that would do that. That's not
I think so, yeah.
All right.
And once again, I don't even know if you can diagnose it in that way. We'll never know. Like he'll never like go get tested or anything like. I don't think it'll ever happen. But I'm just sitting there like maybe that's what's going on with him. Maybe he's not soft. Maybe he's not dramatic or anything. Maybe it's something that he has no control over.
Did we just solve Anthony Davis's career?
Maybe. He was killing last night, though. That was the original point. He was killing.
I don't know where to go.
You know, when Dame goes silent, that means we're on to something. Because usually he'll call us idiots or something, or like a bunch of children or whatever. But Dame is thinking like, "Hey, these buffoons are on to something."
I think it's interesting. Would it change how people talked about him? Because I don't think mental.
If it came out that was the case, I think people would stop calling him soft.
I don't think
they would.
I think
in today's age, when they're like, "Yo, you've got a literally, it would probably be a mental health issue." Like this is I think it's more so a mental health thing than it is like the doctor prescribing you as physically there's something wrong.
I feel like they'd be tougher on Anthony Davis. The jokes would fly more, I think. If we're talking Twitter,
well,
I think
the jokes are always gonna fly. But
I mean,
I don't think Charles Barkley.
I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that are going to come to my mind immediately. Charles Barkley and Shaq aren't going to change their tone.
I think Chuck's going to Shaq like, "Hey, Shaq, be nice. You know he's a
I
hypochondriac."
didn't have any mental issues when I was a player.
Yeah.
It's because he's soft. He's soft.
Maybe.
Whoa, Kenny.
That's hilarious.
It's not. It's not. You're literally the only one laughing. But bad impressions is your thing. Bad impressions is your thing. I don't think that stops anyone from talking about Anthony Davis the way that they do. I mean, I would hope that you're right, but I don't.
I think it does though. Like it may not stop everyone, but there will be people who are like, nah, man, back up off him, man. He's not soft.
You think Shaq would?
Maybe
Charles?
not. Maybe not. But Kenny and Ernie would. Like right now, they don't say nothing. If it was diagnosed that what was going on with him, Kenny and or Ernie would be like, "Let's chill, Zach, chill." You know what I mean? Like right now, they just let them cook. And if that came out, I think one of them would be like, "Nah, man, come on, he's got a diagnosis for this." That alone is different than what we got right now, like the reaction and everything.
Okay. How did we get here? Oh,
Yeah,
the Lakers had AD had 40.
I think
Kings play the Lakers twice this week.
Night and then so also I'm watching that game, and I think it was on Saturday, maybe Friday. They asked JJ Redick, they said, LeBron, he's supposed to be taking time off, personal reasons or whatever the story was that was out there. And I think they asked JJ, they're like, JJ, how long is this supposed to be? And he's like, be honest with you, I have no idea. And I was like, oh, LeBron might be out for 2 weeks. I turned the game on Sunday. LeBron out there playing. I said, wait a minute.
They were talking like they had no clue where he was.
Right.
I saw someone tweet, bro, just ask his son.
No, that's the way they were talking.
Yeah.
Like, I have no idea when we'll see LeBron again.
I read
have
a
no
tweet
idea.
and I was low-key like concerned. Like, I hope LeBron is okay. Like it was legit like that.
Same thing. And then
Well,
I turned the game on Sunday, and there he is,
But I think
wiping his hands on his chest like this.
Yeah,
I was like, LeBron's really taking this father time thing tough. Like, you're going to be okay.
I don't know why they did that. I think that was a Lakers call. That he
not
was
say anything.
Yeah, they said he was out for personal reasons.
Mm-hmm.
He was resting his foot.
Yeah,
like
he said it's.
He's like, I'm trying to manage. Like, I didn't want to not play,
Mhm.
but I'm trying to manage this issue with my foot. I know it's going to linger all year, but I don't know why it got so dramatic.
I thought it was a Dennis. They lost like Dennis Rodman or something.
Well, they had like a King schedule.
Yeah.
So he hasn't really missed a ton of games,
Right.
but he's been away like 8 days, I think, leading into last night. I think it was 7 or 8 days.
I think the last game he had played was the Friday we were at Sky River. I think he played against Atlanta because he missed the game winner after Trae Young made it. And I don't think he had played all week.
Okay.
So after they talked, but to that point, I think they only had one game that week. I think it was Friday was the only game they had. And they asked him, maybe there was one other game that he missed, like on that Sunday before. And
so he's missed like 1 or 2 games.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
acted like he was missing.
So yeah, I'm
like
thinking,
we were sending Amber alerts,
like
bro.
Jesse said, I'm like, oh man, this is under. We're on Saturday night. I'm like, yo, we have to really dive into this on Monday. This is nobody's talking about. This is crazy. Turn on the game. There's LeBron.
I was legit concerned
Meanwhile,
for his life.
Bronny scoring 30. Hey, is your dad all right? No, congrats on the 30, but
some of the reporter says, Locker, is your father missing? Do you know where he's at?
Is he in Draymond's man cave? We'll come back. Did you see Draymond tonight last night?
I didn't see like the numbers. I saw the game, and that wasn't.
Did he punch someone?
No, Draymond was hooping last night.
He was hooping. I didn't see the numbers.
I
saw
like,
the fourth quarter. He was not hooping.
I think there were like 49 threes.
Yeah, it was an NBA record
hit between the two teams last night. I know. I think the Warriors had 27. Draymond had a bunch of them.
In the first 3 quarters.
Must have vomited. We'll come back. We'll talk about what went on in the association and what went on in the NFL. And we've got Kings basketball, and it wouldn't be Kings basketball without an injury.
Wow.
Guess we've got another one. We'll talk about it. We're just getting started. It's Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Shout out Delivery Joe.
It's always going to be a wild picture because it looked like they were having the time of their lives or whatever.
Yeah, there's no 13th round today, so I mean it's it. Like Munguia was always Munguia. He always was susceptible to that type of um, outcome because his defense was weak. He's just not that good. Like he's a solid, strong offensive fighter. Not a good has no real defensive skills. So that always could have happened. He got the Canelo bag. That that was the ceiling for his career. Is maybe you get a Canelo fight one day. He got that. I ain't saying he got to hang it up, but he's a non-factor.
I think we got to start our arm at KC.
Huh?
I got Ricardo in the chat. Bad news for KC. The University of Richmond did a behavioral study that taught rats how to drive. They might pull up to the crib now.
What?
Yeah. All right.
Come on, man.
It's time.
Yo, some of these scientists, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. Just because you can doesn't mean you have to.
That's ridiculous. It really is. That is absolutely ridiculous.
I'm gonna keep it real. If the robots and the rats somehow teamed up, we wouldn't stand a chance.
I mean, we're done regardless. We just have to pick a side, and I'm siding with the aliens.
See, well, that's a third team in all this.
I'm siding with the aliens. Rats are pretty smart, though. Isn't that the thing on them that they're pretty smart?
Yeah, I think they learn.
Yeah.
They're not just animals that just move around and stuff. Well, you can teach them some things, I guess.
Filthy, stop saying this, bro. No, I'm not. Stop. People
Dave,
watch
can you
this-
hear us?
Yeah.
They've
People
taught the
watch-
rats how to drive.
Scientists.
It's over.
I was trying to get a picture, but after the rain on Sunday, saw these squirrels outside just living their best life, just running along the fence. And
Good for them. They were
They're
able to
coming out.
grieve
They
their
go-
loss so fast.
They go into the house? Do they go in the house? I don't think they did.
don't think so.
No, they were smart. You can't just
wouldn't bother
go in
nobody.
somebody's house.
Hmm.
And I tried to get you out. I tried to just push you out.
Anyone watch Saturday night's main event on Saturday? That's redundant.
I saw
So
the main event.
I just saw clips or just a clip of the end. Forgive me. It's all a work, right?
Yes.
The end
yes.
end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason I ask is because that was a vicious pile driver.
Yeah.
Like I was like, hold on, brother. That was tough. But I was like, nah. Until I hear otherwise, it's a work.
That's their thing now. They're tweeting out injuries like which is those
Yeah.
terms. I don't even know what this means to make it seem real.
Oh, yeah.
Do you
Freaking raccoons, bro. They might be the king of the rodent kingdom.
If Mitch calls a good idea by Tyler. If Mitch calls in today,
My bad.
do we ask Mitch about the drones in Jersey?
Mm.
Yeah.
What are you hearing, Mitch?
Oh, absolutely. If he calls in. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We got to know what Mitch is talking about.
I'm gonna need the chatty house to relax. This is the second time I've seen a Paul Pierce mention with the AD stuff. He tore his ACL and he came back and won a ring after. What more do you want?
Yeah, John Pauls. That's what I thought too. But I mean, I just assume it's a work. But I was like, hold on. Like I said, that was a dangerous little pile driver there. But maybe it's actually safer than the old one. I don't know. Oh, Sean, stop. No, don't even put that in the atmosphere. Relax.
What does a giant squirrel even look like?
I was gonna save this for later, but we can talk about it now because it's not really like it's not a long discussion. But looks like we're going to Vegas, huh? Next November, D-Lo and KC live from Las Vegas. Let's go.
It's in Las Vegas. The November.
November. Walk me through it.
Well, no, one of our favorite coaches is going to be there playing in a big money tournament.
Oh yeah, I think they were there in March. No, what month are we in?
We're in December.
No, I think they were there in November. I think they did something there in November. You talking about Duke, right? Yeah. Because they so what's the tournament next?
Well, they're there next November.
Yeah, what's
it's the players tournament? It's the money one, the $1 million tournament.
Oh, okay. Because they were there this November.
Mm.
She was there because she was there the weekend of Adele's last show and was trying to figure out how to go.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, let's go.
I'll go to the boss. We're headed to Vegas next November.
Yeah, we're there. We're there.
Okay.
And money's on the line. And well,
you know, she gives me nothing, right? Like I've been at like she has 4 million pairs of shoes lying around collecting dust, and I asked for one. She'll tell me, hey, I'm going to send you a box of the box never arrives ever. Between the time the phone hangs up to the time she goes and does her next thing, I get nothing. We were supposed to go to the All-Star game this year. She forgot.
What if it's on purpose and like this is like a little joke she's playing on you?
It probably is.
I'm gonna tell him I got tickets to the finals.
Yeah, I don't imagine. Yeah, like I am the least of her concern. So I'll put you in charge of getting tickets to the players.
We'll be there because you see they got some good. That little 4-team thing is going to be crazy. It's Duke, UCLA, Texas, and South Carolina.
Well, ask your girl Dawn. Well, hell, you know what's funny?
Don't know Dawn.
I might be more likely to get a response from Dawn than anyone else there. Don, can you leave me a couple of tickets for me and my boy? Yeah, no problem. Angela will have them at the window. That'd be it.
That's gonna be fun.
Hey, Kara, can you leave me and Kenny a couple of tickets? Yeah, no problem. Hangs up the phone. I know I was supposed to do something. Oh, well, let me call this recruit. That's life. Bro.
They played the men's players tournament this year. They didn't really have that good of an attendance. But
men's basketball still a thing? College?
Absolutely. I'm watching it right now. Loyola
for you,
Illinois,
but
Loyola Illinois versus USF in some Milwaukee tip-off class.
Well, that's the game I was going to tap into, but since you're watching it, I guess
just lost 10 listeners right now.
Damn, man. Hey, lost the Causeway on Saturday. Damn. Sac State lost to UC Davis. Wasn't happy about that.
I forget the Causeway is even a thing in basketball, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'd be forgetting.
Yeah. Davis lost in the playoffs.
A salute.
What, 6 turnovers? That's crazy.
Man. So as we said like 22 minutes ago, Kings start a 5-game homestand tonight.
That's right.
Against the Nuggets. I don't really know what to think about this game. Like, I think the Kings always match up really well against Denver. I don't think Denver. I think what are they, like 12-10 right now? That seems like low. That doesn't seem like enough games played. 13-10.
Yeah, I was about to say three or four games over 500.
Yeah, they're 13-10 now.
Denver shoots 38% from 3, by the way. They only hit 11 threes per game, though.
Well, keep that
one less than the Kings.
I guess keep that number in the back of your head. 38%. Would you say 11?
Yeah, one less than the Kings. We're at 12 per game.
I don't know. I feel like, we've been trying to figure out, Memphis 18-9, Oklahoma City 20-5. Is this what these teams are? Like, I look at Denver, they're 13-10, win percentage of .565. My gut's like, yeah, that's Denver.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Denver is. Like, they're going to be about this for the bulk of the year. And, now it's the Kings are a 500 team. You got to ask yourself, are the Sacramento Kings a 500 team? Is that what they are? Are they 13-13? Are they hovering around 500 the entire year? Of course, I'm an idiot, and my answer to that is no. I don't think that that's what they are, which is part of what makes tonight's game really interesting. You know, Jokic is going to play well. You know, the two teams are going to match up well. You know, Michael Malone is going to have a bug up his ass to beat Sacramento. And you've got the Kings who have won 3 straight and are looking to, you know, now that they've gotten back to 500, it's all right. Let's get something moving here. And you got these huge that right now they look like massive games with the Lakers, even though we're 26 games into the season. They feel like massive games with the Lakers coming up on Thursday and Saturday.
Yeah, this is goes to what, you know, I said, you know, at the end of last week is this 5-game stretch this is monumental for the Kings. This is the biggest stretch of games to date. All 5 at home, 3 of the 5 against teams that you are directly trying to position with the Nuggets, and then 2 against the Lakers. And you just have the whole scenario of the Kings not being able to gain any traction at home.
Yeah.
And that has to
change. Below 500 right now.
It can't happen. That has to change if you're going to be the team that you expect to be, that we expect you to be, that you want to be. And yeah, the 3-2 not going to get it done. 4-1 is what I'm looking for at worst. And you've got to start it off the right way against a team like Denver, who, even if you think eventually they'll get back to their championship pedigree, I don't, but say you think that way, they're not there now. So you have to take advantage of where they're at right now at home and try and win this game. They need a nice little showing in this next 2 weeks or so. The Kings do.
If they were to go 4-1 in their next 5, what are we saying about them at the end of that?
That they've corrected some of the things that were an issue before. Not a perfect team, still got holes, still got things they got to work on, but they're starting to settle into who they are.
Okay, I mean 4-1 is a good number. 4-1 is a great number.
And like you mentioned last week, 4-1 would be 8-2 in your last 10.
Yeah,
they've won 3 in a row right now, or they've won 4 or 5.
They've won 4 or 5.
4 or
yeah,
5.
They've won 4 or
So,
5. So you add the 4 to that.
10. Yeah. 8 out of your last 10.
That's a good look. Yeah, that's a good look. They might have to do it without Kevin Huerter. I'm not exactly sure. Kevin Huerter got hurt in the New Orleans game. Everyone saw it. He reacted to it. He just kept playing. By the time they got to practice, I think this was on Saturday.
Yeah.
It was, some imaging showed that Kevin's got an AC joint sprain, and he's not ruled out. He's just listed as day-to-day. And so you've got, today, Monday, you've got Thursday, you've got Saturday, you've got Sunday. Like you've got games in quick order here after a decent stretch between games. So tough time for the Kings to deal with another injury.
And like we talked about,
albeit maybe not too serious.
Yeah, and there's a couple of things going on there. Number one, we talked about from Kevin Huerter's point of view. You got to be concerned. You got to be kind of apprehensive because this is the same shoulder that got surgically repaired in the offseason. Different, I'm assuming different part of the shoulder, different. It's not the same injury to the same exact place, but it's the shoulder again. And maybe, you're a little worried about that. Then when you talk about the Kings' perspective, the bench play has been a concern. It's been something that has not been consistent for pretty much the entirety of this season so far, the first 26 games. And you have a guy that was supposed to be a big part of what you were doing with your bench production and your bench scoring, and now he may be out or may be hampered. Where's the scoring going to come from? Who's going to pick up the slack if Kevin Huerter isn't able to play? Where are you getting those points from? And that's a concern.
Well, Mike Brown says it's got to be by committee. In fact, his exact quote was, "We've got to find it. We've got to find it by committee. It may not be one guy. Kevin's been playing well for us. Even when he hasn't shot the ball well, he's done a lot of little things that have impacted the game the right way." And end quote. That was Mike Brown at practice, courtesy of the Kings beat from our man James Ham. And James opens his latest newsletter by talking about, hey, Trey Lyles was out there on the floor this weekend. So it's like just as, hey, we might see Trey back. I didn't realize until reading Hammer's newsletter, I didn't realize Lyles has been out 3 weeks.
Yeah,
man.
And the initial diagnosis was a 3 to 4 week reevaluation.
I think it was 3 week reevaluation. Yeah. But yeah, just as it appears, maybe someone is on the way back. Again, Kevin Huerter hasn't been ruled out. He hasn't even been ruled out at tonight's game. He's just listed as day-to-day. So he's going to be dealing with something. He continued to play in the New Orleans game, but he was obviously uncomfortable. So yeah, just another thing the Kings got to do. I guess we finally have shed the healthiest team in the league label.
Yeah, just back-to-back seasons of dealing with injuries in and out. It's like hopefully they don't say that about them no more. But it also won't be used as
they also don't bring up right
as to why they're struggling.
Yeah, they don't bring that up.
Yeah,
they don't bring that up at all. But yeah, the bench scoring that's going to be the thing, whether it's Keon or Isaac Jones or whoever. There's going to have to be, and then you can't really have an off night from Malik or an off night from Keegan or DeMar or De'Aaron or anybody. Like the more it like withers away, like the more pressure, the more the bench withers away, the more pressure falls on that starting five.
And assuming Kevin Huerter, isn't out for too long, if at all, but let's just assume he's out for tonight, maybe Thursday too. Like I would look at that as you've been off. You played one game in about a week. You've been off since Friday. You play tonight, you don't play again until Thursday. I'd give the starters all the minutes they need tonight and, probably Thursday as well, because you'd be coming off a little bit, 2 days rest or so. So that may be where, you can kind of lessen the blow of losing a bench guy, bench scoring like Kevin Huerter potentially by just extending the minutes of these starters. They've had plenty of downtime in the last week and a half.
Yeah, no one played 40 minutes in the Pelicans win, even though it was 111 to 109. De'Aaron led the way with 37. No one played more than 34-17. I mean, that's a good chunk of minutes, but it's not 40. It's not 42,
right? Which
we had seen. DeMar had a couple of those. Keegan had a couple of those early in the season. So, the one game that you've played wasn't, crazy,
right?
And now you've got a second one here.
And also, I say that saying if you need to, right? You start your rotations, you do whatever you normally do. If Keon is hitting, if Jay Crowder's playing and he's giving you shots, that buys you more time for these starters on the bench. But if you go out there and it's looking iffy off the rip, don't hesitate if you're Mike Brown to go right back to them starters when you need to, because you got to win these games.
Yeah, you got to start winning at home. Like you brought that up to start this conversation. They're 6-7 at home. Like, come on, man,
it's not good enough.
6-7.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
And I hate the thing that frustrates me the most is they all acknowledge this offseason. And I don't know how I think I'll remember someone, we talked about this line a week or so ago, how, that I think it was the Beam team year, they had a better defensive percentage on the road than they did at home. And they acknowledged, like, yeah, sometimes you just kind of, you rely on the home crowd to carry you and lift you up in certain spots. And so I believe there's something to playing at home. There's something to maybe changing the style of play a little bit at home. They all acknowledge this offseason, we've got to be better at home. I mean, and they would do the math. Man, you win a couple more games at home. We're not even talking about the play-in. We're talking about the playoffs. So I think that's been one of the toughest parts about this 6-7 start to the Golden One Center season is they all acknowledge they need to be better. They just can't. They just can't be better at home. And it's frustrating to try to figure out why.
Is that, would you say their play at home is the single most important thing for them trying to become a bona fide playoff team?
The single most important thing.
And I asked that before you answer. I asked that saying, like, if they figured it out at home and go to one center became a home court advantage and they were cooking at home, doesn't it feel like everything else falls into play?
Yeah, I think they're a playoff team that happens, like a top 6 team for sure.
It feels like everything else falls into play, and it may be a chicken and egg situation, because if they're able to win at home, that means they're probably shooting better, or they're getting better bench production or something like that. So, you know, you can pick which one came first or whatever. But I think if you, however you get it done, if you find a way to be more successful at home, a lot more successful at home, I think everything else falls into place on the road, and you can achieve some of your goals that you had in front of you.
Yeah, so the Jazz game, the Spurs game, that was in San Antonio, right?
They played one there, one here.
The last one.
Oh, the last one. Yeah.
Yeah, the one for the one where we were at Sky River. That was in San Antonio. Yeah. Yeah.
They had that stretch of 3 home games where they were hurt. I mean, DeRozan was out for Minnesota. DeRozan and Sabonis and Monk. DeRozan and Monk were out for all 3. Sabonis missed the last 2. And that's where they had Mason Jones, Isaac Jones, or whatever. And they end up going 1-2 in that home stretch. But it doesn't explain, you know, the Clippers game where they, you know, shot like crap. The Brooklyn game where they couldn't make anything. OKC, yeah, you're at home, probably lose to those guys anyway. But then San Antonio at home, you know, and they were up a good amount in that game and let San Antonio come back. So they're not playing complete games right now anywhere, but especially at home.
Got to change it. Got to change it starting tonight. 5 games
Mandatory.
at home. Yeah, 5 games at home for the Sacramento Kings. We'll monitor the situation with Trey Lyles throughout the day, but it kicks off a stretch where you've got Denver coming in tonight. You got a couple of games against the Los Angeles Lakers on Thursday. You got another one on Saturday. You got a back-to-back with Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers coming through on Sunday. And then the home stretch closes out with a post-Christmas game against Detroit. So it's right there. Those Laker games are huge. Hell, this Denver game is big. It's a 13-10 Nuggets team. Like the Nuggets, Lakers, Kings, they're all kind of in the same vicinity. These are big games.
Well, if you look at the schedule right now, the Kings are 12th in the standings. They're a game and a half back from 5. You know, and if you look from 5 to 10, we'll just stop it at 10. Denver, it's a half game separation from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams.
Yeah.
You know, 5, 6, the Nuggets, the Suns, the Timberwolves, and the Warriors, they're all 6 back of Oklahoma City. The Clippers and the Lakers are 6.5 games back. So these are some big games, and you can gain some traction in that Western Conference by having a good week. You know, if maybe that week is going 2-1. You know, maybe you cut it down a little bit, but you beat Denver, you beat the Lakers at least once. That might put you at 7th or something like that. So this is also an opportunity. We talk about playing better at home, but this is also a really big opportunity to cut into those Western Conference standings, to gain some traction in that Western Conference by winning some games on your home court. It's twofold what could happen if you play successfully or play good basketball in the next week and a half or so.
And maybe we'll see Trey Lyles here during this 5-game homestand.
Maybe that was good to hear that he was out there on the court. And I don't know whose minutes he take. Maybe Mason or Isaac Jones minutes.
Mm.
You know, maybe you get more Trey Lyles there. Maybe
he's not playing tonight. She'll point that out.
Right,
like
right.
Mike said, he's not playing tonight, and he's probably not playing Thursday either. But he's out there.
Right. Which is the first step into all of this. I don't want to speculate. I think, you know, cautiously just give him another week, you know, get him out there in practice, see how the calf reacts. Because once again, like we always talk about, you don't want to mess with that. You don't want to rush that back if you don't have to. You want to make sure it has all the time to heal, gain the strength back into that calf and the lower leg and everything, because you don't want to mess around with that at all with the calf strain.
Definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. And Trey, and the tough part for Trey is, you know, he was working his way back already and hadn't. And we were all kind of looking at Trey like, come on, dog. Where you at? And now he's gone. And now, you know, now, all right, Trey, like, look, man, gonna need you to be good. You know, sorry about the whole multiple injury things here 3 months into the season, but we're gonna need you to be good.
Yeah.
You're important to what they do. And we're kind of at the point, dog, where if you're not, your name's going into the trade machine 10 times out of 10. Which last year we thought, man, we ain't trading Trey. He's too important.
Right.
But that's how horrible we are as fans. We're he's struggling. Oh, damn cab. Well, ship him on. Hell, you could tear your ACL and get traded. If you got if the math works with the contract, your ACL could be shredded and you could get traded.
Yeah. Well, in some cases, like, all right, do what you got to do. Be home anyway.
No, that's true.
And I probably wasn't going to be here next year anyway. So go ahead, do what you got to do.
Do what you got to do.
Trey Lyles is not in that situation though. But to your point, yeah, he's got to produce, because the Kings have to win right now. We're talking about Monty McNair, his job, all this other stuff. Like, yeah, he may want Trey Lyles to be around or other Kevin Herter to be around, but if they don't start winning games, tough decisions are going to have to be made. And it's unfortunate. You know, I saw a video over the weekend of, it was game 2 of the Warriors game, and they just won and everybody was happy. And the video was the TNT broadcast, and you look at the broadcast and everybody's dapping each other up. Hey, good game, you know, on the Kings. And like almost none of them are there anymore. And it just goes to show, like, we love that team. We're like, being team, this is great. And I think Sabonis might have been the only one in the little clip I saw that was there. It was Metu. It was TD. It was Davion. It was Harrison. That's how these things move. You got to win. You've got to win. And in some cases,
it's crazy to think that many people on that team are gone.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And if you want to win, sometimes you got to make some tough decisions to get rid of. I'm sure they love Harrison. I know they love Harrison. I know they love Davion, but you got to do what you have to do to win. And that may be what they're facing with guys like Trey Lyles and Kevin Herter.
All right, we'll come back. Eagles and Bills grab wins in a couple of marquee games yesterday. We'll talk about those. We'll take a look around the NFL. Shout out to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'll tell you why. D-Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Baker. Lamar. I think Lamar's number is, I think he has 39 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Wow. Counting his rushing touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
What's crazy is I think he only has 3 rushing touchdowns, and Josh Allen has like 11. Because Josh Allen's number is like 37 and 5, counting running.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Those two have been great.
Lamar threw 4 incompletions yesterday and 5 touchdowns.
Did we see that Keegan Murray's questionable for today?
I didn't see that.
He's dealing with an ankle.
You know, Scott, I did watch this. This was pretty good. It's always good to see those two. Hear them talk about those times. That was good. If you missed it, don't worry. You'll see it plenty of times.
And the cup started, and we said, "Let's win it."
Was that Kenny or is that Doc?
That to me told me that our team.
Oh, that's cool. Travis taking pictures with all of his teammates and the trophy.
He seems like a really nice young man. No, absolutely not. That's just me, though. Absolutely not. Taj, we gave a full breakdown last week. It was never a rat. It was always a squirrel. Come to find out.
Taj, you've missed a lot if you're still asking about the rat, buddy. You've missed a lot.
The Kings won on Thursday. They beat the Pelicans.
Taj, rat turned out to be a squirrel. It's dead.
Well, we don't know if it's dead.
I'm pretty sure it is. All right, we got Kings basketball tonight, and we've got 2 Monday Night Football games that no one asked for.
Jeez. I got a little bit of a take. You know,
okay,
we can get to it. You know,
well, you can fire off that take after I remind everybody to go to ESPN1320.com and enter to win tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on Miami, January 6th at the Golden One Center. ESPN1320.com. All you have to do is go in there, click on the Kings logo, and enter to win tickets.
That had our boy James a little bit in the chokehold.
I would have let them know that they're playing Miami.
Yeah, like that's that. Well,
Yeah, I know the read said
yeah,
something
that's not James's fault.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
That's not James' fault. I figured that out on the fly as I was about to say it. I was like, I don't think I can say
I'm not
that.
gonna lie, I was watching to see if you catch it or not.
Yeah, the team from Miami,
I had to learn
which
the
is
hard
so
way.
weird.
I think it was last year. It was against the Blazers or something like that. I was like, yeah, they're playing the Blazers.
Mm.
Can't say that.
Mm.
Kenny.
Really ridiculous. We can say the Sacramento Kings are playing Miami.
Miami, what?
There will be 12 players from the city of Miami here to play basketball on that day.
Yes, they will.
So we were talking a little bit about just previewed football, right?
Mhm.
And the Bills go in Detroit, get a big time win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out on the Lions.
Can't with this guy.
Come on, bro. What?
I'm out on the Lions as far as the Super Bowl team.
You've been Eminem all year.
I'm gonna tell you why. It's not them. They just keep losing people, and they keep losing them to season-ending injuries.
Yeah, well, they lost another one. They lost. Oh,
They already
that's a
like.
brutal one.
I remember when I was kind of doing the research on them before the Packers game. That was Thursday night. People were like, "Oh man, they keep losing guys. Like it's looking kind of iffy. Like as is, it's looking kind of iffy. They can't afford to lose anybody else. They lost like 3 or 4 more guys.
Yeah, they lost David Montgomery today.
And it sucks. Like it really sucks. Like I think at whole, like they're a Super Bowl type team.
Yeah,
But that doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
well, that's not how it works either.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. And I don't know if defensively they have enough to stop the Eagles or even the Packers. And here's the other part of this, because I think when they're healthy, I think the Lions are the best team in the NFC.
I don't know that they are though. That's the
that's
thing.
fine.
Like injuries are not. I don't know if they're the best team in the NFC.
That's fine. I think they are, but with them being how they are, I think it just completely opens up the NFC. Eagles might be the best team, but it opens up the door for a team like Green Bay, like Jesse likes.
Sir, we busted through that door a long time ago.
Still hadn't beat a team that's any good. I mean, that last night oh man, Niners weren't gonna go anywhere anyway, so it don't matter. But losing to the sorry Seahawks. Seahawks are whack. They're not good at all. Rams, go ahead and do what you do. Don't give anybody a round one bye by playing the Seahawks. I hate losing to sorry teams. That's what we did, man. But that's neither here nor there.
But I'm confused. What are you talking about?
Well, you're talking about the Packers like they beat somebody last night. They beat the Seahawks. Seahawks ain't no good. They're not any good. Like they're an average at best. Everything that everybody says about the 49ers is what the Seahawks are. They're no good. They're no good. So to say all that, the Packers, they didn't kick down no door yesterday because just the week before they played the Lions, the game that I said they had to have, and they couldn't get it done. So, but they're good. They're good. And the Lions' demise opens up the door for the Packers, opens up the door for the Vikings. I said a couple weeks ago, I don't think the Vikings are that good without what I thought was the clear best team in the NFC. Without them being there, it opens up the door for all these teams.
Okay, now that you regurgitated a bunch of nonsense, the Lions are a good football team. They're decimated by injuries. They weren't the best. They weren't the clear-cut favorite either. I mean, you could talk favorites, Vegas. Like, the Eagles are a hell of a football team. They beat your beloved Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday. Shout out to the Pittsburgh Steelers, though, because I was banking on one thing, and that was Saquon Barkley at less than 100.5. And that brought home the bank for your boy, because I wanted to go Tyrese, but I wanted to go Tyrese more. They had him at
turning the corner.
They had him at 17.5, and I'm like, I don't think so. He finished with 21, but I stayed away from it because it killed the gimmick. And I went with Saquon. Give me Saquon at less than 100.5, and Pittsburgh held him, I think, to 60-something. Hell, I'm not sure that Nick Sirianni didn't hold him to 60-something. He didn't see the ball a ton, particularly in the second half. But that was a quality win by the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles, talking about passing game a problem. A.J. Brown got nothing but targets yesterday.
They did.
Targets upon targets. And I don't know how we got here because Nick Sirianni was out of here in week 3. But this is a 12-2 football team now who has playoff experience, who has that big game experience, and they're hitting on all cylinders right now. I think there are a lot of teams in the NFC that could come out of the conference.
I think so too now.
I think that was the case 3 weeks ago.
Okay. I mean, I thought it was Lions and Eagles were a step above the other teams. But
don't hate that.
But now I don't want to say eliminate the Lions. That's not fair. But now you bring them into question. And once again, it opens the door for those other teams to take advantage. Packers, Vikings, even the Rams to a certain degree. The Rams, I don't see the Rams making a run, but they're playing good right now. And you got to respect that. So, yeah, hell, Baker, they're a wild card whenever they play with a guy like Mike Evans, who is a true game changer.
Mm-hmm.
And if him and Baker can be locked in for 3 weeks, maybe they can make a run. So,
yeah, they beat the crap out of the Chargers yesterday. That was a little bit unexpected from your boy.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I thought what I saw, the moral of the story is what I saw from the Lions has me out on them being able to go to the Super Bowl. I just don't think they have enough on defense with the injuries. It's not, oh, they're just not good enough whole. Like, I think they are good enough. But at some point, when you got a whole second string damn near as your defense, that's going to take a toll going up against teams like Buffalo, like Philadelphia, like Green Bay.
Well, good thing
like
versus
Minnesota.
Buffalo, nobody played defense. That was the good news in yesterday's game.
That's what defense was optional.
That's wild, man. 494 yards, 5 touchdowns for Jared Goff. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 14 receptions, 193 yards, one of 200-plus yard receivers, and they lost. I think Schefter tweeted it. Didn't Goff throw a 5-interception game that they won?
Yeah.
And he threw a 5-touchdown game that they lost.
Yeah, the Texans game that they won and then lost yesterday.
And the Schefter types have firmly put the MVP trophy into the hands of Josh Allen today, and rightfully so. His numbers are phenomenal. I heard future San Francisco 49ers coach Rex Ryan talking about this today briefly. I promptly shut it off immediately after he said this, but he was like, if anybody votes for anybody else, strip them of their vote. They're an idiot. All right, jackass. Lamar Jackson has 39 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. I think Josh Allen has like 37 and 5. Josh Allen's got like 11 touchdowns if I counted right on the ground. Like, his numbers are nuts. Like, absolutely insane what Josh Allen is doing this year. He's leading a group of quarterbacks that are having really, really good seasons. And for me, it's Josh Allen and it's Lamar Jackson. But Josh Allen has had the moments. Lamar Jackson has not. And the long-awaited crowning. This is damn near Luka Doncic level. They have wanted Luka Doncic as the MVP for so long. They've wanted Josh Allen to be the guy for so long. He's the guy now.
He's the guy. He's ascended to this. And he was already a really good,
very good.
But he's stepped his game up. He's elevated his team to another level this year. And yesterday, he was fantastic. He was unstoppable in that game against Detroit. And even in the game the week before against the Rams, I mean, they put up 40-something points in that game, or high 30s or something like that.
Yeah.
He's playing at a lights out level right now.
I'm looking for, there he is. Oh, it's not as many as I thought. I was looking to see how many yards he had rushing. 484. I think Lamar's at like 600 something. But Josh Allen at 484, but with 11 touchdowns to go along with his 25 passing touchdowns. So 36 total touchdowns, 5 interceptions. He's at 3,395 yards.
Cooking. Absolutely cooking.
And the number one thing, because I'll pull up Lamar's numbers too, the number one thing that he has that Lamar doesn't is Lamar has more passing yards and passing touchdowns. Goodness gracious. He actually
Less
leads
interceptions, though, huh?
Lamar Jackson actually
Barely.
leads Josh Allen in every category. Every single one of them. The difference is Josh Allen has that moment against the Chiefs. Lamar does not. And we've talked about moments in particularly in football, and I mean we did it with baseball too. But in football and basketball, you've got to have that moment that kind of defines your season. Lamar unfortunately hasn't had his. He lost to Saquon, lost to Patrick Mahomes. I think they beat Buffalo early in the season.
I was about to say, ironically, the one moment he has is beating up on Buffalo.
And too long ago.
It's, like you said, too long ago, and it's not enough.
Yeah, and Josh Allen had his moment on primetime against the Chiefs, which he had the moment that won the Bills the game.
And yesterday was a pretty primetime like game as well.
Oh yeah, that was the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was kind of like that Chiefs, because the Chiefs game wasn't on NBC or nothing like that, but it was 1 o'clock window. Most of the country is watching, and he performed at a high level. Same thing was happening yesterday. That and the Steelers game was really the two games that were on, and he performed at a high level again. And I do agree that it's definitely his MVP to lose. I don't see him losing it. Like, I don't see him falling off a cliff for the next 3 games to lose it. I think he's going to be the MVP.
Yeah, Buffalo schedule coming up. It's not going to. Yeah, if he won the MVP, he won it yesterday because they got the Patriots, the Jets, and the Patriots. There's no marquee moment for him there. The marquee moment happened last night.
Which is like I said, and I don't think this happens at all, but that's the only way to lose it, right? Like, you don't play well against those 3 teams. That's how you lose it, which he's going to destroy those 3 teams.
Yeah, and I mean Lamar would have to continue to be out of this world and wins against Pittsburgh, wins against Houston, and wins against Cleveland. And even that, I think it's tough because I'm convinced people aren't actually looking at Lamar's numbers.
No, he's almost.
I don't think they're looking at what he's doing.
He's almost Giannis.
Right,
like he's 1-2.
Well, I don't think that's true because he was in the MVP conversation like earlier this year.
True.
Like I go so far as to say,
Giannis.
oh, okay,
almost Giannis.
Yeah, Giannis can't even get in the conversation.
Right.
Giannis is dead.
Josh Allen's doing more, I guess, winning rise with a lesser team too, though. Because before this season, everyone was talking about, the Bills are going to take a bit of a step back, rebuild a bit, don't have receivers and all that. They lost a lot of guys on defense.
That was us.
That was all of the media, I felt.
Yeah. I know. I definitely felt that.
There was definitely talk about the receiver position.
Mhm.
Like there was a lot of talk. Well, I mean, obviously we were talking about it because it was like, well, Brandon Ayuk makes sense anywhere.
Right.
I think it was Kyle who laid out why that doesn't really make sense and how it wouldn't work. But that was something that they needed.
Mm-hmm. And
they went out and got who they get? Who did they get?
Amari
Cooper. Yeah.
But Josh Allen. He's just elevated everybody's play over there in Buffalo, and made sure they stayed contenders. They were 2-2, I think, at one point. I remember Josh Allen had just a god awful game, and he had a terrible game against Baltimore, and then he had a god awful game against Houston and a loss, and it was looking a little spotty. And he went off after that. Absolutely went off and hasn't looked back. MVP, Josh Allen. Do you think?
Man, that Chiefs win really is the one. I'm looking at some of these other ones, and they're like, not really. That Chiefs win, that's the one. Go ahead. Sorry.
Do you think that, and it's tough to say this because it feels like we said it last year, but you combine the way Baltimore has played and for the most part, like they're still a top team. They lost the close, the big games, but they're still, a good team. Buffalo obviously has the Kansas City win. Their record is up there. You combine that with Kansas City themselves eking out wins week after week, and now this whole Mahomes
big
thing.
Double-digit win
blew out
yesterday.
The Browns.
Yeah, blew them out. 21-7.
Do you think that it is now or never for guys like Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson? I don't, but I've heard that argument. Like, you got to get the Chiefs now. Like, if you don't get them this year, when will you get them?
Well, the Chiefs aren't going to win every year.
Yeah. Now or never. Nah. Like, so the Chiefs lose this year and then Patrick Mahomes is going to win the rest of them? No, it's not now or never for Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or any of those guys.
Yeah, I think that is drastic. I don't agree with that, but I do feel like this might be their best chance. Although last year was a really good chance for them to beat them too, and he beat both of them. That was tough.
All of these guys are pretty young. Like this is going to be rival. I mean, this is going to be.
Ask me that question again when Josh Allen's 35.
Yeah, this is going to be a conversation for the next decade.
Yeah, Joe Burrow's going to be in there too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Those four. That's the in boxing they have the four kings. That's what those guys might be in the AFC.
Yeah, I don't think we looked these up the other day. We look up Joe Burrow's numbers. I know they got to be.
He's the best. He's got the best numbers. He's got the best numbers of any quarterback this year. The yards, the touchdowns.
The yards are right there. He's got 36 touchdowns and 8 interceptions.
He's been killing.
3,977 yards.
They just can't defend.
That's like 400 more than Lamar.
Yeah, they just can't defend.
2 more touchdowns than Lamar. Yeah.
Joe has been killing this year. And then we went through the scores.
They were all one-score games.
And they were like 37-35.
Yeah.
34-28. 44-40. Like, the defense has been awful. They gave up 27 yesterday to the Titans.
They did.
Win. Thank God for them. But
I think that in their defense, I think they scored a touchdown on like the last play.
Count it.
I think it was 37-20, and it was like, oh, okay. I don't know if that affected anything, but someone somewhere could be really pissed off.
Did you see that stat over the weekend that of the teams that have not scored 30 points in a game?
I don't
think
I did.
Did you see that, Jesse?
The Raiders, the Giants, and someone else?
They haven't.
It's like the only teams in the NFL this year that haven't scored 30 points in a game are I know 2 of the teams, and that's all that really matters. But it's 5 teams. It's like the Raiders, the Giants. Forgive me if I'm wrong here.
I got it.
It's
ahead,
crazy.
Jesse.
Yeah, it's the Patriots, it's the Jets, the Raiders, the Giants, and then the 12-1 Kansas City Chiefs, who have not scored 30 this year.
That is crazy.
That's
and they have the records next to everybody.
Well, the Jets scored 32 yesterday for the record.
So they might be off. I saw this
so the
before.
Jets
All right, well, it's just the Patriots, Raiders, Giants, and Chiefs, though.
I don't think those teams combine for 12 wins, like outside of the Chiefs. The Giants, Patriots?
You're correct. It just combines for 7. If we're taking the Jets out. We get to 10 if we get the Jets.
We get to 10. Oh, man. And there go the Chiefs right there, 12-1.
Bitch ass Aaron Rodgers threw for 289 yards yesterday. 198 of them were to Devontae. Them 2 dudes is just in the locker room like, hey, dog, let's just get these numbers up, bro. Let's just get these numbers up and get the hell out of here.
And they messing up, man. If I'm a Jets fan, like, what you doing winning? Now, that was a tough one to lose.
That man ran. That man, I thought he was going to tear his ACL or his Achilles all over again when he threw that pass to Devontae and like jumped and did the fist pump. I'm like, bro, as soon as you hit the ground, that Achilles is going to explode.
Well,
it looked ridiculous.
I can say this. Every time that game was on Red Zone, I turned my back. I'm not watching it. That and I saw one play when Cooper Rush fumbled. I saw that on the Cowboys Panthers, but no, I just turned my back when they put these little sorry games on.
So like you physically like turn around.
Yeah, go do something else. It's not like I'm standing up and I turn around and do nothing. It's like, oh, I'm in the kitchen. Who's on there? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go back to getting some food for.
But what happens when you're sitting on the couch? Do you get up and leave?
I probably just turn the channel. I'll turn the channel, then I'll come back.
Covers the TV with a pillow.
I'm turning the channel. I'm not sitting there watching.
I think you're lying. I don't think that happened.
Do you think I sat there?
You sat there and watched 30 seconds?
The play you just talked about, I ain't see.
No.
I don't know nothing about it. I don't know nothing about it.
Oh.
Barely wanted to see Bengals Titans. I stuck around for that one. That would come on though. But Jets, Jags, let's see what's going on. Let's not Let's see.
That is
Let's see what's going on. You think I give a damn what's going on in Jacksonville?
Oh man.
Actually, yesterday I would just turn it to the broadcast because I don't got the Sunday ticket, but the game was Chiefs Browns, so I would just turn to that.
13 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in the last 3 weeks for Josh Allen, even in that game that they lost. So we're going to talk about your boy.
What? They suck. What else you want to say about them?
Who?
You talking about what boy? You talking about the Dolphins? I was just ready to go.
Wow.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I was just ready to go. I don't know. Honestly, I have no clue who you were talking about now.
Go ahead. Just go ahead. Let it out.
No,
it's all right. It can wait.
You heard it
Let
here first.
out.
The Miami Dolphins suck. Who were you talking about?
I was talking about Dan Campbell.
Oh, why is that my boy?
Oh, he was tripping. Although I'm not gonna stall him out yesterday. I'll give a different argument, but he was kind of tripping yesterday.
This is his thing.
An onside kick with 12 minutes left.
Because he thought they were going to recover it.
Like an onside kick where you have to go, hey, guys, we're going to onside kick it right now.
I'm pretty sure
it's
his
not
logic.
like they did it in surprise.
No.
Like you have to tell them.
Pretty sure his logic after the game when he was talking was like, yeah, I had a feeling we would recover it.
That's
So
what
we
I
went
think
with the
that's
onside.
what he said.
All right, yeah, I thought it was tripping for a second.
It's like I knew we had a guy who could do what we needed with the ball, got a good bounce, and we didn't get it. He goes, in hindsight, yeah, they rushed it back to the 3. I wish I hadn't done it.
Well, that was also the killer.
Yeah, right.
But he shouldn't have done it.
He coaches
he was
like
wrong.
He's playing Madden sometimes.
No, he really does. Somebody said it best. They said Dan Campbell is the reason why the Lions went from 3-13 to where they're at right now, but he's also the reason why they won't win a Super Bowl. And I don't agree with that necessarily, but he does some wacky stuff. The thing I'll say about that though is, I mean, this touchdown was inevitable. They had no shot of stopping Buffalo if they wanted to score a touchdown. So one of the things might have been, do you want them to score in 4 minutes or 1 minute? Because I'm watching that game, and it's not my job to know everything about the Lions like Dan Campbell, but they're gonna stop them. They're gonna stop them from scoring. No, they're not. They can't stop a nosebleed. So do you want it to happen in 5.5 minutes where you have even less of a chance to come back? Or you get the onside kick or you don't, maybe it's almost the equivalent of letting them score so you can get the ball back. Maybe you hold them to a field goal, but they getting in the field goal range at worst.
Yeah. We'll come back. Lots more NFL to talk about. Looks like there's some fallout from the DeVondre Campbell situation in San Francisco. And speaking of San Francisco, the Warriors make a move. And they make it with Brooklyn. There are rumors we were talking about last week. Dennis Schroder on his way to join the Golden State Warriors in exchange for exactly nothing. We'll talk about that and what that means for Golden State, what that means for Brooklyn, and more importantly, what that means for the Sacramento Kings. That's on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What?
Mike Vick's coming to Sac State.
What?
Let's go.
Dead ass. Like,
what?
Let's go. I saw him this morning.
Adam
This
Schefter
is
just
crazy.
tweeted it.
This is crazy because I saw this morning they said he was about to be the coach at Norfolk State.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. That's why I thought like Soren was tripping because I saw he put it in the chatty house.
That is crazy.
Okay.
That is crazy. Michael Vick has already told Virginia Pilot that he has spoken with Norfolk State officials about that job. There's going to be a bidding war to get Michael Vick as a head coach.
Kenny has been waiting 4 years for this.
That is crazy. I mean, look, they need something. Come on, man. Hey, man, a minute and a half in. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. A minute and a half in. Come on, man. Don't do that.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hey, so we're getting Michael Vick on the show?
We'll wait.
I love no. I love how we I love how we have to, and people are just doing their jobs, but we still have to say Devin Carter's out. Herder, questionable. Lyles, out. Murray, questionable. Carter, out. Dr. David, uncalled for. And not true. Oh. I don't know, Jesse. I don't know if that duo's is it, bro.
Oh, yeah, dude, that's fine. Like, yeah, they suck. I don't think they're keeping him around, to be honest.
But they still got like another year, both of them, right?
The head coach and the GM, Tua's going to stick around.
I'm talking about head coach and quarterback.
Tua's sticking around. You can build around Tua and win with Tua. You just got to build a different team at this point.
I don't know. I don't know if Tua's it, man.
He's the same type of quarterback as Brock Purdy. They just need a different team around him.
I think Brock's a little better than Tua.
I think they're the same tier player.
I haven't seen.
Well, didn't really have this on our list of things to discuss today, but Adam Schefter tweeted moments ago, Sacramento State is in discussions to hire former Pro Bowl quarterback Mike Vick.
That's crazy.
As its new head coach per sources. Sacramento State plans to move up to FBS, is building a new stadium, and has over $50 million in NIL. Sacramento State would build an experienced coaching staff around Vick that is in line with the new frontier of college football. That's from Adam Schefter.
Worlds colliding at this point. Schefter tweeting about Sac State. Who would have thought?
I wouldn't.
Frame it. Bookmark it. I don't know when we'll see it again. Schefter.
So we don't think this is happening.
Yeah, I'm
don't-
not believing this.
Like this is
until-
I mean, it took a couple seconds. I don't know. I'll just tell you this. I don't think this is happening. I don't think Mike Vick is coaching Sac State.
So is Schefter wrong or?
I don't. Well, no, because Schefter tweeted Sacramento State is in discussions to hire former. That's probably true.
Mhm.
They've probably talked to him. I'm just not sure if they're hiring him.
Yeah. I think that it can't just be like a splashy guy, right? Like with no kind of substance, not knowing anything that's going on. It
That's
can't-
pretty goddamn splashy.
well, no,
Mike Vick at Sac State.
that'd
is
be crazy. It can't just be that. But I do like the direct, like, hey, you're Sac State. You're Sac State today. You're not playing for a national championship.
Yeah.
Like it's not. Go get some headlines.
Mhm.
Go get some eyes on you. Go get some attention. You know, like I'm all for that. Once again, you don't just go hire anybody. Like if just Mike Vick, for example, like if he's just a name and you think like he's going to be a terrible head coach, you don't just hire him just because he's got a name. But I like that direction. Bring some notoriety to your program with the hire, and hopefully you can mirror that up with a guy that you think could actually be a good coach.
I think there's also issue. Like, doesn't Vic have like a sports management business?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't research Mike Vick and what he's doing today. This was not something I was remotely prepared to discuss. I feel like there's a lot of. It's obviously exciting to see Schefter tweet about Sac State. I'm just gonna say I don't think.
All right, this is
a
weird
thing.
because how like Yahoo Sports tweeted earlier that like Vic was in talks to become Norfolk State's the head coach or whatever.
Mhm.
So we're just hitting school by school now.
Well, no, you're pitting them against each other. So okay, so as soon as you said the other thing about Norfolk State, what's that mean? His agent is working.
Mm.
Like it's cool
Mhm.
that Sac State's name is out there, but
Right.
what it feels like is that Mike Vick's agent is working in the best interest of his client.
Yeah.
And he has had discussions with Sac State, whether there's been a formal job offer or whether the Sac State has any interest in actually hiring. That's an entirely different discussion.
Right.
Have you had a conversation? Sure. The tweet from Adam Schefter is extremely genuine.
Mhm.
They've had a discussion. The tweet about, we would just say Norfolk, that's genuine. They've had a discussion. His agent is working for his client.
He's
There's
in
multiple
talks.
reports. Yeah.
That's all it is.
There's multiple reports that Mike Vick is involved in multiple schools.
Mhm.
I don't think he's going to be the coach of Sac State.
Yeah, I'm not convinced on that either. But it's good to see Sac State out there. You know, one guy that I thought about that I don't know. I don't know how good of a hire it would be just because really hasn't been able to stick anywhere, but maybe I'd take a chance. Is Eric Bieniemy. Remember how hot of a coaching candidate he was, at least
Yeah.
publicly,
Yeah.
maybe not in NFL circles,
Yeah.
but he got a lot of credit for what was going on with the Chiefs. Andy Reid gave him the cosign. Then he goes to Washington, and it went nowhere. He left there, ended up going to UCLA as an offensive coordinator, and I think they let him go. So it hasn't gone well for him outside of Kansas City.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I wouldn't, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be mad if they took a shot on Eric Bieniemy here and Sac State if he was open to it or something.
Was
like
that the right shot though? Like he clearly can't stick anywhere. Like he's probably just not that good of a coach.
Yeah. What is the issue with him?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I think the thing you can always, and this doesn't happen everywhere. I mean, Andy Reid is the guy in Kansas City.
Mhm.
There's no question about that. But still, you normally see guys get an opportunity.
Mhm.
He just didn't.
He's got
And
multiple
there's
opportunities,
gotta be
though.
some reason.
Still
but
got
not-
multiple opportunities as an OC, though.
But he
That's
didn't
fine,
get,
but he's failed everywhere else.
We see OCs and DCs fail all the time and get jobs.
But like he's got multiple since then, is what I'm saying.
And,
yeah, I don't know.
and-
There's less where he's gone and more why didn't he ever get there? There has to be a reason he never
Yeah.
got hired for a head coaching job.
Yeah. And on top of that, I don't know, like John Poles and somebody else can, maybe break it down better, but I don't look at UCLA football and the Commanders before Jaden Daniels got there
Yeah.
and say they stunk because of Eric Bieniemy.
Right.
Like UCLA, maybe Deshaun Foster isn't the guy. Maybe they don't allocate, like UCLA football ain't been good in decades.
Mhm.
Like there's been plenty of people that have gone through there. So yeah, I'm not as quick to just say these issues are his fault, but we also don't know. Maybe he is doing something on those staffs that he's burning bridges, or the guys in charge don't believe that he's good.
What if, like, Eric Bieniemy's 55, like Matt LaFleur is like 20? Like, Kitty, you look at the guy like Matt LaFleur, TK's boy in Carolina with the chiseled jaw. Like you have these guys, like it feels like the trend in hiring coaches is hiring those 30-something-year-olds,
innovative
guys,
guys,
who see the game a little bit differently, perhaps, than obviously you've got Andy Reid. You take Andy Reid. Bill Belichick, he's 72 years old. I mean, there could be a encyclopedia book worth of reasons that Bill Belichick didn't get another NFL job, or wouldn't, as has been speculated, get another NFL job.
Right.
One could just be he's older and he sees the game a certain way, and the game is going younger. Matt LaFleur is going to go down as one of the great regular season coaches of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Dude is incredible in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at McVay and even to a certain degree Kyle Shanahan, and I mentioned the guy in Carolina. Like it's just a trend of hiring really young coaches, and maybe that's just where the game is right now. And 55, which I would think was once considered pretty young for a head coach, is now like, unless you're Andy Reid, unless you have the 10, 15, 20 years of under your belt. I don't know.
Yeah. I like to see, like, I'm with you. The more I think about it, read the tea leaves.
I'm about to ask you a ridiculous question.
I don't think Mike Vick is coming to Sac State, but this is the direction.
Who's older, Eric Bieniemy or Mike Tomlin?
I'd say Mike Tomlin, only because
Eric Bieniemy by 3 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mike
It was
Tomlin
tough
been the
'cause-
Steelers coach, what, 19 years?
Yeah. Man,
18
he got
years?
that job he got that job almost after his career ended.
Right.
He might have been an assistant 1 or 2 years.
Man's 52 years old. Eric Bieniemy's 55.
Man. But I was gonna say, that's the direction I think Sac State should go. Like, get somebody. It can't just be any name or anybody, but get somebody with a name, bring some notoriety to your program, to what you got going on, and try to mirror that with a guy that you think can actually be a really good coach and leader of a program.
I wonder who else they're talking to.
My bad. Because, like, for instance, I don't know how good of a coach X's and O's and all this Deion Sanders is. Right? Like, I think he's a leader of young men. He knows how to recruit. And that is a super strength, maybe the biggest strength in college football. To be honest with you, college football, we see people all the time that probably aren't good at X's and O's. We see it in college basketball. That was always a knock on Calipari, right? Like, when it gets to X's and O's, Calipari, not really that good, but he could sell your grandmother on anything. You know what I mean? And that's maybe the most important part of being a college football or basketball coach, is being able to go into a living room and convince kids to come play for me, convince highly talented kids to come do that. It feels like it gets a little easier if the person is dedicated to the process, if they've got NFL pedigree or they've got a name that is respected or something like that. So that would be high on my list. You know, I guess maybe even the name situation you take. Can you recruit? Can you get kids to come here? That's probably more important than whether or not you're a good coach or not.
916-909-1320. Let's let Manny weigh in on all this. Manny, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, y'all? And so I think the thing with the Sac State, I was going to ask, do you think also them getting that information out there is just to get a feel on whether they want to see if there's backlash to that particular name?
No, you're assuming Sac State put that information out there.
Yeah, I think it's,
and I think that's wrong.
What do you mean?
I don't think Sac State put that out there. I don't think
even the agent side of it, like, where is after all these years, is this somebody, you know, like, depending on where he would go as a coach, is there going to be an issue from the get-go? You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I think you're barking up the wrong tree with that one. No pun intended. I think it's as simple as it appears based on what you guys saw this morning and what we just got from Schefter. He's in discussions. He's had conversations with multiple schools. That's it. It's as simple as that. His agent is trying to create a bidding war. Yeah, my client is in. My client is sought after here by multiple schools in various parts of the world, in various parts of the country. Norfolk, Virginia couldn't be much further away from Sacramento, California, but he's talked to both of those universities. So, yeah, I just think this is an agent doing his job and getting his client's name out there.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Yeah, got us talking.
He's doing a good job.
Got us talking.
I am excited and interested in who the next football coach for Sac State is going to be.
Yeah.
AD Mark Orr, he's done a fantastic job since he's been here, making these hires, you know, and getting guys in here. And everything that I'm saying, that we're saying, I think Mark Orr and that whole athletic department, they understand the same things. Like they're not saying that they are just going to go get a celebrity head coach, but they understand all the little benchmarks that we just talked about and how important they are. And they're probably looking at the same things. They're not going to get caught, you know, sleeping or nothing like that. I think this next hire is going to be a guy that they believe truly can elevate the program, elevate the profile of the football program, and take them into what they hope to be as a next the next generation, so to speak, of Sac State football.
Again, Adam Schefter tweets that Sac State is in discussions with Mike Vick to become the next head coach of the Sac State Hornets football program. We do not think that's happening.
No.
But that's just our opinion. We do not think that is happening.
The other good thing about this from a Sac State perspective is, hey, Schefter tweets about you. It gets out there. Like, if you read the tweet, it's like Sac State plans to move FBS.
Yep.
They've got a new stadium coming. They've got $50 million. Like, people, okay, Sac State, they're doing things over there.
Yeah, we believe Vic's agent put this out, and for good reason. It doesn't hurt Sac State. Sac State's like, all right, I see you. I see you. So we'll continue to follow this situation as best we can.
We're getting comments in the comment section is, you know, as soon as it happened. Mike Vick to Sac State? It was just crazy to see. Crazy to see that.
Yeah, that's a big name. What? That's a big name. But again, our opinion is that's probably not happening. But we'll continue to monitor. What do I know? We've had a Sun Shams once. Maybe we'll have to do the same thing with Schefter.
We did twice, Shams.
Well, and we got Eddie.
Yeah.
So we sun Shams twice, and we got Eddie. Eddie's like, I'm not answering. look at this dude calling me. Hey, talking to D'Lo and Casey.
You're gonna have to wait, big dog.
I know that group text never came. So whatever Shams told him, I don't know. It's still under wraps. Maybe he was calling to tell him about the Dennis Schroder trade.
Could be.
Maybe he was calling Eddie to tell him that the Golden State Warriors.
We could have had that early.
Could have. The Golden State Warriors are acquiring Dennis Schroder, have acquired Dennis Schroder from the Brooklyn Nets. Schroder's on like his 50th team. He's a good ball player, man. I like Dennis Schroder. I guess he fits just fine with the Golden State Warriors. Their record definitely changed a little bit. Like D'Anthony Melton was playing really well for them.
Yeah.
It definitely. There was definitely a shift there when he tore his ACL. Obviously, he's out for the year. It's what Schroder was traded for, D'Anthony Melton's contract, and I think a second-round pick.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about Schroder with the Warriors? Who lost last night, by the way? I talked about the crazy shooting. They actually lost that game to Dallas last night.
Klay Thompson hitting some big-time shots.
He did. 7 threes yesterday.
Man, everybody hit 7 threes in that game.
Well, almost everybody. Poor guy.
Look, he if we're talking about the same guy, he was in his bag last night.
Not the good bag though.
Oh, the good bag.
He was in the bag that you get outside on the street corner in New York.
The bag you get it on Market Street now since he's in San Francisco.
Don't let that one. Don't let it get wet. Yeah.
Yeah, the couple.
I
was like, oh, I know that whole scenario. I'm very familiar. Yeah.
No, he dribbled the ball off his foot.
No, one time he just threw it into the backcourt for a steal.
Oh.
Just threw it. I said, wait, why would you do that?
Hold on. I'm gonna search Buddy Hield in Twitter to see what comes up.
But yeah, I mean, Schroder to the Warriors, I think is a good thing, especially without Melton, right? Like you needed to fill that hole, from that backup point guard. Sometime a guy that might start playing alongside Steph late in games. He kind of reminds me a little bit of what the Warriors had when they had Jarrett Jack way back when, the couple years before they won their first title. A guy that has an offensive feel for the game that he can finish games with Steph Curry. Did you find it?
No, I didn't find the particular play. I'm just reading all of the Buddy Hield tweets. That's all.
Goodness gracious. And let me guess, Warrior fans have been very nice to Buddy in this trying time.
Well, F Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield, freaking terrible.
Oh my God.
I don't want to hear nothing about Clay versus Buddy Hield ass no more. So yeah, they told me Buddy Hield was better than Klay Thompson. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Warriors need to get Buddy Hield off this team. He's whack.
Goodness gracious.
That's that Warrior Spaces guy everybody makes fun of.
What's his name? Like
Park?
I was about to say like Anderson, not Anderson Paak, but
Oh, it's going great. Yeah, things with Buddy are going.
Shout out to NBA.com. This isn't anything.
After starting the season 12-3, the Warriors are now 2-8 in their last 10 games. Quote tweeted, "The Buddy Hield effect."
This isn't it at all. Because I went to NBA.com, they should be able to just list the turnover.
It's not going well. They made the right decision trading Clay. Buddy Hield is the new Splash Bro. Pods is the future. Idiots in all caps.
Pods had a nasty little play last night. Did you see that play last night that it was kind of circulating where he's wide open for a three, pump fakes, Luka flies by him, but he's already dribbled, so he can't go by, and Luka recovers.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now.
Has him locked up in the corner.
I'm looking at it right now. Oh, Pods.
It's like, oh no. Pods is struggling.
Yeah, not good. Not good. Sorry, this wasn't about Buddy. It was about Dennis Schroder.
And Pods was getting he was getting into it with Buddy the other day.
Well, it was only a matter of time before someone got into it.
Who's wrong?
Believe it or
That's the
not, I
question.
actually think
Who's
that was
wrong?
Pods' fault from what
Yeah,
I've seen.
that's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
I think Buddy was
Who's
in the right. Buddy was
wrong?
being the vet in this scenario.
Oh man.
Well, thoughts and prayers to Warriors fans as you continue to navigate the Buddy Hield experience.
14-11 is where they are right now, 3 games over 500, and you're getting Dennis Schroder.
I like Dennis Schroder, man. He's
I do too.
he's a good ball player. I think this is a good fit. And well, Brooklyn's out there making moves.
A lot of
So,
people were upset, and it happened again. And I don't know. Maybe I'm caping for my boy Uncle V. But where did this talk come from that he just won't go into the luxury tax?
From what I've seen in the chat house, from what they see on like Twitter, it's just a matter of it's not that he won't, it's just he hasn't yet. So they're skeptical. That's what I've seen.
But it's always spoken about as if he won't. Oh, he's so cheap. He's tying Monty McNair's hand and won't let him go into the luxury tax. Why is it so spoken of matter of factly? My guy, our guy, that's our guy. It's no shade. I saw my guy King's Muse talking about it over the weekend. Like, I just want to know what has people thinking that that's an absolute fact. Is it a possibility? Yes, it is a possibility. I don't know, but people talk about it as it's a matter of fact. Like Vivek is never going into the luxury tax.
What players have they missed out on because they
none.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely none.
like that's my question. Like I don't know what's going on and stuff like that, but like, all right, then who should they have gotten that kept him out or whatever?
Absolutely no one outside of they didn't sign Bogdan Bogdanovic, which was 1,000% the right call. That was it. That was a sorry ass basketball team that you were gonna pay 2 shooting guards the same amount of money. It was ridiculous.
I'm laughing. I'm listening to you. King's Muse. Come on, man. Don't do this, man. This is pretty funny though. They got Vivek in the Drake meme, the Hotline Bling meme. He says going to luxury tax to compete in the West, and he's like, nah. And then he says raise ticket prices by 15%.
Well,
come on, dog.
Hey, tickets not cheap.
Nah,
Tickets
that's
aren't
pretty
cheap.
funny.
Don't do that, Uncle V.
That's pretty funny. Poor Vivek probably standing around like, find me a goddamn player to go into the luxury tax for.
Yeah, man. But and people were upset that they went and the Warriors got Schroder. I mean, I don't really know where he fits. And the price was cheap, although the Kings didn't have the expiring that matched the salaries that Brooklyn was looking for, that a player that you're not even using right now. They didn't have that type of asset. But I also don't know if Schroder fits with what this team needs. And like, when is he going to play? When is he going to close games?
I'm as pro make a move as anybody, but I don't think Schroeder is the one.
I don't either. And I like his game. Like, I wish there was.
He's the
a place
one.
for
You don't
him.
think he's the one to what?
Like, come here to Sacramento.
Oh,
change
Yeah, like I wasn't like
oh.
mad the Kings missed out.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Like that's not. I don't think that's anything that would have worked here.
Yeah, I'm with you. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. We'll talk more about the Kings as well. Get into the NBA. There's a couple of things we need to tie up in San Francisco. As it looks like the DeVondre Campbell thing has come to a conclusion. We'll talk about that in some of the reports that popped up regarding the San Francisco 49ers over the weekend. That's all ahead here. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Jose, that is funny. That is fan bases in a nutshell. Said Lakers Twitter so mad about the Schroder trade, they forgot they hated him. He was there and they hated him. That's funny.
Ask Twitter, man. Short memories. Y'all done Christmas shopping? I'm just curious. I'm not quite done. I'm cooking, but not quite done.
Do you go out and Christmas shop or do you do it online?
Almost all online. As much as I can, I do it online.
Always gotta hype myself up for a trip to the mall.
Yeah, right. Oh, right on, Alan Brown. I see it. Germs, nope. Online shopping for Wheezy. I see it. Mrs. Mac 10, mostly. All right. Sabo did it in person. Who wins the NBA Cup? We'll get right to that, Lazy. 90% online for Mrs. Mac 10. That's pretty funny, CJ. Oh, man. I don't know if Steven, I don't know if popping's the right word, but man, I bet it was.
Oh my gosh.
I bet it was.
Is there any bad TV show that you have been recently or you're locked into right now? Like this show is poorly acted. The plot is ridiculous.
Not
but
since
I can't
BMF.
stop watching. I had that situation over the weekend with Beauty in Black. That show's a mess. But I said, I got to see how this finishes.
There was a show I watched.
Oh, that was Manifest. Manifest was a piece of crap. The Netflix one.
Oh, that show was
that show
awful.
was a piece of garbage.
Yeah, that show was.
But I had to
awful.
finish it because it's like
I
we already
didn't-
gone this far.
Yeah, I quit.
I don't even remember the ending. Oh yeah, no, I do remember. Yeah, it was just stupid though.
Yeah,
Just
I
bad acting and all of it.
I'm out.
They even canceled and brought it back. Mistake.
Yeah, over the weekend, Beauty in Black is. But I mean, I'm not gonna talk. I liked watching the show. I just know it's not,
There was a
not
show.
good. It's just wild.
I think it was called Family Business. I was watching.
I think it sounds familiar.
It's terrible.
Yeah,
It was just shit. It was bad. So awful. All American isn't terrible.
it's
They made one. I don't. No, okay, don't do that. All American is not terrible.
I haven't seen as much of it as everybody else.
The fact that these brothers were in high school and college for 9 years is a bit
that's kind of
head scratching.
All American.
Oh.
All American isn't I wouldn't consider it a really good show. All American is a lot. All American is a lot closer to Beauty in Black.
Oh, I haven't.
All American
watched
has
that
some
yet.
moments in there where I'm like, I've only seen the second
You
season.
should have seen the home. Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah, it gets a little. Yeah.
The first
okay.
season was like really good. It was good. You wanted to see how it ended.
Well, but yeah,
Second
the
season
first
is like-
season, there's probably that's probably the story. That's probably the entire story. And then they're like, "Hey, people, watch this. We need to make up a bunch of stuff for 9 more years."
So, and maybe I just missed it or just wasn't paying attention. But they come back with the second season. I thought he was a senior.
Yeah.
What is he doing? What is he doing going to a whole nother school for another year?
Then they got a spinoff where a couple of them go to the HBCU.
I heard about that.
Yeah, it's not good. Watched it.
Gotta watch it.
Watched all 3 seasons of it. It's not good. It's like Grownish. Grownish was not good.
I liked Grownish.
Grownish was not
I like
good.
Grownish. I thought it was.
No, you like Chloe and Haley.
I did. I did. But I like Grownish. I like the concept of it. There was we're gonna try this different world type thing.
Mix This was awful.
I didn't see Mix This. Although
Your boy was in it.
Yeah, my boy Zach from Saved by the
your
Bell.
boy was
Mark
the
Paul.
dad.
And my girl Tinka Sumter, ain't she in it too?
She is.
That's
Yep.
my girl.
Yeah. Yeah, that show was terrible. That show I actually quit on. Of all the ones, this is the one I'm supposed to watch, and I'm just out. I am just out.
Oh man.
Yeah, sometimes you get stuck in bad TV shows. That's what I am with BMF. I can't wait to see them get picked up in the middle of Mexico.
I can't wait.
Meech is out now, so I have to talk nicely about BMF. But,
I'm out there. I'm watching.
Goodness
We
gracious.
actually don't. No, I think Force is actually they've mentioned that. I was about to say we don't have any of his shows on the horizon right now that we know. But I think Force, they did say Force. Feel like they might have said like springtime or something like that.
Damn, for real?
Force is they're absolutely shooting the season because our guy, I'm gonna give that another try. Deion Taylor works on that show, so I've seen on his Instagram.
What happened to Kanan? That's the only one I care about.
I don't know. They had.
I can't even remember how Kanan ended. Yeah.
I think Kanan didn't. I think he got the girlfriend pregnant or something like that. Or Rock was. That's a good question. Oh,
now I'm mixing up my shows.
No, because what's his name?
I was like, Mary J. Blige died? Wait, that's a different show. Crap.
What's his name was wilding and told the dude's mom that he had to kill him. Remember when Rock had the guy on their team? He thought he was a snitch.
Yeah.
So they had to kill him.
Yeah.
And the brother went and told the mom, and they had to go kill the mom.
Right. Yeah, yeah. But that's not how it ended.
No, the dad was around. Omar Epps was around. It's very cloudy. It's very cloudy. So I don't.
What is 50 doing right now? Come on, man.
Oh, that's exactly what happened, Kyle. Thank you. Unique was alive.
That's right. That's right.
Unique was alive.
Joey Badass got beat to death and buried. And on the last episode, he's good. That's right. That's right.
See, there's still hope for Rocky.
Unique died, but then didn't. And you should be ashamed of yourself for invoking the name of Rocky into this.
Shout out, Rocky. No, you
No,
listening
you didn't
somewhere.
say that when you were killing him.
No, you're listening somewhere. So, yeah.
Looking out my window.
You're
just
not
watching
walking somewhere.
Squirrels living their best life.
Well, yeah, let's not act like he couldn't have bit out of the bag.
You said he was paralyzed.
Yeah, you
from
broke
poison.
his back.
No, I don't. He was just moving slow.
You took
He
him
moved.
out.
He moved like I was moving him out. Like he can move. Maybe he's just dragging his hind legs or something.
You took him out like Bane took out Batman. All right, you broke that man's back.
So two things. You saw the Peacock loaded the rest of loaded like 2 more Superfan seasons.
Oh, I didn't see that. No.
Yeah, we're up to like season 8. The only one that I don't think is in there is the last season.
All right, I'm back.
But 2,
That's what I'm looking for.
there's that line where they clearly asked Michael Scott, like, hey, have you ever gone hunting before? And he goes, yeah, once. I shot the deer in the leg, then had to beat it to death with a shovel. Took like an hour. That's Kenny. That's Kenny with the squirrel.
That's hilarious.
I think I'm gonna have a little time. I think I'm gonna activate my my subscription next week.
Okay, pal.
So I can watch my stuff.
He's gonna walk in the day after WrestleMania and goes, I didn't have a subscription. I forgot.
So I can watch my stuff, man. I go watch the Office.
Michael Scott would never quit on Dunder Mifflin, but DeVondre Campbell did, and it looks like the resolution is reported by Ian Rappaport today is the San Francisco 49ers are going to suspend him the rest of the season, effectively just ending his run with the 49ers. And boy, that's going to be an interesting exit meeting should the parties choose to have one.
Yeah, there's no need for one. Get your stuff. Get on out of here, man. Get out of here. Right. The story came out. Jay Glazer told the story yesterday on the morning show, the Fox morning show, about what went down, a little bit vaguely. And it came out that John Lynch came out of the suite onto the sideline. We remember on Friday, we were trying to figure out like who told him to leave.
Yeah.
It was John Lynch who came out and said, Get the hell out of here.
See, and that was the thing. Someone clearly had to have told him to leave because he was walking with what appeared to be a security personnel.
Right.
So it wasn't just he just decided to walk off back to the locker room. Someone told him to. Kyle said it wasn't him.
Right.
And then now we've learned it was John Lynch.
And I'm interested. We'll probably never really hear the story, but I'm interested to. I wish I could, because Jay Glazer in that report also talks about. I guess there's a NFL, folk tale of John Lynch and how he's a really nice guy. He's a really nice guy, but there's an alter ego they call him Red 47. And if you played with John Lynch, you played again, like Strahan was like, oh, I know Red 47. I know. And Jay Glazer was like, I've the whole folktale of Red 47. Some people have heard about that. And he said, Jay Glazer said he talked to some players and he said, yo, I saw it. I saw it. Like, this was crazy. And we got, obviously my guys weren't there. At least I don't know they were. But the Matt Georges and the Sean Cunninghams, and they just fixed cameras on the sidelines all game long, and on these people all game long, and David Lombardi and Jose Sanchez and Bonte Hill just fixed cameras on the sidelines every single game for every sport. But nobody's got that. I want to see that footage. If Red 47 came out, or Fire 47, whatever his name is, I want to see that. I want to see that. But yeah, no footage of it. Oddly enough, as a 49ers fan, that made me feel good to hear how that played out. To hear that John Lynch, there's certain things that, and he's not alone, but certain things that are just deemed unacceptable, and we're not going to wait around for after the game or when we get in the locker room or let's talk in the hallway. The man came down on the sideline and said, get your ass out of here. Get out of here in the middle of the game. And it made me feel like they understand the urgency of some of the things they have to change around there and how unacceptable this season was to them. It wasn't just, it was a bad year or whatever. That move to me signifies that they looked at what happened this year as completely unacceptable. And they're going to dead all that right now. Will they be successful? I don't know. We'll see. But that gave me confidence seeing how that played out on Thursday night.
That might actually help in the Brock Purdy situation this offseason, in that we've got to get this situation dealt with. We can't continue to have situations like we've had the last couple of years with our most important players. That's a two-sided thing, though. It's not just John Lynch and the San Francisco 49ers. It's not just Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers. It's Brock Purdy and his team as well. They've got to come into this with kind of realistic expectations. And I don't know what those realistic expectations are. Maybe they are, in fact, $61 million per year. I don't think that it is, but I think it's going to take two entities to work really hard to get this deal done and prevent any further winning isn't the most important thing conversation.
Yeah, I agree. And
because that point that you brought up many times, including last night on CBS, I think that's something that will be discussed in the locker room as well.
I think so too. It was, for me, it was pretty evident early. It's like, damn, they not all locked in. You know what I'm saying? They're not all locked in. And understandably, I mean, it's been a long 4 or 5 year run. And some guys look at that as like, all right, I've been locked in for 4 or 5 years. We haven't got there. I got to eat. You know what I mean? This is pro sports. And some of that might have been what was going on. I look at the report that came out yesterday. I think it was Andrew Palisario. I think that was his name. But he reported, one of the NFL writers reported that Brock and his agent are like, just being in the top 10 is not what they're looking for. They're looking to be at the top of the quarterback market when it comes to AAV or guaranteed or what the contract that they're signing. So top 10 would have him around 50 million per year. Yeah, we're not looking at top 10.
Yeah, nor should he.
At the top of the market.
Yeah, nor should he.
And I agree with you. Nor should he. I don't know if that necessarily means Dak Prescott and his 60 million. But I do understand.
There's a lot of real estate between.
There is. I think the sweet spot, we talked about it last week, is like 57, 58 million per, and because the one that just sticks out, I don't know how the Niners negotiate around that, is Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence at 55, he's tied for second.
Yeah.
And if I'm Brock and his age, I'm like, all right, I'm not going. You don't have to like give me Dak Prescott, but I can't walk away from this making less than this guy. And you can make the argument that one is better or whatever. But if we're looking at resume and achievements and all this other stuff, you might be looking at Jordan Love too. Jordan Love making $55 million a year.
Well, those are I mean, those are contemporaries too. The different a big difference, which I think is a stronger selling point than not for Brock Purdy and his agent, are those guys are top draft picks. They've made a ton of money. This is what they've expected. I exceeded expectations for you. I wasn't your first quarterback. I wasn't even your second quarterback. I was your third quarterback, and I still got you to where you wanted to go. In fact, we didn't miss out on any of our goals until I went down. And I think that's a stronger negotiating point for Brock Purdy's team than it is for the 49ers team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I understand what Jesse was talking about last week is, I'm not going to give you something just to give it to you just because of the market and when nobody else would give that to you. Like, I get it. I do think the Niners are in a bit of a different situation. You just talked about it. Like, we're trying to like put a stop to some of the stuff that was going on this past summer. And we're trying to, for lack of a better term, change the culture or get back to the culture that we had before this past season. Jesse's right, but maybe this isn't the time for that, to play hardball with this guy and be like, oh, nobody else would give you 57, so we're not going to give you 57. This might be the time to just pay the man what you can come to an agreement with if it's 57, 58, something like that, because you've got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, the quarterback market is really simple. These aren't defensive edge rushers, which are really important. These aren't linemen. These aren't wide receivers. These aren't running backs. Like, the market is just dictated by the quarterback. Just go ahead.
Brock Purdy has set the market quarterback though. CJ Stroud is like Tua got a contract, got a pipeline contract. He didn't reset the market though.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think Brock resets the market, because that would be 60 plus, and I don't think Dak gets that, or excuse me, I don't think Brock Purdy gets that. But I think there's a perfectly fair argument for him to be played, but Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love pay. I think that there's and this is why the Dak Prescott contract is so unusual. There's a lot of real estate between first and second. Normally there's not. There's like $5 million between 1 and 2. And that's never, ever the case. You have a lot of room to negotiate where Dak could, I'm sorry, I keep saying that. Brock could wind up being a top 2, 3, 4 paid quarterback in the league and be in the vicinity of 54, 55, or puts him below Brock Purdy, 56, 57 million annually.
Yeah. Yeah. I just like, I get the whole, because everybody's talking about he's not worth 60 or he's not worth this. That doesn't really matter. Like, this is the time that it is for him. The time is, in this climate, his contract is up. The other situation is, as of the 49ers, talking about the 49ers, you're in a bit of a pinch. Like, I hear you, Jesse, and others saying like, well, if you don't like it, we'll go get Sam Darnold. We barely believe Sam Darnold can win a championship right now in the best year of his career.
See, I don't think it's going to be a hardball, though. I don't think – maybe Brock sees himself as like, yeah, pay me $60 million. But I think if we're all being real with ourselves here, shout out TC, like, maybe they can come to the table and be like, yeah, 55 works, or 54 to like 57 or whatever.
57.
That feels fine.
I think so. I do. I think so. I think that's what happens. I still I look at Trevor Lawrence and be like, you can't give me a dime
Well, the
less than him.
sides will negotiate, and
Mhm.
Brock's agent will try to get him the most amount of money he can, and that's going to be 60+ million. And then the two will negotiate, and they'll have conversations, and I think that dollar figure will come down. And I actually think Brock Purdy will be between 55 and 60 million. And whether people like Aldrin J or other fans out there like it or not, he's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. They're not going to let him go test the market. They're not going to keep him under contract for $900,000 next year and then franchise him the year following or the year after that. Like that is bad business for a team that is desperate to accomplish one thing. Functional franchises do not do that. You have your guy. You know he's your guy. You sign him right now. If you don't, and there is absolutely no indication that the San Francisco 49ers don't believe Brock Purdy is the guy, then you let Brock go. He cost you nothing. Right. He barely makes what Kenny makes. Just let him go and go get Darnold. Go get whoever. Go get whatever you 49er fans thinks makes you happy. Go do it. You have Sam Darnold a year ago. Wasn't he on this football team a year ago? Okay, go get him. That'll make you happy. That's your guy. Go do it. No, they're not going to do that because they're a competent franchise. They have their quarterback. They're going to sign their quarterback. Their quarterback is Brock Purdy. I think he's going to make around 57 to 58 million.
I think so too. And
they'll find some way to have one of those 4 figures that we get, because we're going to get guaranteed total value, annual value. One or more of those is going to be higher than Dak Prescott's.
Yeah.
I don't know which one.
Yeah, guaranteed.
But they'll
bonus, something like that.
Brock Purdy due to make $90 million his last year in 2030, and they'll make this look ridiculous.
And go ahead and front load it.
Oh, got to do that.
Yeah.
Give him the Dak Prescott original front load where he signs that iPad and it's $90 million straight to his bank account.
Because a lot of the times,
because he's still gonna make $900,000 next year, no matter what happens. His season next year is going to be worth $900,000.
Because a lot of the times, I think people look at this stuff and they say, you can't give him this, and he's not worth that, all this other stuff. Guys, it's not a lifetime deal. Like it's something that you work out the contract a certain way. You work out guarantees and outs. Like you can be out of this in 3 to 4 seasons. You know what I mean? Like
it's 3. Yep.
It's not a lifetime deal. Like it's something where you got a guy, you think that, all right, he's the guy. Like almost a perfect example, and I know the money is less, but look at the New York Giants. Now they're not in a right place, right? They're not in a great place, but they signed Daniel Jones, 2 years ago? Why would you sign him? He wasn't the guy. Now you're in line to get your franchise quarterback. Like it's not debilitating for the rest of eternity if you sign this guy to $55-60 million a year.
I mean, Daniel Jones, you gave him 2 more years, and now Dayball's getting fired. But
yeah, I mean, true. But I'm thinking more so like a franchise thing.
I got you.
You know what I mean? Like it doesn't hamper the franchise, and that's like almost like the worst case scenario. Like the Giants have nothing else there.
Yeah.
The Niners have a more competent head coach. And I really look at this season with the 49ers, knock on wood or whatever. This is the worst. This is the floor. They're 6-8. Maybe they finish 7-10 or something like that. And injuries have been like, this is the worst it could get, I think, with this group, with this coach, with this quarterback. So if you think that's the floor, like, yeah, you can hit the floor again, but odds are, all right, we have a little bit of a bounce back. And now, we're 11-6 next year. You know what I mean? And we're back in the playoffs. Like, yeah, I'll take my chances with that for the next 3 years or so, at least.
It's one of a number of different things the 49ers are going to have to address this offseason because there's got to be a certain, we called it postmortem on Friday. they got to have one in their building. Like let's dissect what went wrong this year.
As Brandon said last night, the autopsy. It's like, damn.
Well,
The autopsy says this is cause of death.
Well, they're not. It's not that different than postmortem. It is trying to figure out what killed this 49er season. And there's not going to be one cause. There's going to be a lot, and those causes, piled onto each other. The difficult part is you can't eliminate injuries. Mm-hmm. You just can't. But you've got to figure out a way to eliminate everything else. You can ask guys to come in better shape. You could ask guys to be ready. Well, a lot of that is going to have to do with, all right, like, were they distracted? Were they training at home? Was Trent training at home? Was Brandon Ayuk training at home? Like, those types of things. Like, you want guys in your building. You want guys with your coaches, with your camp. So there's a lot they have to address. First order of business is going to be the Brock Purdy contract, which should get done with absolutely no issue whatsoever. And then you start having conversations about how you can improve this roster. Mm-hmm. And whether it's time to say goodbye to guys that you don't necessarily want to say goodbye to, but you need to find a way to get better. Mm-hmm. And that's tough because the obvious name is George Kittle. And when you watch George Kittle play the last couple of weeks, you go, yeah, I don't really want to say goodbye to him. I don't know, like, if he still has a value across the league. I don't even know if he can be a spot for improvement. But the 49ers have a lot of tough questions to ask themselves, and they've got even tougher questions to answer.
We talked about it a little bit last week, and I mean, I'm not saying it's all his fault, but it's a different league. Like in the NBA, you kind of think of like what your assets are, how you can get better, how you can change some things. So I don't know if it definitely fits, and I don't think they'll do it, but I would really have a long discussion about shopping Nick Bosa.
Oh,
I would. That's money right there. And like I said, I don't know.
Put one of them Target red things on him. Like, he'd love that.
Right. But yeah, I just don't, he's a good ball player, but he's, until Brock signs, he's like the highest paid player on your team. And he doesn't have that type of impact consistently. And when you're dealing in a salary cap league, you're going to need to find ways to, cut edges, cut corners a little bit. And like you just talked about, get rid of some guys that you like. Like in a vacuum, like I'd love to have Nick Bosa on the team. But at that price, compared with now this new price that we have to pay a guy like Brock Purdy, compared to his production and his impact on a weekly basis, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm doing it. There's evidence to, this year when he was out, the defensive line struggled and all this other stuff. So I don't want to make it like he's not impactful or doesn't have carry any type of weight with when he's out there on the field. But I just don't see him, the money that he's making, I don't see him as that type of impactful player. And you're going to need to, like I said, save some money somewhere. And that'll be the first place I'd look and see. And then on top of that, getting things back. Like you cut George Kittle, you just cut him. You don't get nothing back. You may get, a nice little haul for Nick Bosa if you were to trade him and some cap relief.
We'll come back. The NBA Cup is set. The NBA Cup final is set. We'll talk a little bit about it. Man, what a turnaround for the Bucks. And is anyone paying attention to Oklahoma City's record? I mean, look around the entire league. It is elite of the elite. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Scooter, I understand that, but there's also a lot of one-on-ones. that Nick just was not. He was not that impactful. Interior line had some issues, some injury issues as well. Gross Matos and Javon Hargrave as well. You also look at Eric Armstead not being there. And when you talk about, like, what you're saying maybe isn't wrong, but if I'm paying you $120-something million because Eric Armstead isn't there, shouldn't affect your impact on the game. Like, I can pay somebody half that and they'll be affected by the interior alignment. I'm paying you the highest paid defensive player in the game. They should be able to put me and you next to him and he handles business. That's the way I look at it. Like, this ain't no middling $50 million deal. You're the highest defense, like, you are contract-wise supposed to be the best player on defense in the league. And you're virtually invisible for most of the season. I'm not even asking you to be defensive player of the year. You're virtually invisible for much of the season. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Look who it is. What is that? I'm saying, looking like you had Churchill's down or something like that. What's up, Kim? Kim, you'd be happy to know that we, the official name of the snack area is Kim's Snack Shack. That's the name, Kim's Snack Shack. You're at a winery. It's raining cats and dogs everywhere. What the hell? Oh, got you. Tell Alex I said, what up? John Pauls, I don't know if they're losing their minds. Maybe they don't know how to react, but we're not used to this. Just because you are used to just being awful and abysmal, don't judge us. Maybe we should sit down and have a conversation and we ain't never going to be awful for that long. We ain't ever going to be abysmal for that long. So there's no conversation needed. We won't need to know how to compartmentalize that whole situation. But just understand, you're used to this. We're not. Oh, John Balls is the Eagles fan now.
John, did the wife get induced the other day?
Oh, John Balls expecting?
I thought that's what he said I thought he said Friday or Saturday it was supposed to happen.
Well, hopefully. Oh, come on, man.
There you go,
John.
All right, Big John.
There you go.
Good stuff, man.
Congratulations, my guy. Once again, bench players out here is talking like starters. The Cowboys.
I think he's poking fun at himself.
I don't think they're in last place. The Giants are in last place.
Oh, that's a good point. Well, I still think Rob Dub is poking.
The Cowboys. All right, man.
Oh,
once again, you and Stanley. Hey, tell me how to deal with being bums. You can tell me.
Kenny is not handling the 49ers season.
He's lashing out at everyone right now.
Well,
everyone.
No. I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Because people are like, oh man, Niners fans aren't handling it well. Hey, we don't understand what it's like to be like some of your teams. I'm not even going to say the teams because I like the teams. I don't have no problem with. Well,
The Cowboys
I don't
fan?
like the Cowboys,
Oh.
but I ain't got no problem with the Raiders. You know, I'm not here to lash out on the Raiders or nothing. The fact that they have been abysmal for decades now, that's something that I guess some of their fans get used to. I'm not used to that as a 49. That's all I'm saying. I'm not used to that. I'm not used to an anemic season like this. I'm not used to that. So, yeah, maybe we don't know how to handle it because we hadn't been here before. If you have a house on this block that you've passed down to generations, then tell me how to handle it. I don't know.
You all right?
Yeah, you good?
I'm good.
You're not handling this well at all.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good
All right.
because I know we're not going to stay here for long. I don't know if that means they're getting back to the Super Bowl, but they got the right guys in place. Make sure, next year we'll be back at it. We'll be back at it.
Okay. Well, pour a little overly gingered green juice out for the San Francisco 49ers season.
How was that juice? Looked like that one punched you back.
Oh man, this was tough. This was tough. There's a lot of ginger and cayenne pepper in this one. This is
I tried drinking one of those green juices one time. Not that one, but just the types. Yeah, not for me.
I mean, shout out to Press. They're affordable or whatever. Like Vibe Health Bar is where I need to get my juice from. But they like closed the Folsom location because they're moving to like a bigger Folsom location. So I can only have the juice delivered here because it doesn't deliver to my house, and they're shut down. So I can't have it delivered at all. And so I'm drinking this, and well, good for inflammation, I guess.
Well, so like when do they reopen where you can even order?
I don't know. It said in December.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what that means. It's December 16th. It's not there. So it's like, all right, y'all just let me know. Y'all let me know. So we got James at the top of the hour. What you want to do right here? We got a couple of things we could do. We could stay with football, or we could go to the Bucks in Oklahoma City.
Let's stay with football real quick. Just
Okay.
real quick.
All right.
Time.
I mean, there's a couple other things we get. So the Packers did nothing for you. They suck. Packers beating the Seahawks did nothing for you.
No, never said they suck. I said the Seahawks suck.
You did say the Seahawks.
Green Bay won a game that they should win against a mediocre team. They beat the hell out of them too. Geno is hurt, but they think he's going to be all right.
Yeah. So Geno, he left with a knee injury. They think he's okay. Like there was no structural damage. Like
That's good.
So they, that does just because there's no structural damage doesn't mean he's okay.
Right.
But obviously in the NFL, that's the first step to moving forward because you can make the pain go away real quick in the NFL.
Yeah.
So it could just be that. So certainly dodged a bullet there. I do think the Packers continue to be I think they're good. They have a huge game with Minnesota in week 17. They have the Saints this week, and my dumbass didn't. I assume it's the Bears the last week of the season, but that's just a guess. It's obviously someone in their division. But they do have a huge game with Minnesota coming up in week 17. So that'll be really interesting for both of those squads.
I think the Packers are a good team, and I think for me, I know other people looked at them differently. Their opportunity, their window opened up with how I feel about Detroit now. I think them, along with Minnesota, have a real shot to go to the Super Bowl. They got a real shot. I think it's pretty wide open. I think Philly's the best team. That's the team I would put above the rest right now in the NFC. But Jordan Love is good. Green Bay is a good team. They are a good team. I don't see them as a great team, just traditionally, but they're a good team. And when you're a good team in a one-game situation like the NFL, you always got a shot. You always.
What do you think about the Bucks running it up on the Chargers yesterday?
I was impressive. I didn't see that coming.
Bucks' remaining schedule is at the Cowboys,
Easy work.
Panthers, and Saints.
Mm.
That's their final 3 games right there.
Their easiest game is at the Cowboys. I think the Panthers might. Where's that game at? You said at the Panthers?
No, it's at the Cowboys.
They just played the Panthers not too long ago. Yeah, they can run the table.
They should. They should.
The table.
They absolutely should. Those are bad football teams.
They just got to take care of business against the Panthers and the Bucks. Panthers and the Saints.
What about that Cowboys game?
Come on, man. Don't ask that question. That's easy. Come on, man. That's like playing that's like playing the high school team.
They
modern day be a tougher game than the Cowboys. De La Salle, Grant would be a tougher game.
What are you doing?
What?
Shout out to state champion Grant Payton.
What?
What are you doing?
Who would it be like playing again, Casey?
like playing Vanden. Then once again, all those games might be a little tougher. It might be a little tougher. That's easy. So they just got to worry about the that. I'm trying to invoke Stanley calling. That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh,
I'm trying to get my boy Stanley to call in. That's all I'm doing. But no, in all seriousness, I mean the end of this season for the Bucks, at the very least 3 winnable games. 3 games they'll be favored in. And could run the table, and big comeback from them this year because it looked like the Falcons had control of that division.
Yeah,
and Tampa Bay stayed with it, and even when Tampa Bay looked like, I think what did it lose, like 3 games in the middle.
They
of the
lost
season?
4, but look who they
season.
lost to. They lost to Baltimore. They lost to Atlanta, which and the way that they lost was brutal.
Mm-hmm.
They lost to Kansas City on a 1-possession game, shocker, and then they lost to San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
But they've taken advantage of their schedule, and I do think that Chargers win is big because look who they beat. The Giants. They beat the Panthers, as you pointed out a second ago. Beat the Raiders. Giants, Panthers, Raiders. That's who they beat.
Mm-hmm.
Got that one against a really good Chargers team last night. So I don't know why I keep saying last night. They got that win against a really good Chargers team yesterday. And I think that was like, okay, all right. That's big time for us.
Mm-hmm.
Because now don't let your guard up against Dallas, no matter how much Kenny Caraway is laughing. And don't let your guard down against Carolina and New Orleans. Like those are 3 football teams you're better than that.
Yeah. I'm not joking. Dallas won 2 of 3.
Dallas has won 3 of 4,
3 of
actually.
4.
They beat the Commanders, if you remember.
And that's right. That's sign enough that you need to be prepared to play, against the Cowboys. They have a few talented players. Obviously, you got a guy like Micah Parsons. You got CeeDee Lamb. Cooper Rush is solid. Like, he's not going to, be a superstar, but he can get the ball where it's supposed to go. You just got the win coming off an emotional win or a big win on the road against the Chargers. Don't slip up against these Cowboys. Don't get too confident against these Cowboys because they have people who can make plays.
Well, to your point, 30 points in the win, 27 points in the win, 34 points in the win. They hadn't scored 30 since week 1 when they beat the Browns 33-17.
They have people who can play the game. You know what I mean? They're not Carolina, right? Where Carolina is just 100% devoid of enough talent to be able to win. I look at CeeDee Lamb, obviously. I look at Brandon Cooks. Once again, Micah Parsons. You got guys that can play the game. So if you're not paying attention and you let them hang around and feel like, hey, we can get this game, they've got enough talent to be able to do that. So if I'm the Bucks coming off of that big win against the Chargers, stay locked in, stay focused against these Cowboys. And then the other 2 games you should be able to take care of. Real quick, because I think it was RG3 or maybe Acho who just showed a picture and they were like, hey, stop circulating that video around. So I didn't look. Anybody know what happened to the Dolphins player? That was pretty scary.
Oh, he's still in the hospital last time I saw today.
Was it a neck?
Honestly, I don't know. It was like everything.
Because I saw him. I did see a video of him on the stretcher, and it wasn't like aircast or anything like that. But
They took his jersey off.
he looked
They
motionless.
took his jersey, his shoulder pads, his helmet off. They had an EKG machine, I think, attached to him.
He looked motionless.
Yeah, he got
It
roughed up.
was-
Is
bad.
that
scary.
when that's when they came back and everyone was out on the field?
Yeah.
Because I had that in the quad box, and I was like, what's going on here? And I think Scott Hadson touched on it for a second and then left it.
Mhm. That I
Yeah, he can move all his extremities and stuff like that, but he's still in the hospital.
That's good because that, like I said, I ended up coming across video of them, taking him out on the stretcher, and he just, man, that didn't look good at all.
Remained at a local hospital. He has movement in all his extremities, and initial tests have revealed positive results. He remains under the care of doctors for continued observation. That's from the Miami Dolphins at 7:30 this morning.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know what had happened because they told me don't watch. I ain't gonna watch.
Yeah, you don't have to ask me twice, to be honest with you. I'm good with that. That is not for. Okay, well, all right. Saw it.
Oh,
It's
it's a bad hit neck situation.
It's not gruesome. It's not gruesome at all. It's just a nasty. It's just bad angles. That's all it is. It's just bad. It's just bad angles. I don't even think there is a flag. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's not good.
Speaking of tough or bad angles,
I truly do hate this game. Oh God,
it's tough. It's tough.
Mm.
Maybe the Chiefs dodged a little bit of a bullet because that Mahomes tackle looked.
Oh, that
really
Mahomes
bad.
tackle looked awful.
And for it to just be a high ankle sprain.
I don't even think they said it was high, did they?
I thought Schefter did.
Oh,
but
did he?
I could-
Okay,
I could be wrong.
okay.
Yeah, high ankle sprain. That could have been some real damage. So he may be out for a few weeks, but it could have been worse. Could have been worse. So I'm glad so far that's all it is. It's just the ankle sprain because he got folded up.
Yeah, that looked nasty.
All kinds of
Nasty. But man, the way they taped that joint up, because he was having a hard time getting off the field.
Mhm.
Then they taped it up, and he's walking around, but I mean, you could tell he's not feeling it,
Mhm.
but he's moving around with little issue. Walking after the game, I know Andy Reid. Like, of course, this is I feel like you put your guys in a tough spot when you do this, but Andy Reid's like, no, we think he could have come back. All right, Andy. Like, do we have to say that?
Yeah, and we kind of like want these guys to answer questions, but sometimes it's like I don't know.
And the truth is, he probably would have. Like, he would have wanted to come back out there and do Patrick Mahomes stuff if he had to.
Mhm.
But everybody knew he wasn't going to have to because the only guy. Oh, what game was I watching where he threw? Who was it? Now I got to pull the. I'm gonna try to just remember just by looking at the games. The quarterback threw at least 3 interceptions, but you can't tell me. Oh, it was Tua.
Oh no,
He's not in there. He's not in there. I swear, every time I looked at the screen, Tua. You know who was throwing an interception? He's back, so I'm gonna choose my words
Well,
carefully.
I saw one of.
Dude, he was bad yesterday. What do you want me to say?
Well,
Like, I couldn't admit it.
How many interceptions? He did throw
He
3.
threw three.
And
Three of them. They were all. He's trying to get to Tyreek on all
You
of them. too.
can't tell me he didn't throw 7.
Well, I saw one of them because this was also one of the games I turned my back on after the score. But the one
What? Ugh. Ugh. I am not watching this.
That's pretty much how it was going.
I am Kenneth Caraway. I'm not watching this rubbish.
That's pretty much how it was going down. But one of them, he threw the interception, the one where one of the DB ran like 60 yards back. And the announcer goes, yeah, he just didn't see him there.
I made that one.
I heard that. he was like, he must have seen the quarterback. He just He didn't see him. They
I
had
don't
a
know what the
specific
hell that
name for what
was.
the defender was doing, and I forgot what
Mike
it was.
McDaniel tried saying that Tyreek was supposed to run a more inside route or whatever. That was disgusting.
Every time I saw Mike McDaniel yesterday, he was like at the free throw line. He was like crouched over.
He lost his job
He's
3
just
different
like,
times yesterday.
Oh, just looking up.
Just the chill guy.
Oh man, that's my coach, man. Y'all leave my coach
Just
alone.
the chill guy.
He'll be in San Francisco next year.
Yeah, bring him
Yeah,
back.
him and Bob Sala.
Get the band back together.
Oh, Bob.
Although,
Come on back,
No,
Bob.
Bob. He'll be asking for Bob Salah to come back. No, man. I don't know. He's all right. He's cool. But there's a little revisionist history with Bob Salah. He almost lost his job like the first 3 years he was in San Francisco. And he had the one good year. And everybody's like, yeah. I was like, all right. He had a good year.
Man, now you're turning on Bob?
Oh, well, I wouldn't even say I'm turning on Bob. When have you ever heard me say, no, bring him back?
No, you've never said that.
I was there. I
Who was
remember.
the guy you fired? Wilkes. You fired Steve Wilkes. Right?
Yeah, Wilkes. The best one was D'Amico. D'Amico was the
working out
best,
for him.
the best coach.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy. I was like, no, he's nice.
I did think it was funny to see Mike McDaniel and D'Amico Ryan hug after the game. It's like, oh, not to be like, that's got to be a proud moment for Kyle.
Absolutely.
That's pretty dope.
Absolutely, man.
Even though one of them apparently stinks,
Well,
it's still got to be a proud moment. Y'all leave that's my guy.
I don't know. We're gonna run this. Tua's gonna throw the ball. God,
Wow.
you guys sucks.
Wow.
Hey, wait a
You're
Hey,
treating
Mike.
that man like his name is Luke.
Mike, excuse me, Mike. I got another question
Oh,
for you,
here we
Mike. Tyreek Hill. What's going on with the production with him? Have you guys tried to get him the ball lately?
We're trying to scheme him up. I don't know. We're trying. Like it's just football and it's guys, That's my head coach.
No, that is how he answers the questions.
That's my head coach, guys.
Oh man,
That's tough.
they both, him and Tua, should get next year.
I believe in Tua. I
or-
don't know about the other guy.
Or going into the year. I don't think either one of them are above losing their job in the middle of the season.
I don't think
What?
yesterday was bad for Tua. Yes, yesterday was bad, but other than that, he's been lights out all season long. I get people who tuned in and stuff. He threw 2 picks. Yeah, he was horrible yesterday, but other than that, he's been fine. It's not a Tua problem.
So
the
he
rest of the team
threw-
is just soft.
But you're going hard at your head coach. Your quarterback threw 3 interceptions in a game that they lost by 1 score.
Yeah, he had a bad game, but it's
But that's that. I mean,
It's not. I'm not gonna judge him off of one game all season long. Like he's been fine all season long.
I understand, but what I'm saying is, like, that does your coach get any credit for that?
I mean, I guess, but I'll give you 13, 12 other games for Mike McDaniel compared to this one for Tua.
You guys know what game is this weekend, right?
Yeah, I could care less about this one, to be
Yeah, who
honest.
cares?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, lose it. I don't
Yeah.
care. You want to lose it? I want to lose it.
I want to lose it as well.
All
I
right,
think at
well,
this point.
neither one needs to win.
Yeah, tie.
Man, that ain't going. It doesn't have the same vibes as the last time these two teams played.
Number 1 defense, my ass.
It doesn't have the same vibes.
I'll never forget those 10 seconds.
The thing I would say about
Pause.
Yeah, I know.
where not? Oh, there it is. Hold on.
I'll throw it on myself too.
Yeah.
We're down bad.
Flags
Yeah.
everywhere on the field. But the thing I would say about Tua and Mike McDaniels, Jesse knows my issue with them. And you look at the schedule, they've beaten one team above 500.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at it right now.
I mean,
I got you.
And that's been the story with them for the last 2 years.
See, but that Bills game that they lost most recently, Tua played fine. Like the defense let them down. Like he's played fine in these games. Yesterday was bad, yes, no doubt. But it's a team problem rather than a Tua
Yeah,
problem.
they lost to the Cardinals 27-28. They lost to the Bills 27-30. got roughed up by the Packers, and that was a one-score game yesterday against the Texans. They had some bad losses early in the season, but
Tua was gone for a few of those games.
And lost that game to the Colts, too. That's a one-score game to the Colts.
Fumbled twice in that game in the fourth quarter.
They lost 3 one-score games in a row before winning their next 3.
I would go into the season with those guys.
Get Mike McDaniel out of get me Mike Vrabel or someone. Like, this team needs a cultural shift. Or pretend you're not playing in Miami and pretend like you're in somewhere where it snows 24/7.
I need Mike McDaniel to be a head coach forever. The amount of people that bring Mike McDaniel up to me is spectacular.
Mike McDaniel,
just for me.
I think he's a good coach, but I'm wiping this year off the slate. Next year they got to start winning some of these games when they play the Bills.
I think it's time for a little rebuild. Like, Tyreek out of there.
Mm.
Some of the safeties need to go. The safety Javon Holland up for a contract. Let him go. It's time to retool a little bit. Mike McDaniel's offense is great until you throw 2 safeties 20 yards back. It's like the 2-3 zone for Brad Stevens. Shout out to the bubble.
Yeah, just go ahead. Everybody just shoot threes the whole time. No. Don't get to the bucket. Don't get to the bucket. Just shooting and missing. Marcus Smart, keep shooting.
We'll come back. The highlight of the moment, the highlight of the weekend, I think was Saturday night. We'll talk about that. We might not get to the NBA Cup today. That's okay, because that's actually tomorrow, because we got Kings basketball tonight against the Denver Nuggets, and James Ham will be with us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Complex is back.
DJ Complex.
You know what, man? You give me an idea. If I make Mike McDaniel, take Ben Johnson before the Bears do. Ben Johnson can coach a quarterback similar to Goff.
There's going to be a bidding war for Ben Johnson.
Stephen Ross has money.
Yeah, but he's also Stephen Ross. You're a head coach. You got to realize Stephen Ross is hiring. Woody Johnson is hiring. This sucks.
Stephen Ross will pay you.
I got to go watch that. I say that all the time, and I never do. Yeah, we went over this. Don't count on it. Good kid. Don't count on it. But nice little story today. But we don't think it's happening. I think it's real. Yeah, I think it's real. Well, I'm a Disney guy, so I got to watch whatever that is.
Did you guys check out the NBA 2K broadcast of the Rockets Warriors? That was actually pretty good.
I saw some of it like on Twitter. but I didn't watch the.
It
looked kind of dope.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, it was also like a stat cast thing too. So they had all these stats up during the time. They didn't. It was like a players only type announce crew. So I would have, probably rather hear Harlan or something like that. But I didn't know what to expect going into that. But that was pretty cool. Giants 49ers fan, absolutely not. Now, that's not really a knock on Cody. It's more of the fact that Roman is one of the greatest.
Roman is like the Rock and Stone Cold as
Right,
far as
like, it's unfair to say if Cody can even get to that level. Like that's rarefied air, right?
They need to wrap up the bloodline storyline because it's burying Cody.
I think I'm out on the Rock versus Cody Rhodes too, if that's a thing.
Oh, if that's such ass. If that's the plan, did you see the January 6th match?
No.
I know it's funny, right?
Where's that at?
Time. It's the Capitol versus no. It's
Hell in a Cell live at the Capitol.
It's Roman and Solo on the Netflix debut.
I like that. I do like that. They
You have Solo win
Aldrin's
and have
right.
The Rock come out after
Just
that.
let this dude be a heel. He'll be so good.
What was I gonna say?
That's my favorite. That is my favorite Jesse bit because somehow once a day, Kenny forgets what he was going to say and will utter the phrase, "Oh, what was I going to say?" And Jesse will utter, "We'll never know because we're back." It happens every day. So I don't know what's more amazing, the fact that Kenny forgets something every day or the fact that Jesse has like a way to work that into the show.
That's what I was going to say. I remember now. And I always remember when we get back onto the air. Are we like we're all in agreement that Kevin Owens is like isn't that guy? Like he's just a gatekeeper, right?
Whoa.
He's not a franchise leader.
No, he's a solid hand.
But they always put him in that.
Yeah, because he's solid in a main event role.
He's a world title. Like,
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like that's fine. That's okay.
What you mean? Whoa.
It feels a little. It's not Sami Zayn.
Well, wait a minute. That was so disrespectful to Sami Zayn.
Well, also, yes, he is.
No, he's better than that.
Is he?
He's like a Bret Hart.
They're kind of the
Bret. No, Bret Hart. No, hell no.
The way you guys talk about Bret Hart, don't get mad at me.
No,
he's just
he's
a jag.
Sammy,
he's not just a guy. Stop.
Sammy and Kevin Owens are kind of on the same tier.
Yes,
they can give you a good program, good stories, but
Sammy is like a Mick Foley at his best, or he's just he's never gonna be like a guy. He's just off to this, like he's not off to the side, but like we can keep him around because like he's good.
That's
he's really good.
KO wins titles.
You need guys who can get other guys over. Mm-hmm. Those guys can both do that.
Every time I see that might be what's killing Cody the most. For me personally, it's just me. I see, KO.
Yeah.
No.
Well, stop that. Yeah, I got you. I just think this bloodline storyline is too big and it's killing Cody.
I actually, to be honest with you,
and they brought Jesse Ventura out. Thank God they only brought him out for the main event. Oh, it was awful. I guess. Oh, it was awful.
I missed that. I might have to go. I might have to sign up and go see that again now. I missed that.
Such a liar.
I know. Well, I'm definitely going. I need to sign up. There's things on
you
there I gotta
do.
watch.
It's been months. You've been on YouTube TV for months.
It hasn't been months. Yeah, it's been about 2 billion.
I think it's your fault they're hiking the price by $10.
It's about 2 billion.
I saw I saw that YouTube TV has raised their prices 137% since launching 7 years ago.
That sounds about right. Now,
Shout out to us for all paying it too.
well, yeah, and it's still cheaper than cable. And have they added to the service though? Nothing is free.
No, not anything that's free. No.
Well, I'm
Like, but
saying
they-
like the options that you have, like maybe added some channels. Now you can get your local.
Well, now you
game.
can get Sunday Ticket there. I mean, there's that. I don't know that they've added like other channels.
Did they always have League Pass capabilities?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
NBA has never been exclusive.
They still don't have MLB Network. That's crazy.
Oh man, I know.
That's ridiculous. But what I was gonna say real quick, and then we can move on, is Kevin Owens is a lot more interesting in a mid-card type angle. Like when you try to sell him as like he's going against Cody in the main. Oh my God. But if you're like him against the Street Profits, all this is, I was like, okay, let me see what KO talking
All right,
about.
yeah, now you're disrespecting.
Put that man in there with the Street Profits.
Yeah, that's disrespect.
Bro,
Relax.
wow.
KO and Austin Theory, they've been going at it for weeks.
Okay, on a
Let me
scale
see
of
what's going
1
on.
to Cesaro, then where do you put him?
He's above Cesaro.
Okay,
He's above Cesaro. Cesaro is.
that's as mid-table as it gets. I saw him standing behind
I'm not
John
even
Moxley the other day in a promo. John Moxley was saying who knows what, but
I haven't
So-
seen AEW in probably.
it's
6
low key
months.
like where you go to see. Oh, this is why they didn't let you guys have total creative control.
I see Cesaro in a match. I'm in my REM sleep.
Man.
I ain't even tired. I'm just like
That's crazy.
I'll watch Jets Jags before I watch Cesaro.
And then the next Cesaro was Ricochet, mid card to mid card.
Well,
I tried to tell them
yeah. You did. No, you were on it early. You were on it early, especially with Cesaro.
if you can't cut a promo, dude, no one wants to hear you. Ricochet, whoever.
That's facts, though.
Mm.
Got to be able to talk. Got to be able to talk,
When are
pal.
they breaking up the Street Profits, by the way, too? Although I think Montez said, no, we doing this together.
Well, if Vince was still here, he would have broken them up by now. He breaks up all the black groups and then has them fight each other.
Did he break up Crime Time?
Yeah. Yep. Crime Time broke up. Hurt Business
What-
broke up. The
what
Nation
was-
of Domination broke up.
Yeah, shout out to the nation. Shout out to her business. What was Crime Time's angle? It was like one didn't want to commit crimes anymore.
No.
I'm gonna look up on the company computer. Why did Crime Time break up?
It's hilarious.
Let me out, though.
I think Shad started getting a reaction because he's a big dude, and
Yeah.
Vince loves big guys like that.
Yeah.
So I think they tried to push Shad, and so they turned the other brother, JTG, I can't remember,
That sounds right.
turned him heel,
Yeah.
and that was that.
R.I.P. Shad, too. By the
Yeah,
way.
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Were you able to find why Crime Time broke up?
It just says creative differences, and then
Okay.
just trying to get away from the theme as well.
It's still the only. They had Triple H hump a dead mannequin once, and still Crime Time is the only act that they ever aired a disclaimer for. They've set guys on fire. They've had bra and panty matches. But they aired
did some things.
They aired a disclaimer the day Crime Time debuted.
That was crazy. That was a crazy
Incredible.
angle, team name,
Everything.
That was wild. That was wild.
James Ham going to join us here in just a few minutes as the Kings return to basketball at the Golden One Center coming up tonight.
Yeah.
Don't want to let the day pass without acknowledging Travis Hunter winning the Heisman Trophy Award in one of the more memorable ceremonies I think we've seen in recent years, and the closest vote in 15,
It was
15
been a
16
while.
years.
Yeah.
I think it was
Wow.
2009, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
it's like separated by what, 200 votes or something.
Yeah.
Like that? Yeah, it was. I'm interested to hear you say that was like one of the more memorable ones, because I didn't know if maybe I was just a fan, because I really like Travis Hunter, Shador,
Mhm.
and all those other guys, and I didn't know if it was I thought it was so great because of that, or it genuinely was. Like, I thought his speech was great. I thought the way he accepted the trophy and acknowledging all those people, I thought he knocked it out of the park with that.
Well, there was
fantastic.
a certain level of that was for us.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
When he said, bro, hey, where you at, bro? And he said, right here, my boy.
Well, the best part is he's got, his crew, like his aunties and grandma, they're all back there. Lil Wayne, though, Lil Wayne, right there in the front
And
row.
he told me,
Talking about, I never knew your songs.
He's like, yeah, I ain't never listened to music, but man, 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot hot.
Seeing Wayne trending the night of the Heisman Trophy presentation on Twitter was spectacular.
Yeah.
Absolutely spectacular.
I thought his acceptance speech was fantastic. I thought it was entertaining. I thought it was. Then they showed. Did you see the video of the reaction of his dad watching the acceptance speech? And I mean, that was crazy to see as well. I thought it was great, man. And I thought the battle, not really a battle, but just the vote between those two players. Jency was fantastic. He's a guy in the era of running backs not being prioritized. He's probably gonna go top 10. That's how good he is, how good of a season he had. And if he would have won, completely understand it. I just look at Travis Hunter and what he was able to do as being one of the all-time great college football seasons ever. And he's one of the all-time greatest college football players I've seen in my 41 years on this earth. Like, what playing the game, the entire game at such a high level.
Incredible.
We haven't seen that. There's a reason why it was kind of special. We haven't seen that. We hadn't seen that before.
Yeah, seeing Prime's reaction to him, knowing the connection between him and Schroder, knowing that Schroder should have been up there, in my opinion. But still, a very cool moment for Travis Hunter, who I'm so fascinated to see what happens with him next.
There was a article I read in Front Office Sports just kind of talking about his NFL, prospects. Like, where does he want to play? And the discrepancy between wide receiver play and defensive back play is like a pretty sizable gap. You know what I mean? And I think they compared it. I could pull it up, but like Nico Collins is like the 12th highest paid wide receiver, and that would be Jalen Ramsey's like number 1 paid defensive back. So he's probably I think he will end up being a defensive back. That's where you play him the majority of the time. But when you talk about his potential earning, he's losing out by being a defensive back. Here it is. Yeah. Nico Collins, who ranks 12th among wide receivers at $24.5 million salary, will earn more than the highest paid quarterback, which is Jalen Ramsey at $24 million. So if he's going into the NFL as a cornerback, he's losing a lot. Justin Jefferson tops everybody at $35 million as a wide receiver, but he's and I think he's more impactful as a defensive back than he is a full-time wide receiver.
I also wonder, will coaches go, you're a defensive back, but
Tell you where you're at.
We've got some ideas for you,
as they should,
here on the offensive side of the ball,
as they should. And he doesn't. He can still play wide receiver. He doesn't have to play every snap. Right.
Yeah, right.
Like, if he, you get him in there the way it's different now because of all the injuries, but the way the Niners started off with Pearsall, you know what I mean? Like, getting, they did with Juwan Jennings when they had everybody in there on third downs. Travis Hunter's in there, or for sure passing downs. We get him out there. But if we're in a run heavy situation, you sit out, it'll be okay. So I'm fascinated to see where he goes and how they utilize him.
So a very cool moment on Saturday night for Travis Hunter, who will be a top pick for sure in the draft. Tonight, the Kings get back on the floor. They get back on the floor at the Golden One Center. They're 6-7 so far this season at the Golden One Center. James reported, and a number of other people did, of course, because it was in plain view. Trey Lyles was on the practice floor. Mike Brown was clear. He doesn't believe Trey Lyles. He said Trey Lyles isn't playing today.
Mhm.
He said that flat out. And he doesn't think that he'll play the next game, which would be Thursday versus the Los Angeles Lakers. At the same time, this happened when the Kings notified all of us that Kevin Huerter suffered an AC joint sprain in the third quarter, I think it was, against the New Orleans Pelicans. Continued to play, kind of played through it. Imaging revealed there's a sprain there, and Sean Cunningham, I think, tweeted it's unrelated to his previous injury on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I got to imagine that's probably a little scary for Kevin Huerter, given how long that rehab process was. But the Kings are going to continue to have to battle injuries, man.
Yeah.
And Kevin Huerter's the latest.
Does this Kevin Huerter injury? I asked Jesse because he was really adamant about needing more help, and I'll ask you as well. Does this kind of accentuate the fact that you need to go get something? Because you look at the bench now without a Kevin Huerter, and it's really bare.
Yeah.
Now, the ironic thing about that is to go get someone, you probably have to trade Kevin Huerter.
Right.
So it's,
well, that's okay.
You're not adding
if you could
to
trade DeAnthony Melton with one ACL, you could trade Kevin Huerter with a sprained AC joint.
Right, but wouldn't that also that wouldn't fix the problem? It might, because maybe who you bring in is more consistent, but it feels like you need another guy with Kevin Huerter on the bench, not trading one for one. But does it make it more clear to you, like, they need to make a deal?
I think it just kind of brings him more to the surface, because like tonight, it's like Kevin's not consistent, but like you count on Kevin to be the guy if anyone's gonna do it. Now tonight, it's like, all right, Doug McDermott, is it gonna be you? Maybe Jay Crowder, maybe Keon. Like they have no one you can count on going into tonight.
Yeah, the fact that we're all like, man, who's gonna step up if Huerter? And again, Huerter, I don't think has been ruled out. He's listed as day-to-day. So whatever he is tonight doesn't necessarily mean what he'll be on Thursday, doesn't necessarily mean what he'll be on Saturday or on Sunday, as we welcome in our Kings Insider from the Insiders, our man James Hammer. We were just talking about you guys at practice this weekend. We learned that Kevin Huerter with the sprained AC joint. Did Mike talk at all about Kevin and his availability this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, he talked to us like in general, like he doesn't know when Kevin will be available. He doesn't know that, and he also didn't know when Trey would be available, who is back. He's at practice, but whether he's practicing or not, we don't actually know. We asked him about it, like, hey, what are you going to do now? Like, how are you going to fill in those minutes? And Mike was pretty clear, like, hey, look, if somebody jumps off the table and like, you have to play him, hits a bunch of shots and like just outright wins a rotational spot during this time, then, Mike's all for it. But at the same time, there's a good chance that he's just going to have to like put guys in and see how they do. And if they're not doing well, switch to the next guy and kind of piecemeal this thing until Kevin's back, until Trey's back. It's not a good situation to be in for the Kings, because they are, when you make a move like they did to put Malik Monk into the starting lineup, first of all, there's no way to go back from it, really. But secondly, once you do that, it changes the dynamic of your roster greatly. And as opposed to having a player like Keon Ellis or sifting through players that can start at the shooting guard spot and give you 15 or 20 minutes as the fifth scorer in the starting unit, you now have to figure out who that guy is off the bench who can give you anything. And finding someone who can consistently do it is not easy. And, I don't know that the Kings have somebody on their roster right now that is that type of player.
Do you think, because we've had this discussion the last couple of days and maybe a week or so, is, needing to go get more bench help? And I like to get more bench help. I'd definitely open to going getting guys like Cam Johnson or Finney Smith or something like that. But I also look at it where I think the story of this team and how far this team is going to go is the play of that starting five, now that Malik Monk is in there. And if they're playing at a high level consistently, I think whatever you have on the bench is going to be all right, at least when you talk about getting into the top 6. But I don't think if you go get Finney Smith and Keegan Murray is still struggling like he was early in November, that it's going to be all right. Like, I think more importantly, those guys need to play better. But do you feel like they need to go get some bench help?
I think it's a little of both. Like, yeah, I mean, your starting 5 sort of is what it is. It's your best 5 players. And I don't think there's any way around that. You're starting your best 5. That's typically not what most teams do, at least not their top 5 scorers, right? So what you're going to do going forward is you're going to try to find pieces that work with those 5, and you're going to have to really, really work to keep like 2 or 3 of those 5 on the court at all times. And so I don't think we're ever going to see like a 5-man bench unit unless it's 5 minutes left in a game and it's a lopsided score one way or another. It's a tough situation to be in, though. And like, look, to a certain degree, I understand what you're saying, Kenny, that that you're only going to go as far as those 5 take you, but that doesn't mean that like that you don't have an 8-man rotation, and in that rotation you don't have something different. And you've got to be able to have like variance for your opponent, or you become like extremely predictable. And that's just sort of the way the NBA is. And I think the Kings can get way, way better at what they do. But I would also look back to, let's just say Mike Bibby, Doug Christie, Peja Stojakovic, Vlade Divac, and Chris Webber. Like, you still had a Bobby Jackson. You still had a Hito Turkoglu. You still had a Scott Pollard. You had really, really good players off the bench that knew their roles and knew how to play to their strengths and brought something different. Scott Pollard is not a Vlade or a Chris Webber clone, even in the least bit. He was an enforcer who came in and played defense and popped people and, rebounded. And Bobby Jackson was very different than the other 2 guards in that lineup, but he brought something different to the table. And so it doesn't matter how good your starting 5 is. When you go up against a team like Denver tonight, who has, Russell Westbrook and Peyton Watson and a handful of other guys off their bench, somebody's got to score off your bench. Somebody has to try to keep up with that second unit, or at least counteract some of what they're doing. So then that way it's not all on the 5 guys that are starting, because if it's all on the 5 guys that are starting and 2 of them don't have a good shooting night, your night's over. And that's not a good place to be.
Sacramento Kings got a lot to figure out as they kick off this 5-game homestand, Hammer. And KC was laminating the importance earlier of they got to start establishing something at home. It's great they got back to 500. It's great that they've won 3 in a row, but with 5 games at home, and right now you're a game below 500 on the season, they got to start turning G1C into a place that is difficult for teams to play in, because right now it is very much not.
No, and like we tried to discuss that earlier a couple of times, and just like, why is it that other teams come in and, like, first of all, I know the sight lines are good, and I know shooters love to shoot at Golden One. So I mean, that's one thing. Whatever it is about the gym, the backdrop, whatever it is, like, opposition has no problem shooting at Golden One Center. But I also think that the crowd in Sacramento is amazing, and they always bring energy. And I think that energy, that is possible that other teams feed off that energy too. And I also think that this Kings team, for whatever reason, for the last 5 or 6 years, they don't feed off the crowd like they should. And oppositions do feed off they feed off the Kings crowd. You walk into a building, whether it's hostile or whether it's it's pulling for you. If it's a noisy, rambunctious group of people that are all excited to be there, Like, you feed off of that. And for whatever reason, the Kings have, as a group, have not been able to capitalize on that. They've not been able to really, ride the wave of their home crowd. And I don't get it because, we talked about like 2 years ago, this team won 48 games and they won 23 at home and 25 on the road. I mean, that's a 51, 52 team win team in most situations. If you're going to win 25 on the road, you should always have a better home record than you do a road record. That it doesn't make any sense, but it is who this group is, and it doesn't matter how the pieces change. It still feels that way, and they got to figure it out.
Yeah, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, but you got the next 5 games at the Golden One Center, and this is as great of opportunity as any to kind of change those fortunes and trying to change what's been going on in recent years at the Golden One Center and start to kind of turn things on its head a little bit and start to become a close to dominant home team. And you've got Denver, you got 2 with LA, you've got Indiana, you've got Detroit. And aside from Detroit, I feel like all 3 of those other teams are on your same level. You got them at home, man. Come on, man. Take care of business. Said it before. I'll continue to say it. I need no less than 4-1 in these 5 games. I need that.
No, I'm with you. I mean, like, look, they play 9 of the next 11 games at home, and the 2 games that are on the road are both in the state of California. Like, if you can't take advantage of that, I hate to tell you, but this team is going nowhere because I know what the schedule looks like in January. I know what the schedule looks like in March. And I mean, I guess we could say, well, they're better on the road, so maybe they will do just fine on that 6-game road trip. But that 6-game road trip that includes, I don't know what, 2 teams in New York, a team in Philly, a team in Minnesota. Like, it's a brutal trip. And if you can't take advantage of home games with a big crowd at your back, then I don't know what to say. Because again, like, we could just say, all right, well, they're just going to win more games on the road, so it might be better that they're on the road. But that's not logical to any team that I've ever seen that is successful in the NBA. And for whatever the reason, the Kings just can't figure it out, and it's tough.
What have the Kings shown you the last couple of days? Or, sorry, the last couple of games, last 3 games? What have they shown you?
They've won like 4 out of 5. They've shown me a better resiliency. They've shown me that they understand that passing the ball and not letting it get sticky is huge. That this team is better when they are moving the ball. I don't know. They've shown some fight. They've shown the ability to finish a game off, even if it shouldn't have been as close as it was. And I think some of the same tendencies are there that we've seen all season long, but they are improving. And I guess that's all you can ask for. The rebounding numbers, I think, are good. They've been better rebounding the ball. They're starting to shoot the ball from 3 better. They're starting to defend the 3 a little bit better. And, we talked about it so many times, but it's not about just like all of a sudden you make more 3-pointers than the other team. Like, baby steps, you got to close the gap. It can't be the other team hits 15 threes and you hit 11 every single night and you're starting from a 12-point deficit from behind the arc. It's got to be something where you're starting to improve both as a shooting team, but also as a defensive team that's defending that 3. And I think like tonight is going to be a really interesting experiment because this Denver team, they lead the league in assists at over 30 a game. They're absolutely incredible moving the ball. They lead the league in 2-point field goals and 2-point field goal percentage, I believe. So what they do is they get to the basket. Most of their shots are around the rim. And then they're shooting like 38.1% from 3. They're 7th in the league in percentage, but they're 30th in 3-point attempts. And so they kind of do exactly what the Kings you'd want a team to do when they come into Sacramento. They hit their 3s, but if you can limit how many 3s they take, and then just play really good defense on the 2 points, 2-point field goal attempts, you might be okay. But again, this is a team who's really good at something, and they have been for the last 5 or 6 years. and the Kings have to figure out ways to stop that team. And so I think it's a good test. Will show us like where are some of your principles and how are you learning, especially when you have basically a week off to get ready for game action and to clean up a bunch of stuff.
But that last point that you just made, how much stock do you put into that? Whereas, there wasn't a lot of practice time for a team that was trying to, incorporate a major piece in DeMar DeRozan. And for the last 10 days or so, you played one game, you've been able to practice. How much stock do you put in to them being able to practice and get a little more familiar with each other? And this early in the season, November, December, something like that.
Well, I think it could be huge. It doesn't help that Kevin Huerter got injured right before, or in the one game that you did play in the last 7 days, he tore up his shoulder again. That's not a good thing because it doesn't matter, like whether people out there love Kevin Huerter or don't like Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter is still a valuable member of this team, and they need what he does on the court. I think that this was a good moment for guys who have a bunch of bumps and bruises, many of which they just don't report. Guys who are beat up and not feeling great. But even guys like Domas and DeMar who missed time with back injuries, those back injuries are still hiding there. And so for them to get this time off to recover, to relax, to get their bodies right, that's big. But I also there is something about you just won 3 in a row and 4 out of 5, and you were starting to get a little bit of a rhythm, and now your rhythm's broke because you haven't played in 4 days or 5 days. And so I don't know, it's kind of a coin flip on whether this is a positive or a negative, but the long-term health of the team, I certainly think is a positive, especially gets you a couple of days closer to Trey Lyles being back. It gets you a couple of days closer to Devin Carter being healthy. And hopefully it's given Kevin Huerter a little bit of time where it's not just, straight up Kevin Huerter already missed 3 or 4 games and you're hoping to get him back.
Yeah. With this group, like Kevin's injury might throw another, you talk about like you're in a rhythm and then you got this break, then you get the game, then you got like this another short little break. And now you might, and we don't know, you might take the floor without, I asked you how you felt about 4 of the last 5. Kevin's been a pretty big part of why they've been able to win 4 of their last 5. He's done, really well in his role coming off the bench. So it's kind of back to that bench conversation, Hammer, where you got into a groove, but you're going to have to adjust now because that guy you were relying to hit a couple of shots in his, 20, 25 minutes, he might not be there.
Yeah. And I know in the chat, Kevin Huerter is not out for the season. Kevin Huerter sprained his
Kevin's
AC
not even
joint.
out for tonight.
Well, he is now. No,
he is officially out.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's officially out, and Keegan Murray's questionable now.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah. So not great. Yeah. Kevin Huerter is officially out, but it's an AC joint sprain. It's not nearly as dramatic as the previous injury, but it is the same shoulder. I think we all saw it during the game. Like he got banged and all of a sudden he started, moving his shoulder around. I think again, Kevin Huerter's he's been hit and miss from 3 still. He's had a couple of really, really good games, but also a couple of, the last game, what was he, 1 of 8 from 3? But what Kevin Huerter's been able to do is come off the bench and change the energy on the court. And he doesn't do it in the same way that that Malik Monk does, where Monk just takes the ball and all of a sudden, he's got this bounce in his step and he's flying all over the place. What Kevin does is all of a sudden he starts running around at a different speed than everybody else is. And it was it's very, very, you can see it. The second he's on the court, the whole entire action on the offensive end goes faster. And he's moving, he's darting in, people are chasing him around, and he's disruptive in a very unique way. And that's something the Kings are going to have to figure out how to replicate, because that's sort of his magic power, is to be disruptive off the ball and to really draw a lot of attention, whether he's taking a shot or not. And, again, I know some people like Doug McDermott. I've got to turn to Doug McDermott tonight and say, hey, man, please figure it out. Hit your first one and then hit 3 or 4 more and give us something off the bench. Because I think Doug has that same exact momentum to his game. He might not move as much as Kevin, but he definitely has a quicker shot than Kevin. And if he can start getting hot, he just draws a crowd. And the Kings really, really need that coming off the bench. They need someone to step up. And, it's fine if Isaac Jones is getting 10 or 12 points as like a scrap, an occasional pick and roll guy, but rebound, put back, transition bucket, that type of player. But you do need somebody else on this team that can hit some shots and sort of get all of the momentum going one way on the court to open things up for someone else.
And, I see people in the chat talking about it. And, I look at things sometimes as an opportunity, and maybe this is an opportunity for Kobe Jones. That's what it is. Will he be ready for it? But somebody got to play. And he's already been in a bunch of NBA games at this point, so why not have him?
Well, he's got
there?
A coach that loves him.
Yeah, it could be an opportunity for him. Could be an opportunity to show that, hey, because who knows how many.
I hope someone loves me the way Mike loves Kobe Jones. That's all you can ask for in life is that type of love.
How many shot opportunities is he getting with Kevin Huerter there? Maybe not many, but now Kevin Huerter's gone. They're kicking it out to you. I don't know. Maybe it could be a revelation.
The funny thing is, Mike was asked about, players going back and forth between the G League and up with the big club. And I haven't been tracking Colby Jones' G League appearances, but he did get into a game. Was it yesterday? He went up and then came back and joined the Kings later in the day. Like, look, there is progress is happening with Colby Jones, and what he is at the G League level is not a bad player at all. He's actually a very productive player, and you're wondering why he can't transition that to the NBA. And sometimes it's just aggressiveness. Sometimes it's just trying to fit in. But whatever Colby is doing at the G League level, the Kings would love to see him do at the parent club. And the moment that he's able to translate some of who he is there to the pro level, he will be a serviceable player, or he won't ever do it. And he'll just be a 4A player and bounce back and forth between the parent club and the lower club and never really make his mark on the league. But I think there is an outline of a player there. And I get what you're saying, Casey. I mean, he's scored 20 a bunch of times at the G League level. It's not like he can't score. It's not like he can't shoot. It's just when he gets up with the big boys and the bright lights are on, he hasn't been able to have a moment. And it's tough.
Not just a moment, Hammer. Sometimes he looks lost. And I think that's my frustration with Kobe Jones. It's like I want the brother to figure it out and be a good ball player, but I don't want him to figure it out at the expense of the Sacramento Kings winning and losing games. And maybe that's the difficult part with where the Kings bench is. Maybe that's just not the case. This is who their bench is, and they're going to have to play guys who can help. Keon's going to have to be good tonight. There's not going to be any question of Keon Ellis's minutes. He's going to need to be good tonight. He's going to have to be aggressive shooting. He's going to have to be aggressive shooting the three, attacking. Like he has to be good tonight. And like, I want Kobe Jones to succeed. It's just, I don't mind when players miss shots. I just get like, he just looks lost sometimes. And I don't know. That's Papagiannis vibes. I don't know what to do with that. Nah, but like, no, Papagiannis, like you could see, like you look at Papagiannis sometimes and go, yeah, like, okay, I see the skill set, the size, like all of that. He just looked lost on a basketball floor.
Yeah. I felt that way with what's the center's name? Not he's in Boston.
Neemias Queta.
Neemias Queta. I felt that same way about him a lot.
That's just
I mean,
I like
when
Neemias.
you watch Neemias play at the G League level, he just took too long to get into anything. Like I understood like where the Kings were like, hey man, like you can't just like slow play the first 6 minutes you're in a game and then all of a sudden dominate for 5 minutes. It's like you show that you can dominate. We're going to need you to dominate. And that I think he learned that more in his last year in the G League, but I would compare if like we're going there and I would compare Colby Jones' path more to what we saw from Justin James. Where there were moments where he was like super fun to watch and he was a big dunker and he did all these things, but like tying like how to get from point A to point B was like a really, really tough chore for him. and being consistent and not being like out of control and settling in. He never settled in. And I think that's what we're kind of seeing with Colby so far. And it's really tough because if you're a bad team, if you're the 2017 Sacramento Kings, then Colby Jones would get 20 something minutes a night and be able to figure out how to be an NBA player because wins and losses didn't matter. But that's not what this Kings team is. And you're not flooding the roster with a bunch of guys who don't know how to go in on a nightly basis and win. And it's why some nights Isaac Jones plays a bunch, and then some nights when he doesn't play hardly at all. And it's just like the idea here is not just to compete and have a good time and grow some young players, and hopefully 2 years from now, 3 years from now, the Kings will be better. That's just not the situation those guys were brought into in the NBA. And that's it. Situation exists all over the league. The Brooklyn Nets have that situation. There's a bunch of teams that have that situation where you can go and be bad for a team and learn on the fly and try to improve. But that's just not, Colby has to figure out how to jump out of one game and crank it up to the next level and be the same player and just have it work better at the pro level. And again, he's not the first player who struggled with that. But especially good teams, you just don't have time to wait. And you've got, if you're a player, every opportunity you get, you have to put your stamp on the game and hope that that's, that you're able to earn more minutes, more trust. And he just hasn't been able to do it yet.
Real quick, I chuckled a little bit because didn't Justin James have like 33 points with the season on the line in Memphis?
Oh, yeah.
Justin James, who couldn't throw it in the ocean with the season on the line at 33 in a loss.
Well, we have reached the portion of the show where we're finding Colby Jones minutes and reminiscing about Justin James. This is great. This is good. All things are looking up for the Kings against Denver tonight. We'll come back. We'll talk more with James Ham. Plus, Beam money on the way? Question mark.
It is.
All right.
Believe
all
that.
On the way. It's Dealing with KC, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. All right.
Yeah, you guys do know Isaac Jones had 31 points and 15 rebounds last night in
He went crazy last night.
Stockton. Yeah. 38 minutes.
Crazy.
But that's the good thing is you can, when a young player loses his way a little bit or just flat out needs more playing time, if you're using the G League the right way, and I think the Kings have used the G League really, really well this year. But if you're using the G League the right way, you can really build the confidence in a player and hope that that confidence carries over. And you can keep putting him in the G League and keep trying to build that confidence until you hopefully see something click where all of a sudden they get it. And we just haven't seen it yet. We haven't, like, on a consistent basis from Colby. And it's too bad because I like Colby. I think he does have like a jack of all trades type player, a player that like teams need. And he just hasn't been able to like consistently put it out there when he does get his opportunity.
The guy that somebody mentioned in there that I'd be interested in seeing is Boogie Ellis. I'd be interested in seeing him up at this level, but it doesn't seem like he's anywhere close to being in their plans to call up.
Well, they can't call him up.
There's no two-way spot available, huh?
No, you'd have to waive Isaiah Crawford or you'd have to waive Mason Jones, and you're not going to waive Isaac Jones. So in order to make that move, you'd have to do something. And the Kings they have 15 roster spots taken right now. So they don't have an extra roster spot to waive somebody. Because I do think that there could come a point this season where Isaac Jones gets promoted to the main roster. And, and they would free up another two-way contract. But we'll have to see.
I don't want to say anything about my boy Mace because that's my boy. But, yeah, him and Boogie Ellis can switch places.
Okay, so Tom L, do the Kings have any seconds to trade? My understanding is that they cannot trade 2026 and 2027 seconds to the Herder pick. That's true. They cannot trade those picks for sure. But I haven't looked at the rest of their picks. I did. It wasn't that long ago. They do have some. Man.
James, I ate one of those things in the gold foil.
Oh boy.
Oh no! Yes.
Oh,
It's official.
Change
Ferrero
a lot.
Rocher's.
Is that the first time?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is it? Chocolate?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
greatness, Kenny.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's
Kind of crazy.
What'd you say
spectacular.
it was called?
They're Ferrero Rocher's.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, James been talking about. I'm like, I'm a little.
Well, I know that
I'm a little sweet treat. What we got here?
Kenny, you haven't tried that yet, have you?
I haven't.
I know that Kenny hasn't because there's still some left.
Well, get me started. Now I'm gonna keep
Kenny's
cooking.
like, nom nom nom. I like the diabetes.
Put them little bites back in there.
Oh, them little bites,
The chocolate chip joints.
man.
There's
go.
more. There's more in with Jesse, just so you know.
I
like,
am never
boy,
gonna
oh
be right with them things around.
The whole box is
Yeah, we got the
it
box
wasn't-
of little bites and then those other granola bars that Casey likes, but won't say what they're called.
What are those called?
I can't say it. Casey knows.
Why?
but-
Why? What you mean? I know it. What you mean though? I ain't got nothing to say about that.
Okay, so the Kings don't have their 25 or 28 or 30 second round picks. They also don't have their 31. Oh man, so they have a 2029 first round pick. I mean second round pick, and that's it. And a 2025 second round pick from Chicago that's like very heavy lottery protected. Well, heavy protections. So, yeah. The Kings have 1 second round pick that's available. It's their 2032nd. Yikes.
I was always confused about them being able to trade a first round pick. I thought they couldn't trade a first round pick this year because they don't have control over it.
They can't trade their 25 or 26 first round picks. Their 2027 they can trade, but it has to have an asterisk that it could go to
Atlanta.
well, that it could not be available. No, they can't. The 2027 can't be traded technically to another team. Well, their 2026 could go to Atlanta, which means that they can't trade their 2027. Their 2028, 2029, 2030 are all free and unencumbered. Their 2031 is they own their pick, but it's also there's a pick swap with San Antonio.
Oh, that damn pick swap.
Yep.
Here we go, James. Well, James just outlined the doom and gloom of the pick swap.
Lost that trade.
Damn.
I was
Well-
just kidding. James didn't do that at all.
Shakes
There's
fist at
nothing
pick
more to say.
swaps.
There's nothing more to say about it. We lost it. We lost it, Bob.
Oh, I wish I could remember who wrote the most coveted asset of the trade, the 2031
Probably
pick
bond
swap.
tips.
I think that's actually who it was. James's boy. Them bond temps. Oh, man.
Ridiculous.
My friend Tim Bontemps.
Michael Malone he hates the Kings and he loves to beat them as many times as possible. But this is a Denver team that's kind of okay. Like they're 13-10. I don't know how much better they are than that. I certainly don't think they're any worse than that. But this is a game, James, where we talk about this 5-game stretch. We talk about them being at home, man. But you look at these next 3 in particular. You have a Denver Nuggets team that's in the same vicinity as you, standings wise, record wise. And you have a Los Angeles Lakers team that's in the same vicinity as you, standing wise and record wise. These next 3 games are really big for Sacramento, and I don't want to use it's not like a measuring stick, but you do you got to kind of come out on the upper end of some of these
Yeah.
with these teams that you're in the same, you're in the same ballpark as.
Okay, so a couple of things. Number one, Michael Malone loves Sacramento. He loves Sacramento Kings fans. He does not like ownership. Just so we're clear.
Well, yeah, that's why he likes being the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, he does, and he also hates that I think they went 1-3 last year against the Kings.
I love
And during his time with Denver, they have not fared all that well against the Kings for whatever reason. Let's see. Besides that, I don't know what to make of this Denver Nuggets team. Like coming into the season, you knew that sort of like they kept losing little pieces here and there. And when you lose piece after piece after piece of valuable role players, eventually you run into this problem that you don't have the right depth. And, again, this team would look a lot different if Kentavious Caldwell-Pope was starting at the shooting guard and Christian Brown was coming off the bench with Peyton Watson and Russell Westbrook. But that's just not the case. And so, again, I think that they're a beatable team. But, like when you deal with odds makers, right? Usually the home team gets like a +3. That's usually it's like a basics of gambling. So if they think that two teams are like straight up equal, then, the home team would get like they'd be a 3-point advantage. Sometimes it's a little bit less than that, but I don't know what to make of this Kings team and their home woes. And so I'm not going to give them any of that. And so these games should be straight up 50-50 games. This is a team that's not that far ahead of you in the standings. They're not way better than you as far as like talent or anything else, but you don't play well at home. And so I don't know why we have to put that as like a disclaimer on this Kings team. But it's exactly what we do have to put on this team. Like you look at every game in this stretch, and if this was a good home team, you're looking at 4-1 or 5-0. But this isn't a good home team. So you're hoping for 4-1, but understanding that 3-2 is a possibility. And hey, this team has proven us time and time again that they can do something much worse than that. They could go 2-3, they could go 1-4, and then we're all back to, chaos and dogs and cats living together and like all that stuff.
Do you have a reason for why Domantas Sabonis seems to play so well against Nikola Jokic? He's fared pretty well against them since he's been in Sacramento, at least. Is it just a matchup thing? Does he have a distinct advantage on Jokic on anything? Like, in your opinion, why is he always pretty successful against Joker?
Domas?
Yes.
You cut out for a sec. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's that, like we even somebody asked Amar yesterday about the difference between Jokic and Sabonis. And he said Jokic is more finesse than Sabonis. Like Sabonis is a true tough guy that doesn't mind pushing you around and uses his physicality as like one of his weapons, where Jokic just uses like every single tool in the toolbox. Talk about just like an absolutely gifted player that, like, realistically in modern NBA doesn't make any sense how good he is. It just doesn't. I mean, you look at him, you could say the same thing about Luka. Guys that, 6'7" for Luka, so he's not this like gigantic human being, but still, like, they look out of shape. They look like they, they're just playing at like a really regular everyday speed, and then they just torch you. And so I think that Jokic has, like, again, he's more overall skilled than Domas, but he's not as physical. And I think just it's a great battle between the two best passing big men in the league. And then the other thing I'd bring up is that Alex Len, for whatever reason, is actually a really good matchup against Jokic as well. And it's because he doesn't leave his feet and he's super long and doesn't get pushed around. And he bothers Jokic as well. And so, like, I think that it's just the Kings have two guys that give a different look to Jokic, and both of them just happen to be, a little bit of kryptonite for Jokic. Not that they've stopped him, because, I mean, I've seen Jokic put up, although that was against Rashawn Holmes, that one stretch where he had like 90 points in 2 games against the Kings on Rich, and Rich needed like a mental break after that. It's just like brutal to get beat up like that.
Why does everyone hate Domas? Why is Domas the most underappreciated player in the entire league?
I don't know. I don't get it because, like if you've been around Domas is a perfectly fun dude. Like it's usually when someone gets treated like disrespected like he does, it's usually because they have some sort of personality quirk that people don't like that's in addition to whatever he does bring. But like, look, I've never covered a player like Domas that you can count on a double-double every single game, and you can count on a triple-double like 25-30% of the time, or at least like close to a triple-double, more like 45-50% of the time. Like he's so incredibly impactful and talented, and this Kings team went from a team that was winning 30 to 33 games a year to a team that won 48, 46, and who knows what they'll win this year. Like the reason why the Kings have taken the leap that they did has a lot to do with the fact that Domantas Sabonis is on the roster and that he just brings it each and every night. And I find it interesting that like out there in the world, like you hear a lot of chirping at Domantas Sabonis for the things he doesn't do, but then he's all NBA, which means like, and if you look at the voting, he usually comes in like number 11 or number 12 in all NBA voting. So they consider people out there who follow the NBA consider him a top 12 or 11 player in the league. And so I don't understand why it always comes up that, that he's overlooked.
I still wonder if it's because of Jokic. Like they don't pay any attention to Domas because, well, they focus all this attention on Jokic, and Jokic does the same thing. So we'll focus on someone who does something different.
The advanced statistics with Jokic, he's going to go down as statistically speaking, one of the greatest players we've ever seen in the game. And he already is. I mean, like, look, he's already won 3 MVPs, and there's possibility for him to win 4 or 5 MVPs. I think people are going to get tired of him winning MVPs if he's not winning.
Some of us already are.
Yeah.
Not speaking about anybody in particular, just
yeah. I just tell you that something like win shares, like something that actually like impacts winning, like he's led the league every year for like the last 5 years, and it's not even close. It's not even remotely close. And every single year, Domantas Sabonis is either second or third or fourth. Like their impact on the game of basketball and winning is tremendous.
He's the second greatest player of all time.
There it is.
We did it. James, get out of here.
Figured it all out.
We did. I'm proud of us. Hammer.
We did it.
We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Greatest cup of coffee. See you guys.
James.
Take care, James.
Hammer on his way to the Golden One Center right now as the Sacramento Kings take on the Denver Nuggets tonight at the Golden One Center. You want to do some beam money?
Yes, indeed.
I feel like we have this. Like we can do this, right?
Hey. Yes, indeed, man. We got that beam money linking up with Cash Caraway, linking up with PrizePicks. You know what I mean? PrizePicks. That's the place to go to win some money. The same way you would get on D-Lo and KC, talk at the barbershop, talk at the gym about, I think this guy going to go off for this. I think this guy going to hit this. Hey, put your money where your mouth is. Create a lineup on PrizePicks. All right? And put in that promo code KIFM. Get free $50 with your first $5 lineup. And every Kings game, you know we got beam money. Today is no different.
What we got here.
And I'm
real quick. Shout out to the Pittsburgh Steelers for making sure that. Shout out to the free play. Shout out to the Patrick Mahomes free play.
They got a new one coming up too.
Oh,
for Christmas Day. Jokic 0.5 points.
Oh, get on that.
Yeah,
I ain't too proud.
Christmas Day.
I ain't too proud. What was my other play? Oh, they had Lamar at 215. They had Lamar at 215.5. I took more. He ended at 290. I took Saquon at less than 100.5. He ended at 65. I wanted the power play. I was confident with that Patrick Mahomes free play. Your boy took home 100 yesterday on the 20.
That's a real good look.
Yes, sir.
That's a real good look right there. Today, for this bean money, I got 4 plays.
Okay.
I got 4 guys in my lineup.
All right.
I got De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
36.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Give me more. Christian Brown, 18.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Give me less. I don't think he cooks like that. DeMar DeRozan, 21.5 points. Give me more. And Malik Monk, 2.5 3-pointers made. Give me more on that. I'm going with the power play today. I'm not playing with y'all. Yeah, I'm going with the power play.
They got Domas at 19 rebounds plus assists.
I peeped that one as well. Yeah.
More.
Oh, let's go.
Let me get in here. They got De'Aaron at 7.5 assists tonight. What do we got? Bam Adebayo at 10.5 rebounds against Detroit. Let me get in on some of this Fox money, though.
Yeah. Like I said, Fox, 36.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Give me more. Like I said, put in that promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly.
Oh, they
with
got
your
the
first $5 lineup. So do that. You must be present in certain states. Go to PrizePicks.com for more details. Run your game.
Yeah, okay, commercial guy. They got De'Aaron with the little demon at 29.5.
Ooh.
They got the
points?
red demon at 29.5 points. Yeah.
Well, possibly
I'm confident in my feeling
You'll
and
need to put
Foxy.
him up. Him and DeMar, they're going to have to put it up.
I'm going to go more. I'm going to take the red demon. I've never done the demon plays before.
Oh, Thunders, that's what it is.
They got 15 assists for Fox and Jokic. Oh, I'm going to give me that.
That's a good one.
Give me
That
that.
is a good one. Yeah.
Hold up. Give
That's
me
a
that.
good one.
Oh, that's I
Wow.
don't man.
I wish
now
I would have found that before I submitted my lineup.
I'm in the weeds right now. So what's it look like with the little red demon? If I did a 20, the 2 out of 3 earns me 100.
Ooh.
Yeah, because of the little demon.
Ooh.
All right, here's where I'm going. I'm going Domas. Oh yeah, I'm going Domas at more than 19 rebounds and assists.
I like that.
I'm going the Jokic combo of Foxy and Jokic at 15 assists. And then De'Aaron at 29.5. I'm going more. Give me that demon. Come on, boy. 20 on 100. Submit. Let's go. Oh, this is what happens. You win one weekend. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I can't play De'Aaron twice. God damn it.
You got to choose one.
Damn it. I'm taking.
I like the one with him
and
I like the one with him and Jokic.
But I want the demon.
Well. Go get Malik's 2.5 threes. Take more.
Well, I could.
Malik gonna put up the 3-point shot. He gonna make 3 of them tonight.
So
at least.
So I can get the demon on 7.5 assists for Malik.
I mean, that's not.
Oh man, come on.
But you get the demon with De'Aaron's points, and then go get.
But you told me to take the Jokic combo.
But you said you wanted the.
I want the demon.
Yeah, so go get the demon.
Okay.
Go get the demon for De'Aaron. Get Malik's points. Domas rebounds and assists. Oh.
Get
backed
Malik
up to getting
points.
like what 10 times your money right there.
I can get Malik. I can get a Malik demon at 19.5
points.
Yeah,
that's a demon. That's a demon. 19.5. That's a demon right there.
Let's see what Malik against the Pelicans. That was his worst game as a starter. I think he had 5 against the Jazz. Malik had 16 against the Spurs. Malik had 22 against the Grizzlies. Malik had 23 against the Rockets. Malik had 17. We'll go one more to the Spurs. 19. That's a demon. Yeah, that's a demon.
On this is another great thing about PrizePicks on the app. They've got the recent trends right there. All the stats and everything. Click on that little graph thing.
Oh.
And it shows you what they've done recently.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at me learning to be a little gambler right here. Yeah. Oh man, just take your money. Just give me All right, I'm gonna take Malik at 14.5. What's my lineup now? Oh man, it cut my bread down.
Damn. I'm trying to get you back up to that 100.
Give me
What's that? Because
Hold
you
on.
get 100, that's probably about 15
Don't put-
times your money or something like that.
that's bad math, I think. I don't
No,
know.
it'd be 5 times.
Here's what I'm doing.
Oh, you need to get up to 10 times. That's what we
Well,
need to do.
All right, man. I'm just going for it. I'll tell y'all what I do later. I'm just doing it because I got it up to 140. I got it up to 140 on a 20.
And that's a flex.
Man, I'm gonna need this team to play right.
Is that a flex
that's
play?
A flex.
Okay, that's a good
The
look.
power,
That's a
the
good
power
look.
get me to 200.
I'm saying I went with the power play. I didn't play around today. I
Power
went with
play
the
gets me
power
to
play.
200. 20 on a 200.
Give me that power play. I only win $10 to win 100. You know what I'm saying? We got De'Aaron Fox, 36.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Christian Braun, less than 18.5 points, rebounds.
I
and
need
assists.
both Kentucky boys to go off if I do this.
Kentucky connection. They gonna cook.
All right, lineup submitted.
Yeah. I've been telling you to stay away from Tyrese, and he's been cooking. I'm telling you right now, the Kentucky boys is about to cook tonight. So go ahead and play that.
Now that we walked me through my gambling, my
Well,
fantasy.
Yeah, we're playing. We're just playing.
That's what we're doing.
Line up
Just-
playing. You know what I mean?
We can't do this over on KSFM. We just got to read the commercial and we've got to keep it moving and use the promo code KSFM and keep it moving. We don't get to cut. We don't get to talk like this. Got to work our way through it. We got to have money.
Yeah, man.
I had a good weekend with that Saquon Barkley.
That was a
pick,
good
so-
look too. Shout out to the Steelers, even though they didn't win. It's a
Shout
good
out
way.
to the Steelers. They did what I needed them to do.
It's a good way to watch the games when you have no real vested interest. Obviously, we want the Kings to win, but Steelers, Eagles, nobody really cared. Set a lineup. I think I'm gonna do that all throughout the playoffs. Because actually, I was about to say I have no vested interest, but I mean, I definitely want the Eagles to lose. So definitely want them to lose some games. The first game, matter of fact.
Do we got one of these games? Why is the show ending so early?
Monday Night Football.
Are
We
you
have the-
okay?
We have the Raiders.
It's a little
don't we?
difficult navigating the mouse to the mic or whatever because I got to click on the virtual board. But yeah, we got a game. We got a game after Purple and Black.
Then we have the Raiders.
Oh, that's right. The Raiders play.
Raider
tonight.
Nation Radio.
I forgot the Raiders played tonight.
Throw some enthusiasm in there. Raiders play today.
Well, Raider fans, you know where to find your Raider game.
Max Crosby out for the
marquee
season.
game. Max Crosby said the hell with this.
That Desmond Ritter revenge game. Make sure you're tapped in.
This is going to be interesting to see. Does Kirk Cousins get pulled from this game if he continues his poor play?
That's a good question. That's a good
Would
question.
you pull him?
Nope, because I'm gonna believe in the end, buddy, you can beat the Raiders.
Wow, that's a good point.
It'd be hilarious if the Raiders won this game.
They should.
Oh, I mean, and what a brutal end for Kirk Cousins that'd be. You lose to the what a brutal end to Antonio Pierce that would be.
Yeah, well,
Yo, don't win this game.
Antonio Lovey Smith Pierce.
You got New York out of the way last night. The Jets.
Yeah.
Don't lose this. Don't mess around and win this game. That's for the Raiders. For the Kings, mess around and win this game.
Please win this.
And let's win these prize picks. We'll talk about it tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the bean.
Oh, man. What's Jokic got over here? Jokic. No, there's that Jokic play you were talking about for Christmas. Jokic, 2.5 threes made is a demon. All right, y'all. We are going to run over to KSFM. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, if you want Kings tickets, by the way, go to ESPN1320.com. You can enter to win tickets to see the Kings in the Heat right there. So we're signing off. You guys go do that right now. Go to ESPN1320.com and enter to win those Kings tickets. Even if you don't want him, it makes us look good. All right, guys. Anyone can tickets out of it. Who's going to complain?